I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I am tired as hell. So, Randy, good morning. Beef Supreme, good morning. And Patty, good morning. Chris Smith, good morning. Randy again says, reading news on Nepal, I literally know nothing about this area of the world. Well, the good news is you don't need to know anything about Nepal. Let me go ahead and show you why. So for those of you who don't know, Nepal, I think, is in the Himalayas. Yeah, I mean, literally the first picture I pull up is Nepal, and it's between India and China, and it's a landlocked country. I'll go ahead and show you this. And the main thing that it's famous for, I think, is Gurkhas. And, sorry, knocked out my monitors, as I am wont to do, just waiting for it to come back. But I'm pretty sure they're famous for two things. Himalayan tourism, people going to Mount Everest, and Gurkhas. Where are Gurkhas from? Are primarily from Nepal. So Gurkhas are Nepalese warriors of fierce renown who have a bent knife known as a kukri. And they are fucking savages. They actually just like volunteer to be a part of the UK Commonwealth. And because their home is the mountains, they're just some of the fiercest assholes on the face of the planet. A famous story about a Nepalese Gurkha who was serving in the Commonwealth during the War on Terror was he was told, hey, go to this area, kill this Taliban bad guy, prove that you killed the Taliban bad guy. The British orders didn't necessarily explain what proof they wanted. And so as a result, the Gurkhas were still in contact when they were getting shot at. So rather than, I don't know, taking a picture of the dead Taliban commander, they chopped his head off and brought it back to base, which, like, you can say that's fucked up, but that's just like emblematic of the Gurkhas. And there was this like debate in the Commonwealth where they're like, well, we should realistically punish him for a war crime for desecrating a corpse. And then pretty much everybody was like, nah, the Gurkhas, the Nepalese are too fucking cool. They're too hardcore. Just because they live in some backwards ass society where you can chop people's heads off in order to bring them as trophies for kills. We're not going to punish him for, export. This is the kind of cultural diversity we want our warriors to have. So we don't really give a shit. And I think the guy was ultimately like commended for the operation rather than punished for the operation. Pretty crazy, pretty funny, pretty crazy. But anyways, Nepal, again, the reason why you're not going to need to give a shit about Nepal is because it's a landlocked country. It's stuck between China and India. They don't have nuclear weapons. Their largest export are crazy fucking warriors to the Commonwealth, and the UK is not exactly a huge military power. So, I mean, like, it's a cool place. You should go to Kathmandu and see the mountains. You should go look at. You should do some tourism whenever it politically stabilizes. But part of the books that I recommend for geopolitical determinism, which are by Robert Kaplan, he's talking about how there's a tension between communist revolutionaries and like a secular government and a religious government and like all that kind of stuff. And the place is so remote and life is already hard enough that the political unrest is kind of like, it's hard. It's hard for like a revolution to take place, but like there's unresolved political tensions. And obviously, like, he wrote that book like 10 years ago. So it's unsurprising that finally, whatever material conditions needed to happen in order for a revolution to occur in Nepal finally occurred. What's going to come out of it, I have no idea. I don't know if it's pro-communist. I don't know if it's pro-democracy. I don't know if it's secular. I don't know if it's religious. I have no idea what the hell is going on. But the truth is that like it will not largely have a geopolitical effect. We will either increase our Gurkha export or we will decrease our Gurkha export. But that's about all that's going to happen. And then it will either be easy to go to the Himalayas or it will be difficult to go to the Himalayas. So it's not that deep. Don't worry, kitten. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Sin Patty says we're closer to Friday. True. Sin Patty says, what's up with Nepal? I don't know. Some revolution or something. Christian Blair says, good morning. Good morning. Sin Patty says, grill shala. Indeed. Vince Wilson says, Himalayan sea salt for the win. There you go. We might lose our access to Himalayan sea salt. We might have to settle for Mediterranean sea salt. Christian Blair says, burn down Parliament. I know someone about the Civil War in the 90s to early thousands. True. What January 6th could have been. True. Test Dummy Human says, good day. Hope all is good. It is. It is. Seriously, you guys were so nice yesterday. Like, obviously, I'm going to share. I'm still going to shill, right? I'm still going to say, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And if you got a money burn and a hole in your pocket, obviously it's appreciated. But you guys were super nice on Monday and super nice on Tuesday. So I just want you to know that if you already donated, don't feel compelled to donate again. Of course, I'm going to shill, but I parasocially love you already. One, for just being a part of the chat, but two, for your financial support. It does mean a lot. Christian Blair says, supposedly there was a rumor that Cheney wanted a CIA special activities team that was sent to Afghanistan after 9/11 to bring back Osama's head if they rounded him up and killed him. Probably not true. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised if immediately after 9/11, you have to understand, Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld are manipulative, corpo, war pig dickheads, the like of which Black Sabbath was actually singing about in the song War Pigs. They are. But you have to understand that from Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney's position, the Jedi are evil. And I say that as a meme. For those of you who don't know, there's this old movie that's fantastic. It's terrible, but it's fantastic. It's called Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, little known film. And in that film, actually, this is the Revenge of the Sith, isn't it? So Revenge of the Sith is where the Messiah of the Jedi, the person who is supposed to bring order to the Force, the person who's supposed to bring order to the galaxy, actually betrays the Jedi in order to instantiate his own empire under a different religious belief system so he can achieve power. That's the basis of the why can't I think right now? The basis of the film. But the whole point is that like people can do wildly evil shit while thinking that they're good. And I'm pretty sure that Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, even though they're war pigs who profit off of the death and misery of other human beings, I'm pretty sure that in their own minds, they think they're the good guys. They think that they can spread democracy and kill jihadists and stabilize the world and manipulate geopolitical affairs and improve the average human condition while also getting rich. And oftentimes we instinctively do not like people profiting from death, but I'm sure that they justify it to themselves somehow and go to sleep. So maybe they have to take take a few anxiety meds in order to go to sleep, but all in all, they probably still sleep like babies. eDreamcast says, all I know is that Visregard and Drew Pavlu support it, so that means it's good. All right, cool. Drew Pavlu is very similar to me, where he's like, I'm a conservative, but he's like, I'm a liberal conservative though, and I hate jihadism, and I hate communism, and I hate fascists, and I'm like, based. Now, is Drew a little bit of an attention whore? Sure. Is he funny? Yes. Can he be cringe? Yes. But overall, do I agree with, I don't know, liberals having a fucking spine? Yes. So we will tolerate whatever cringe he does because liberals need to learn how to have a spine. Sabri Keller says, garner support for what do you want them to use? Racism against black people to pull their nation together while they are literally being killed by white people and whoever Russia can toss at them? What? Garner support for what do you want them to use? Racism against black people to pull their nation together while they are literally being killed by white people and whoever Russia can toss at them. Subri Keller, I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about. What did I miss? Sam Monroe says, I'm bad at being active in chat, but always watching. Keep up the great works. Thank you, Sam Monroe. I parasocially appreciate and love your comment. Dreamcast says, anybody can tell me the lore behind this red beard? Yeah, of course, dude. Like I always start the stream. Whenever people are like, whenever we're like 40 minutes to an hour in and people are like, what's with the beard? What's with the beard? What's with the beard? I expect chat to explain it. Probably about a month ago, we were talking about like tricks for treats where, streamers get paid money in order to do random shit. And somebody was like, would you shave your head? Would you dye your hair blue? Would you do this? Would you do that? And I was like, no. And then they were like, would you dye your beard? And I was like, interesting. And they let me pick the color. And then I think somebody unironically gave us like either $100 or $150. I forget who it was. But I said that like I needed like a $50 donation or like a $100 donation, because I was like, 30 to 50 is going to go to the dye. And then another $50 makes it worth my while. So, $100. And then somebody donated either 100 or 150. So, listen, Chud can hate on tricks for treats, but I think I look good. I think that if I did this, I would unironically do like gray, white. So you see, I already have white hair right here. I would do the red, I would do a white, and then I would do blue on top. And then I would actually go to like the University of Central Florida or University of South Florida or University of Miami. And I would do Change My Mind debate events as the red, white, and blue dyed hair guy, And then when people are like Googling like, Change My Mind, red, white, and blue hair guy, then it can be like, oh, that's counterpoints. Oh, I know that guy. He's been debating in Twitch and YouTube politics since 2020. He's a fucking old head. Why aren't his metrics higher? He makes such good content. He's so smart. He's so handsome. Conservatism says never underestimate a person's ability to justify shitty behavior. Yeah. Randy says Rumsfeld chumping on THC gummies after hours in order to get 7 hours is a funny image. Yeah, he probably does. Tali Botz says he's coming on to Wick and Tali show. Yeah. Drew gets a lot of hate because he's a little bit of an attention whore, but I think I probably 95% align with his politics. Subri Keller says, I was talking to somebody else in chat. It wasn't worth it. Okay, gotcha. Fashion 40 says ending his chat is dope, except when chat answers the question for him. Interesting. Interesting. Fashion 40 says it was 100, but then everyone else jumped on it. Got it. I think that's what happened. I think somebody donated 100, but then a few people donated like 5s and 10s and 20s here and there. So that's the kind of tricks for treats that I'll be happy to do. Sell your soul to the Daily Wire and grift your way to the top. I would, but I just hate those guys so. I'm going to start cussing already. I hate those guys so fucking much, man. The fact that you can be a conservative Orthodox, you know what it is? Israel is Ben Shapiro's Ukraine. That's what it is. I already know what it is. The reason why I was actually thinking about this the other day, I was like, Ben Shapiro, Trump is a lying pedophile, shitty business, shitty delegator, shitty governor, shitty this, shitty that. He obviously sucks so bad from so many conservative analytical perspectives. How can Ben Shapiro in good conscience say that he is the lesser of two evils in reference to governance? And you know what it is? I hate to be so stereotypical. I apologize to Tali Botz in advance, but I think Ben Shapiro is such a fucking Zionist that he cares about Israel the way I care about Ukraine. And so he doesn't want this like half-ass, tepid support of Israel. He wants like full-throated, fuck Hamas, fuck anybody who attacks Israel, bomb them into the dirt, kill them all. Yeah, I feel bad for the civilians, but if you didn't want me to blow your shit up, then how about you don't support terrorist organizations? Like, that's what he wanted. That's what he wanted out of the federal government. And that's what Trump would deliver. So realistically, if you're like a Giga Zionist, I would understand how you would either view the Democrats as either neutral or negative on Israel. I understand it. I don't like it. I think it's stupid. I think it's evil, but I get it. I understand it logically. It's the same moral calculus I did for Ukraine. I was like, I don't like the Democrats, but they're obviously the lesser of two evils, and I care about Ukraine, and I care about the Republic of the United States. eDreamcast says afterwards you can become a groper or get that sweet Qatari money. Yeah, although Tucker and Candace eDreamcast, they've lost their shit. And what I mean by that is Tucker was like, is Hamas even a jihadist organization? Are they even a terrorist organization? When I think about them, I just think about them as the government of Palestine. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They just did a jihad. They just endorsed a jihadist terrorist attack 3 years ago. They just conducted a jihadist terrorist attack yesterday. What the fuck are you talking? Like, you could say, I care about Palestinian civilians over the state of Israel. You could say that logically. But I think that Qatari money has just like rotted his brain to the point that he's like, is Hamas, are they even really terrorists? Have you guys seen Nick Mullen? I haven't. I like Nick Mullen a lot. I think I probably hate his politics because he seems like a dirtbag left bro, but I don't know what his politics actually are because I don't think he actually really talks about his politics as much as a lot of other podcasters. But he has this phenomenal impression of Tucker Carlson where he's like, there are pictures of me nude on the internet. Who's jacking off to this? It's disgusting. It could be you. It could be your family. And like, if you think my delivery is okay, like Nick Mullen, if I'm a 60% Tucker Carlson impression haver, Nick Mullen is a 100% Tucker Carlson impression haver. Like, you could close the screen and listen to Nick Mullen doing Tucker Carlson impressions, both voice inflection, tone, and cadence, and he's nailing it every single time. It was so good. And then Candace, I just always think was a fucking idiot. I don't think that you could look at her Dave Rubin interviews. I don't think that you could look at her debate with Blair White. I don't think that you could look at any of the content she's ever produced for the Daily Wire or any other organization that she's worked for. I don't think that you could look at any of Candace's content and come away with the fact that she's intelligent unless you yourself are a dumbass. I say this having a family member who thinks that Candace Owens is intelligent. I think she's just like a hot black chick who knows how to read a teleprompter. No offense to like any black chicks in my audience who both know how to read a teleprompter and critically think. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lethal Lance says, get to the top of Daily Wire and just reform them to never Trumpers. Well, by the time that I took over the Daily Wire, it would be like never MAGA. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, and I would. Randy says, you wouldn't do a guest spot on JBP show just because it's Daily Wire? No, I would 100% work with Daily Wire to do a show. But if we talk about Trump, then I'm going to be antagonistic. Like, I can talk to conservatives. I could have the way that I was hanging out with Pisco yesterday and having a conversation about policy and the limits of gun control and governing philosophy and all that kind of shit. I can have that conversation with Rob Noor or Andrew Wilson or any of those characters. I can talk to conservatives just as easily as I can talk to liberals and progressives. You have to understand, like, I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the left wing, but I have an understanding of the left wing through trial by fire. I have an understanding of the right wing because I was raised on the right wing. I grew up as, like, my parents are Reaganite conservatives. I grew up as a fiscal conservative, like what do they call it? It's like, I'm a social liberal fiscal conservative. You've never met anybody like me before. It's like, I love marijuana, but fuck black people. Like that's, that's fiscal conservatism. True Zealot says, I watched the Food Shops combo with Lab, and holy heck, that kid may legit have a developmental disability. Good on you for not entertaining that nonsense. They complained you wouldn't debate Lolly. Yes, True Zealot. Okay, I'm gonna Food Shops is like, Connor keeps throwing me under the bus. Well, stop being a lolicon. How about that? So if anybody's looking for proof that I think Destiny is being fucking retarded, sorry, Steven. But I said this to your face, so I'll repeat it in public. All right, I'm gonna cut it off there so I don't totally throw her shit under the bus, because there's one comment that's actually just gross. There's one comment that's legitimately gross, and I'll just skip it, because, like, you know, she could be joking, so I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm so offended by your gross joke. Like, no, I don't care that much, but I want to do it. So she says, hey, want to talk on chat? I basically say no. I say, what do I say before this? Because this was the Okay. So she says, want to talk on stream. Then she does a gross joke, in my opinion, but I'll skip that because I don't think she needs to catch any undue shit. Then I say, it's very simple. Do you still consume lolicon? Do you think it's neutral or positive? She says, I do not consume people who consume lolly, which, by the way, this is just an evasion. Okay. Automatically, this is an evasion. And if you wanted me to take you seriously, then you would just answer the question. You would say, no, I don't consume it, and actually, I think it's negative, or I think it's neutral, but I don't consume it anymore because it was bad for me for XYZ ABC reason. If you wanted to answer me directly and actually have, like, I don't know, a real conversation, then I would have a real conversation. But saying, I do not consume people who consume lolly, which total evasion, and effectively is saying, like, this isn't even a real statement, but let's try to, like, steelman this as if it was a real statement. She's saying that I don't eat people, or I don't watch people. That's the translation, who don't consume lolly. So this is obviously a joke that's not addressing the heart of the issue. So I answer, I'm going to take a non-answer as an evasion and assume you still do and think it's neutral or even positive. I think you're hurting yourself. I think Steven is hurting himself by using you as a weapon against J-Stock and Queeman. That's my perspective. I'm not going to change it. She says, because she only cares about content. She said this before. Bro, just debate me already. I hate gay DM debates. Debate you on what? On whether or not lolly is actually bad, lol. And so this is for me. If you're going to evade, and this was like a day or two ago. This was when my wife threw her neck out. So I'm not ignoring my kids to go debate lolicon, right? So the point being that, like, this for me is just confirmation that she's exactly who I think she is. Okay. That's all it is. And I think that Steven is hurting himself by hanging out with her, regardless of whether or not he has some, like, 4D chess thing where he's like, I'm gonna go over to Food Shops in order to bolster her A-log coverage of J-Stock and Queeman so I can harass the people who are harassing me. I don't care. I think it's stupid. I think it's counterproductive. I think it hurts any political thing he wants to do. I think it hurts his reputation. I think that she's hurting herself and needs to stop with that behavior. And I'm not going to debate whether or not, and I appreciate Lav. Weirdly enough, I appreciate Lav. I almost DM'd her, but I realized that her Twitter was effectively a porn account, and I don't want to DM a porn account as a married man. So just if she sees this clip or whatever, Lav was just like, she went further than I went. Okay. What I would say is, like, oh, you're engaged in this antisocial, gross behavior. What's the line for you? What are the ages for you? What, like I would try to, like, steel man or figure out, like, are you an ephebophile or a pedophile or what, what are you? Like, I would try to, like, figure it out. Whereas, like, Lav was just like, pedophile. So I did watch that content. I did see Lav debate Food Shops. Thank you, Lav, for being my knight in shining armor. And she was just like, pedophile. Oh, that was cathartic. Tali Botz says, it's that he's a Republican. He cares about Ukraine as much as you, to be honest. Well, yeah, but I think that I think that if I think you could come to a lesser of two evils calculus that said that the Trump administration would be better for Israel than a Democratic administration. That's what I'm saying. If I came off a little spicy, I'm not really trying to come off as spicy. It's not like some like bold new observation. Randy says, what's funny about the rant, the two people I listen to every day are Painter Points and Ben Shapiro. Based. Tali Botz says, I strongly disagree, but I'll save it for our chat. Cool. Let's schedule that, Tali Botz. Matter of fact, if I blow through the content, which I'm not going to, let's be real, I'm going to be here for the next 5 hours slowly slogging through the content. But if you want to schedule the chat again, I would love to schedule the chat. Turtle Wow sucks. $3 super sticker. Thank you kindly, King. Unfortunately, on StreamYard, I can't see what your sticker is, but I assume it's awesome. True Zealot says, actually, A+ Tucker impersonation. Can you do the laugh cackle too? No. Nope. Gen X says, can't we think Israel can exist, but also not like their treatment of Palestinians? I hate that we can't somehow do both. I mean, I do both every day. What's Up says, with that says, you do a good Huckster Carlson-bad impersonation. Huckster Carlsbad. That's funny. I want to move to Carlsbad eventually. If I had unlimited cash, I would move back to Oceanside, California or Carlsbad, California. The gun laws obviously suck. The politics suck. The population density sucks, but it's just one of the most physically beautiful places on the planet. It's a desert by the ocean. You have almost no humidity, and you're like 10 miles away from the ocean. It's awesome. I genuinely love California. Geographically, I should clarify. Kay says, Candace is not dumb. She's smart and evil. It's all a grift. She's very smart and is well thought out, in my opinion. Well, I'll agree to disagree, but, you know, I love you anyways. All right, I'm going to read a few more, then we're going to get into the content. I'm already falling behind on chat, so sorry, but I love you guys. eDreamcast says, wish for a two-state solution. To be honest, I think it's more respectable to say that than to infantilize them and say that they had no choice. 18 years, funds over funds, and they used it on tunnels. Yeah, sure, Hamas is fucking evil. Wowman542 says, pray with me, chat, so we can one day see Connor going on Candace Owens' show so he can yell at her and Milo for being anti-Republican dipshits. Yeah, I actually have DMs with Milo Yiannopoulos. He's actually fairly responsive to me. But whenever I invite him to have a conversation in public, he declines. Very politely, by the way, very politely. So I'll still talk shit about Milo. But we have very tactful DMs. First, he says, Connor, how much ire should you really have for MAGA, given at the bottom they're popular, or for the foreign policy of Ron Paul overperformed in Republican primaries, pre-Trump fiscal conservatism that leaves them alone, social safety nets, and less immigration? If you want to, Steelman, this is probably the first Steelman that I've heard of MAGA in a while. Let me contend with this. Let me think about this for a second. How much should I hate MAGA, given that their fundamental principles for the foreign policy of Ron Paul, fiscal conservatism that leaves them alone, social safety nets, I have a question about because I feel like they've slashed social safety nets, and less immigration. So controlled immigration, I'm good with. Fiscal conservatism, I'm good with. Not the way that Trump delivered it. And then, you know, moderating our foreign policy, I'm good with. So actually, if you were to steelman or make incredibly vague the MAGA priorities, I do care about them. I not only do I care about the people and do I understand why they feel the way that they feel, but I also can sympathize with why they would want to change the way the United States conducts its affairs in reference to these issues. I just think that maybe I should just be anti-Trump. We'll think about it. Maybe I shouldn't be anti-MAGA. Maybe I should be anti-Trump cultist. I'm going to think on that first, T. I'm going to think on that because for me, MAGA and Trump cultist is so synonymous that it's actually really hard to pull them apart. But I think that might be unfair to people that I view as stupid, but realistically, they're voting in their own self-interest. I just don't have much respect for the average human being. I really don't. I think the average person is a dumbass. That's why I was a Republican. Anyways. Every time Food Chops comes up in discourse, I'm compelled to remind people that she said she wants to wrap herself around a 12-year-old lolly is the only tip of the iceberg. Yeah. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. I don't like it. I think it's stupid. I think it's counterproductive. I think what I would like Stephen to do, and I've said as much to his face, so I don't want I don't want this to be construed as backstabbing. It's not. I said this to his face. I've said it to him in DMs, and I'll say it now in public. Stop the drama war. Just fucking stop it. Okay? You're the bigger man. From a materialistic perspective, you've won. Okay? All you have to do is check IDs of all the women with whom you have promiscuous relations, and in my ideal, they would be older than 21. But whatever. The law says as soon as they're 18 plus, they're an adult. So whatever the fuck, right? So I can morally chastise it from the side of, she's only 19. Stop it, you pervert. I can do that from the side. But realistically, nobody can really say shit. And you guys are a bunch of liberal degenerates anyway, so you guys don't care about that stuff. So anyways, so all Steven has to do is just check the IDs of every woman with whom he has relations. There are probably still plenty of Instagram e-thoughts willing to hook up with a, multi-millionaire Miami-based live streamer. So he can still be a promiscuous coomer degenerate. And then he needs to focus on politics. And then the way that he focuses on politics is he wakes up and he makes a stream about politics every single day. And then he ignores these things. And I know what he's saying is, oh, well, they create the A-log community. They A-log me no matter what. I'm getting doxxed and I'm getting swatted. And then what happens is people are using the A-log content as evidence in order to bash me for things that I did 3 years ago. And they're using Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker, some of the biggest YouTubers on the planet, in order to try to destroy my reputation so I can no longer work. So I have to fight back. But realistically, you should just fight back with the bigger streamers. You shouldn't be fighting with the shitters. You should say, that's wrong. Fuck you. You got 80% of the story incorrect. I don't do this kind of shit anymore. I've chilled out on my gooning behavior. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. And then move on. Because then there's no fuel for the fire. Gen X says, wait, I watched the food shop things. Granted, was 3 a.m. and I was half asleep, but I missed a totally gross comment. What was it? Oh, it was in a message. Yep. It was in a message. If you have Republicans in Congress, make sure you bother them to release the Epstein files, right? You think they'd care? Considering they made anti-pedophilic LGBTQIA plus discourse for a decade, you think they'd care about the current president of the United States sex trafficking 14 to 17-year-old girls? You think they'd care about that, but they don't, because they don't have any principles. DJ says, Connor, what kind of corn do you watch? Don't evade. None of your fucking business, but it's definitely not kids, you fucking freak. Adults. Adult women. You fucking freak. I love that. I hate that, but I love that. I love how people are like, everybody has degenerate taste. Some people like BDSM. Some people like orgies. Some people like this. Some people like that. So as a result, can't I look at kids? And it's like, no, you fucking freak. Don't look at kids, you fucking loser. How about that? How about you don't feed the worst parts of your brain, you fucking freak? How about total derision? Okay, total derision and total hatred. Okay, I can't hit you with a rock. All right, if you were in my presence and you were like, yeah, kids, I would pick up a fucking rock and I would hit you. Okay. So since I can't do that legally and I can't do that physically, all I can do is call you a fucking freak. So if you sweep for being attracted to kids, I'm gonna call you a freak and a piece of shit, and I think you should be socially ostracized. How about that? How about that? I think you should be socially ostracized. I don't think you should be taken seriously. I think you should be socially and politically dismissed. I think you should be, how about that? How about that perspective? I think it's fairly easy. Easy perspective. eDreamcast also did a super sticker. Thank you kindly. First, he says, Connor, by the way, you should not concede that Wally has no effect on proclivity to predate on actual children. For certain types of people, it supercharges their propensity to predate. For other Wally, it does not. Well, and that's what's interesting, First T, is somebody said that there was a study out of New Zealand. I haven't looked at the study yet, but effectively it said that the psychological effect of consuming that content effectively makes the desire to engage with that content and engage with real world shit increases. So I don't know the methodology. I don't know how it was done. I haven't read the study yet, et cetera, but I will read the study. And if I find a study that says like, oh yeah, if you engage with this content, then it actually increases your proclivities, then the conversation was already over. Don't do bad shit, right? That's like the beginning and end of the conversation. Now, if you want to say, well, this bad shit is about as bad as this other bad shit, and we accept this other kind of bad shit, therefore I should be allowed to do this bad shit. Fuck you. How about that? How about that for an easy answer? We can't be shitting on food shops and then talk to Lav. Why not? Be back soon. Apartment time. See y'all in a bit. All right, Kay. Appreciate you. Good luck apartment hunting. Bud123 says, I've been taking 5 grams of creatine a day. My chest is starting to look more pumped. Good for you, Bud123. Not only that, but I saw a video the other day. You should Google it. It said 25 milligrams or 25 grams of creatine is the sweet spot, because not only does it like oversaturate your muscles with creatine, which helps with healing and all that kind of stuff, but it has some kind of like relaxing effect where it helps you sleep better. So I would Google that video, watch it, see if you think that it's legitimate. Hans Mayer says, I'm here for the Andrew Wilson debate because I can't watch him on his own. He is so obnoxious and dishonest, so I hope there's funny commentary. We'll get that started momentarily. Why are you so against Destiny? You sound very NIMBY. We'll talk about it later. No pedos in my backyard. Yep. Grab the rocks. Everybody grab the rocks. Connor, that comment you read on Palestine had a first part. Well, my apologies. There's a lot of you, which is a good problem. I love that I can just chat shit for the first 30 minutes and warm up with my chat, and there's enough of you guys that I can't keep track with all of your comments. eDreamcast with the super sticker. Thank you, King. Lazy Hobbit or Queen. I technically don't know your gender. Lazy Hobbit says, Connor, I've talked to you in DMs and I've told you I think you're actually a Democrat base. Democrats are the fiscally responsible party and want to proper immigration reform. You know what? How about this? Agree with everything I say. Agree with everything I say and I'll be a Democrat, okay? Fuck communists. Fuck socialists. Fuck lolicons. Fuck phebophiles. Fuck narco-terrorists. Fuck jihadists. And effectively, the military-industrial complex is based. Okay? Secure the border. Allow in as many people as we need for our economy. Culturally screen them so they believe and understand the Constitution of the United States, the republic upon which it's founded, the civic virtues that make our society work, make them have to have an education when they come into this country, both in language, cultures, norms, law, and civic virtue. Before they're even, like, you have to take a 2-week civics class before you're allowed into the country, right? Then agree with all of my gun prescriptions, which are too numerous in order to list here, and then also have a semi-interventionist silk glove, iron fist foreign policy, where any country that is free or wants to be free, that wants to work with us, we are willing to back them militarily and economically. So we spread mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy / republicanism across the entire planet. If you agree with everything I said, if you're like a liberal, hawk, pro-gun, controlled immigration, civic nationalist, if you want to make the Democratic Party a civic nationalist party, let's do it. Okay? But until broad swaths of the Democratic Party agree with my prescriptions, then I'm not going to say like, oh yeah, I'm a Democrat. I understand that you can fall within the big tent of the Democratic Party or the big tent of the Republican Party with the social prescriptions that I just said. They used to be called neoconservatives. They used to be Republicans. But I understand what you're saying. You're just saying like, come over to the blue team. But I'm not changing my beard color until you guys agree to my prescriptions. I'm not going your way. You're coming my way. Cowpie Killer says, it's for the exact same reason children make a bitter face when they have to take medication. Well, don't know what that's in reference to. First, he says, I agree that it's hard to separate the cult of personality people from the people drawn to more populist Republican policy. Ron Paul is more of an isolationist than MAGA. MAGA supporters, whatever Trump does for the most part, including bombing Iran. Right. And that's the problem, is it's a cult. If your house is 60 years old, don't you want a 4 to 5 story building with windows looking into your living room and bedroom? No. Lethal Lance says, I get reminded how R-slurred everyone is every time I drive. True. Wowman542 says, it'd be super interesting to talk to a former MAGA who's turned against Trump, but still holds the same priorities. Could be a girl hottest convert there. That's true. And I think that's what we need to emphasize, is that like MAGA, you care about this, and this priority. Guess what? Us too. Come over to the light side. I think that's true. Finding the line between MAGA and anti-Trump cultists is worth doing. It's the wedge that can be driven. It's why I got preachy about the fell for it again stuff with Epstein. Okay. So what I'm going to say to my conservatarians who I might have been like too liberal for in recent weeks and months, too charitable to the Democrats and too hostile to MAGA. I know it's off-putting. I know it's smug. I know it's annoying. I know constantly hearing that people that you know are fundamentally good people are R-slurs can be frustrating. And I understand that I need to change my view and rhetoric such that we can be attractive to MAGA people who have sensible priorities but voted for the wrong candidate. We still need to be open enough to have a sane conversation with those kinds of people. Lawson Harrison says, ahoy, Captain Redbeard. I've always wanted to debate a cop about the First Amendment audit people. What say you? Yeah, of course. DM me. DM me. Paul says, yeah, but apparently 21 was too old. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Those people are based, giving cops free training on their laws supposed to enforce. The department should write them thank you letters. Sure. Harpo Kodal says, hasn't that what he's been doing since Vyvanse? Allegedly, but I don't know that. I'm not Steven's like baby brother or older brother. I don't hang out with him all the time. I hang out with him once a month, once every 60 days. We go shoot guns, and then we shoot the shit about Twitch and YouTube politics. Okay, but to be honest, Connor can talk about Ethan, lying women, or Hassan, and his minions shitting on him, or politics, and even politics are getting stale. It's either Trump, Ukraine, or the Middle East. Well, and it's not like I don't talk about the drama. Obviously, the drama is compelling. So if he makes me content, then I'm not going to like complain too much. But you have to understand that I feel like that style of content hurts him. I think when he's hanging out in a chat at 3 a.m. with Food Shops the Lolicon and Lavloon, the girl who tried to ruin his life 3 or 4 times, I think that's bad for him. Okay? I think it's bad for him. He should like it's like having a friend who's smoking a cigarette, you know? And the grassroots hegemon smoke cigarettes. It's like, hey, bro, you know that shit's going to kill you, right? And they're like, yeah, but it helps me relieve the stress, and I need to do it. I work 110 hours a week, and it just feels good, and just let me do my thing, man. Just let me do my thing. And you're like, okay, do your thing, but you are going to hurt yourself, right? Gen X says, on Connor, after you talked to Pisco, he made a huge deal about your beard to Aaron and about donuts for the kids. I missed that because I was sick and sleeping yesterday. Okay, well, Pete, you have to understand that I'm never going to get mad at Pisco for talking shit, because that's what he does, and it makes it fun for us to fight. So, Connor, you must use that kids as a donation sound. No, absolutely not. Conservative liberalism says if you sweep for gooning to kids, you shouldn't just be socially ostracized. You should be oxygen ostracized. I mean, you said it, not me. DJ says, Connor, that wasn't my effing point. My point was just mind your own business and stop pretending you care when you didn't care about Bosch. Fuck you, DJ. Fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No, absolutely not. Everybody knew my position. This is the most frustrating and stupid fucking thing about it, okay? Everybody knows my position. Everybody knows my position. I made it clear to Judge Logic. I made it clear to Queeman. I made it clear to Food Shops. I made it clear to Destiny. I've made it clear to everybody dozens of times on dozens of streams, okay? It wasn't that I didn't care about Vosh, okay? What people were doing was they were coming into my chat, somebody who gets what, like max, like, I don't know, a few thousand views on my videos, and they were like, you have to make videos burning the Vosh bridge now. Do it now. Make the content. Destroy Vosh in the marketplace of ideas. And I was like, no. Political organization that I'm working with, I've already told them that I think they need to make I probably still have the DMs. I was like, they need to make a fucking public statement about it. They need to say what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. They need to decide what's acceptable and not acceptable, and they need to make a statement about it. And they ultimately chose to stay quiet on it. PV ultimately chose to stay quiet on it. And I was like, no, because what I say has no fucking effect. You just want this like you just want this statement of disavowal. And by the way, I don't think I've made content with Vosh in like 3 or 4 years now. I think we were on a panel with Shoe on Head 3 years ago. That's the last time that I've interacted with Vosh. So you guys coming in and being like, oh, you don't actually care about it. No, I don't care about it. I'm just not a fucking political arseler. Okay. I understand that you have to work with people you don't like in order to build as broad a coalition as you possibly can in order to have an electoral result. I'm just not as stupid as you. So no, don't come in here and tell me what I care about and what I don't care about. I'm just not a fucking moron. This is like Fabian Liberty walking in and being like, well, at least I have my ideological purity. And it's like, yeah, because you don't do anything. You sit in a fucking chat of 30, I don't know how many people he gets. So let's say he gets like, I don't know, 200 live viewers at his maximum. He's been stagnant at 30 to 200 live viewers for 5 years because guess what? All he does is he preaches about an ideology that has no real world relevance and is totally impractical. So he's like, I have my ideological purity. And it's like, well, you've never tested it. You've never actually created a community without a state. You've never actually had a community of 30 to 50 people that where a murder or a rape occurred and you didn't have a law enforcement officer in a judicial system in order to apply your ideology. You've never actually had a society where, let's say we did the coconuts example for the island, where there's 300 starving people and there's one person who hoarded 300 coconuts. And if the coconuts don't go to the starving people, then the starving people die. But you think that they have like, because they harvested the coconuts first before the 300 people showed up, that they have an inalienable right to their coconuts, and you should just let 300 people starve. He's never had to apply his positions because they're so impractical, they don't fucking matter. So, no, sorry. I live in a democratic republic. I work in a representative democracy. I have to appeal to as many people as possible. And by the way, I'm not even like a particularly powerful person. I'm literally like what? Like 100 viewer fucking live streamer? Fuck you. But anyways, but insofar as I can push the ball in the general direction that I'm capable of, you have to appeal to as many people as possible. And so if leftists were willing to vote for Kamala as the lesser of two evils, then yes, if I'm a center-right Republican who views Kamala as the lesser of two evils, I'm not going to unnecessarily alienate people who are going to vote for my candidate. You fucking idiot. Like, you're so fucking stupid, dude. Like you're not doing politics. You're doing you're doing high school social club. That's what you're doing. And I'm fucking sick of you, and I'm sick of people like you. You don't do politics. You don't think about politics. You don't think about voting. You don't think about policy. You don't think about candidates. You think about these creators have bad moral behaviors. Let's make sure that they don't work again. Fuck you. You can't even control whether or not they work. Vosh, regardless of whether or not I made that fucking cringe ass video that you want me to fucking make, totally disavowing fucking Vosh, he's still at the same level of popularity that he was 2 or 3 years ago. He still gets 5,000 to 10,000 live. He still gets 250,000 views on his videos regularly. So fuck you. Hey, Connor, go piss in the wind. No, I'm going to save my piss. Okay? I'll save my piss for when it counts. Bud123 says, Trump went after Thomas Massie for being principled on opposing the war with Iran, releasing the Epstein files, and opposing the big, beautiful bill, which had things to it. Thomas Massie, unironically, probably disagree with the substantive amount of his policy. I appreciate his balls. I appreciate his balls. Thomas Massie, I like your balls. Don't bunch my autoerotic asphyxiation in with your lolicon, thank you. Right. Don't... BDSM, by the way, they're always like, oh, BDSM, sadomasochism, blah, 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 blah. BDSM is adults engaging in playful violence that can hurt, but also has an erotic component to it. And ultimately, there's a whole bunch of rules around BDSM where you're supposed to avoid, like, while the acts themselves can appear physically and emotionally abusive, there's like this whole thing within the BDSM community where they set up like all these rules in order to make sure that like people are consenting to the actions, have a way to revoke consent during the actions, are able to stay safe during it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you want to compare that to kids? Fuck you. Gross. Gross. It's just to sell more creatine. That's probably true. All right, DJ, you totally redeemed yourself with that creatine content or comment. All right. All right. All right. All right. We need to start the content. I was just warming up with Chad and we've had fun. We've had fun. It's content time. Content time. YouTube. Come here, bitch. Come here and tell me that I don't care about what I care about. We'll fucking find out real quick. Tom Foolery. I think I'm subscribed. I'm not, but I will. Let me go into his channel. Would it be in the live section? Did he leave it in the live section? Pisco versus Aaron on Prime Kai debate. Vanguard cries about Ethan Klein. Taylor Lorenz blocked me. Abby MC. Irrelevant versus J-Stock versus Taylor Lorenz. Hosting the chorus panel. Destiny versus Rob Noor. Andrew Wilson and Rattlesnake. This is a panel that is not... I don't see Vince Wilson or Andrew Wilson. I see Rob Noor. I see Destiny. We should have covered that, but apparently there was a lot of looping. So I'm going to fast forward to where I see everybody on screen, and I see a green bar around a... Let me see if I can get to a green bar with Tom. Okay, all right. I got a green bar with Tom. All right. Let's add them to the screen. Let's remove them, and let's do an intro. Is my lighting just a little bit off over here? Yeah. Okay. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never-Trump Republican, and an enjoyer of alternative media and online politics. There is a debate between a friend of mine, Corbin Sales, another friend of mine, Doghouse, also known as Vince Wilson, a guy named Rattlesnake or something like that, who apparently has a shitload of subs and is actually pretty popular on the right wing. And then, of course, our dear friend, Andrew Wilson, formerly known as Big Papa Fascist and Debate Pervert. So we're going to go ahead and watch them debating whether or not Trump is concentrating power and whether or not that's a good thing. I'm going to approach this, since I'm friends with Doghouse and I'm friends with Corbin Sales, I'm going to approach this as I'm seeing how my friends did in a debate, and I'm going to give feedback for the line of argumentation that I would have made had I been there, because I was supposed to be there, but I was in the hospital at the time. Let's go.
Executive, and if so, sometimes they might agree that the executive should have more power, and so then you can have a conversation about whether or not that should be the case. So we'll go ahead and start opening statements, and we'll do every other. So we'll just go across the screen and start with Andrew. 2 minutes, sir. You're on mute.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Andrew.
Already. All right, so I'll make it short and sweet. A thing I hear often is that Trump's a dictator, he's a Nazi, he's a fascist, he's evil, he's mean, blah, 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 blah. He's a threat
True
to our very democracy.
True.
When pushed on these claims, though, progressive scumbags usually talk about tariffs. That's usually what they do. Like,
oh, okay. I know I'm supposed to be watching the debate, but I'm already getting angry. How about trying to overthrow the government on January 6th in the false elector scheme? How about the dismissal of random administrative officials for reasons of like insufficient loyalty? How about backstabbing one of the greatest generals in recent American history, General James Mattis, who thought that Donald Trump was an effing R-slur? How about setting up the withdrawal of Afghanistan that resulted in a whole bunch of dead people? What about what else would it? So obviously we have the tariffs, which is congressional authority delegated to the presidency. What about increasing the border patrol to be maximally huge? What about deporting people without due process to torture centers in in Central America? What about drone striking a fucking Venezuelan boat without releasing the intel for why that was a justified action just within the past week, without an authorization of use of military force? I mean, that's just off the top of my head. I'm not even trying. That's like me slowly waking up from like I'm just getting my caffeine in. How about all that shit?
I don't like tariffs and stupid shit like that. They never actually tell us how he's a Nazi fascist dictator.
I can.
Evil centralized power, wants to have a fourth term, third and sixth term. I never actually hear any of the reasons. Instead of
How about Steve Bannon saying that he should run for a third term and they support him for a third term? How about Trump memeing about that? How about Trump saying that he wants to run for a third term and that he needs to get there first, but realistically, they're doing legalistic explorations for how he can run as a third term? How about lawyers and MAGA simps and MAGA dick suckers saying that he should run a third term and this is how they would do it? And they specifically highlight what they think would be an exception to, I think, the 22nd and 12th Amendment of the United States, where they're trying to find exceptions to the Constitution of the United States that are clearly invalid. How about that shit?
telling us all how Trump is an evil authoritarian dictator, they bring up everything except how he is one. And I doubt the debate tonight will be any different. Our opponents actually want to say he's so bad they can taste it. They want to say he's a fascist so bad they can taste it. They want to say he's an evil authoritarian dictator so bad they can taste it, but they're not going to because they can't, because they're full of shit.
God, I wish I wasn't pooping blood at this exact moment.
And
I'm not kidding. I was in the hospital with an intestinal infection, and I was actually dying from an intestinal infection at this exact moment.
even though they probably said this, by the way, a million times on their channels, I bet you we go to both their channels, we'll hear the word fascist, dictator, Nazi, I bet you we'll hear all that shit. And the one place we're not going to hear it is here tonight, though.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That's I bet you we won't hear it tonight. Because when the rubber meets the road, they fall flat every single time. So tonight's debate is on if Trump is centralizing power, if that's a good thing or not a good thing. I don't see how he's centralizing power. He basically has what's afforded to him by Article 2 of the Constitution and some legislation after that, like the Patriot Act, both of which he had nothing to do with. Many of the other legislative powers that he would have, he doesn't actually have anything to do with. They were there before he ever came into office. He complies with the Supreme Court of the United States. He often fights with the lower courts, which presidents tend to do, and he has every right to do so. So I've never really heard a compelling case for this supposed accumulation of power beyond his office. Checks and balances are still in place. There isn't a constitutional crisis last time I looked. So what these guys
What about the false elector scheme, Andrew?
are talking about, I have no idea. But what they're not actually going to be talking about is how he's centralizing power. They're going to key in on points which are completely irrelevant. But not to worry, guys. I'm going to bring it right back to this. I promise you.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Corbin.
Well, there's a lot of different aspects, I guess, of Trump's authoritarianism that you could talk about. I kind of want to key in on specifically, I think, the erosion of federal and state powers under his administration, whether it be through things like the federalization of the National Guard in LA.
True.
Or quid pro quos with Eric Adams to enact his agenda on immigration.
Damn.
That's kind of the area I wanted to focus on today. I'm not as keened in on tariffs or whether or not Trump has the ability to enact those. That's kind of a separate question. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the main points I want to hit on is how he's trying to enact federal law on a state level.
All right. Awesome. Jake, 2 minutes.
Fire W says, did I see your notes about Kemalism? Kemalism. I did, and I have a note in order to research it.
Sir.
Thank you very much for having me today, Tom Foolery. It's good to see you. It's even good to be here with the libs today. It's good to see you guys too, libs.
Yeah, good to see you.
So I am not American. I'm Australian. I don't exactly live in Britain.
Christ, I wish I would have been here for this.
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
I don't exactly live and breathe the politics, but from an outside point looking in, I think that Trump is doing actually a really good job. The idea that he's some sort of authoritarian is nonsense. And I'm looking forward to getting into some definitions of what exactly you guys mean by authoritarian. What I see is a leader doing what he was elected to do, essentially. I mean, taking back the power from entrenched elites, NGOs, and bureaucrats who were never chosen by the people. Few quick points. I mean, Trump doesn't necessarily look to me as though he's consolidating power anywhere near the levels that his critics claim, especially with claims like fascist and authoritarian and the likes. He's cutting down on bureaucracies that run the country without accountability. Under Biden, elected officials were making the big decision.
Oh, he meant to say unelected officials. We have to do it. We got to paint. We got to paint, guys. It's paint time. Paint stream, paint stream, paint stream, paint stream. First, he says, Doobie has been incredibly reasonable. Almost everything I see from the guy, the hate is majority misplaced for this guy. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Doobie do anything too crazy. I think his Red Sea crisis take is batshit, but that's fine. We're all allowed to have cringe takes every now and then. Melody says the Aaron versus Pisco about the Prime Kai debate was insane. She is a crazy good manipulator. Based. I love it when a girl manipulates people. Eric Dom says, I agree with nearly all of your prescriptions except for the gun ones, not because I disagree with the latter ones, but because I don't know how much about the pros and cons of high gun ownership versus law. Okay, we'll do that too. That might be an appropriate drawing for later. Let's try to focus on the substance of the debate. Otherwise, we're only going to get 20 minutes into the content, as I am wont to do. So, all right, this is fascism. All right, this is fascism. I'm so happy I get to draw this right now. I'm so happy because I've talked about it so many times, and I've never really drawn it, truth be told. Is there a way to make him have like a more manly chest? I could give him some pectorals, right? Some pectorals. Some man boobs. I'll do that. All right, then I should give him beefier arms, but we're just going to go for we're just going for descriptive accuracy, not for necessarily like the best human drawing ever. All right, so government. All right. Political corporatism, which I agree with. All right. Political corporatism is treating the state, treating the nation, okay, as a human body. And so you need to come up with your metaphors for how this works within your own head, okay? And the metaphors that I often hear, or I used to hear when I was researching this, is that, as an example, the government is the brain, all right? That's why I put it near the head. Then, let's say that we had a little heart, okay? The little heart. Let's draw another line. This is the economy, okay? The economy is ultimately what is required in order to keep a functioning state. You need to have a pumping economy, all right? Let's say that the bones of the state, or the bones of the nation, are like your culture, okay? So let's write that down. Culture. And what's like another example of a facet of society, I guess? Like let's do the digestive system, okay? The digestive system could be, you could analogize this 10 different ways, but the digestive system would be how you eliminate waste. So let's say it's like, and I hate to say this, like, I'm not trying to say this like in a Nazi way. I'm trying to say this in a normal way, but like hospice care, insane asylums, public hospitals, all that kind of stuff. And this isn't to like degrade these institutions. This is actually trying to enforce it, because if you don't have a digestive tract, if you don't have the ability to deal with the dead or deal with the insane or the infirm or whatever, you're going to have an unhealthy society. The same way that if your economy isn't pumping properly, you're not going to do well. The same way that if you don't have a culture that's pro-social, that is actually trying to make it's trying to stabilize and make the world a better place, then you're not making like a good society, I suppose. And with the government, if you have a bad government, then it can dysregulate the entire system and destroy the entire system. And then let's say that we have like white blood cells, the immune system. I guess I'm gonna just make like a little, what would be, I guess I'll just make a dot. Let's say that we have the immune system and it's a white blood cell, and you guys can just remember this, but the white blood cell is like law enforcement, right? White blood cell is law enforcement because they attack viruses and other pathogens that will destroy the system if they're left unchecked. And let's say that the skin, let me use a square. Let's say we do, that's not good. I need the line tool, I guess. And then let's say the skin is like the military. Okay, the bones are culture because that's what you're defending. But the skin is the military because it's the protective layer that protects everything that's underneath. And so the whole point of this is that if you conceptualize skin is military, if you conceptualize this properly, this is actually a perfectly decent metaphor for the way that a society should operate. And what fascists say is that within liberal societies, within dysgenic societies, within societies that have bad governance or a ill-working economy or a disruptive culture or bad skin or no white blood cells or no digestive system, what happens is that the body becomes dysregulated to the point that it becomes self-destructive and eventually the nation state dies. And so what fascists try to do, because this concept of political corporatism, is fairly robust, is they say that it is the job of the fascist not to care necessarily about how you get into power over these institutions. It's the job of the fascist to get into power over these institutions and then make them good for the entire political corporative body. That's fascism. And I know you're like, damn, that kind of sounds like wholesome. But the problem with fascism is that they don't care about how they seize power. And so oftentimes the way that they seize power is dubious or evil, or it destroys the very thing that it's trying to protect. It destroys the skin or the bones or the heart or the brain. And so that's kind of my argument against fascists, is that since they don't really care about how you achieve power, they just want to achieve and maintain power, they ultimately destroy that which they seek to protect. And so, yeah, that's fascism, bro. So I'm going to put, this is realistically political corporatism. Political corporatism is, it's not like, the reason why people use political corporatism in order to describe the state seizing power over the economy. And this is like the perfect example, by the way. This would have been the perfect example if I was in this debate yesterday, or if I was in this debate last week, is that the way that fascists oftentimes seize power over the economy is they get into government and then they exclusively deal with people who are sympathetic to their aims within the economy, and they create cronyism. In Trump's crypto scam, him rug pulling his own people, him allowing foreign nations to donate cash to him for like international influence, is the exact way that the Nazi party of 1930s and 40s Germany operated. If you were a fan of the Nazi party, you got your contracts, you got your deals, you got your government subsidies, you got this, you got that. If you were a critic of the fascist government, you didn't get dick. And if anything, you got overly regulated and burdened by the state to the point that you were destroyed and no longer economically viable. So yeah, so fuck that. And Donald Trump absolutely does all this shit. And the crypto scam is the perfect example of how the government seizes influence over the heartbeat of the nation by manipulating the economy through nepotism and cronyism. Culture, same thing with culture. The reason why Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and a whole bunch of critics, Bill Gates, massive critics of the Trump administration, is because they're trying to, the government is trying to influence culture and the culture is trying to influence government. Same thing with the skin, like the military. Him replacing high-level leadership with his sycophants is him dysregulating the skin, but making it more amenable to his seizure of power. So yeah, so fuck this. We're already off to a bad start, and you know, I haven't even let Corbin or Vince respond yet. So we'll obviously give them an opportunity to respond. But if you don't understand this idea, hopefully you understand this idea now. This is like, if you want to fight a fascist, it's vitally important that you understand political corporatism, and it's vitally important that you understand flexible authoritarianism. Political corporatism. I should probably do a flexible authoritarianism map, but for the sake of flow, I'm going to continue the content, and I'll draw flexible authoritarianism in a bit.
That's the real deep state. So Trump is just following through on campaign promises to dismantle it. To the extent that he's consolidating power, I don't think there's anything unusual. Every president does this, and I feel as though the leftists do this just as much, and they're just grumpy because they're not really used to seeing Republicans do this. And the third one, I'd say, to the extent if you guys can...
First, he asked about red flag laws. I actually like red flag laws. We can talk about it later.
Can bring up some examples, and if you guys can convince us that he is consolidating power in various different areas, then I would like to see why that's wrong and why that's actually a bad thing, particularly in terms of the border. I mean, I think that the gentleman before me brought up that one, so that'll be an interesting one to go into. And as somebody from the great land of Australia down under,
Connor, can you admit it's just your financial incentive to be unprincipled in your choice of association and therefore do so? It's not a massive bullet to bite. For example, Dan Saltman is liked. When the fuck is that ever a principle? Sorry, you guys are pissing me off. It's so annoying. I feel like I repeat myself all the fucking time. Because you guys have the same talking points all the fucking time. Where do you see this principle implemented in my content? You're saying the principle is, you're saying, this is what you're saying. I'm going to put this in like level 72. Don't associate, hold on, let me make it big. Don't associate with people with bad behavior who have different principles than you. This is the principle that you're saying that I have. Wait, hold on. Don't associate with people with bad behaviors don't associate with people with bad behaviors who have different principles than you. I'm going to fucking raffle stomp you right now, okay? Who have different principles than you. This is the principle that you say I've had. So let's go ahead and check and see if I've ever lived that principle. Okay? Let's go back 5 years, because I have 5 years of content. Like 2 or 3 years ago, I moved all the politics channel to a secondary channel, and then that's kind of this shit. But let's go ahead and see where it's at. So we got Faraday Speaks, liberal, progressive. We have totally different values on a healthy chunk of stuff. Vosh, Lolicon, spoke with Vosh, hung out with Vosh. Destiny, you hate him now. Rose Wrist and I, Rose Wrist is a fucking sock them. Talking about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson and I are 90% aligned, but you probably think he's a bad guy. Here's me talking to Mike from PA, one of the biggest fucking pieces of shit on the internet. Here's Gassim, a Sudanese progressive who I really enjoy talking to. Fundamentally good human being, but we massively disagree on politics. This is Endernax. He's become like a Christian nationalist, groiper, larper, dickhead. Despite the fact that he's rude as shit on social media, I still love Endernax and think he's overall, he pays his bills, he takes care of his wife, he takes care of his family, but he's effectively a fucking Nazi right now. And I'm friends with Endernax. Lauren Southern was like queen of the dissident right, queen of Nazi light propaganda bullshit. We're internet friends. I don't hear you bitching about fucking Lauren Southern. Here's Extreme Dad. He was accused of sexual impropriety in Vosh's Discord. That was largely bullshit. I'll give him that, but he's not a nice person. Dylan Burns, Riley Grace Roshong. Riley Grace Roshong is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. We massively disagree on politics. Same thing with Dylan Burns. Here's Gassim again. Here's Dylan Blay. Here's Hippie Dippy Debates. Here's Larry Sharp, a libertarian who I could not be more antithetical to. I genuinely hate his fucking worldview. Here's me talking to the serfs. Are you getting a fucking picture of it yet? Do you understand that this has never been my principle? Here's Ico Rules being a bitch. Here's this fucking pro-cop guy being a piece of shit, AJW. Here's me talking to Big Papa Fascist. Here's me talking to a Canadian counter-terror expert. Where the fuck has it ever been my policy? Here's a schizo-religious gal. Here's some more liberals. Here's a libertarian. Here's Nick Fuentes. 2 years ago, I talked to Nick Fuentes, the king of the Christian nationalist Nazis. Here's a libertarian lawyer. Have I made my fucking point yet? You keep saying that it's like, it's your principle to never associate with bad. Here's Carissa Avalone, by the way. I'm going to be a little mean. I'm sorry, Hunter. I'm sorry, Carissa. This is Carissa Avalone, who was a normie at the time, but she fucking left her family to go be a pornographic actress to get a fucking piss gangbang. Right? Now, I didn't know that at the time, truth be told, and I'm not going to be her friend. But if Carissa Avalone was like, hey, Connor, I want to do content together. I want to talk about XYZ topic. Let's talk about it. Here's Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl is the closest thing to a pedophile you can get without actually being a pedophile. He steelmans pedophilic positions constantly. And by the way, I'm not talking to food shops, not out of some, like crazy principled position. It's because I believe that her perspective, like if she wanted to debate economics or the military industrial complex or fascism, then like maybe we could work out the levels of our debate. But if she wants to debate whether or not it's okay to look at kids, then no, I'm not going to have that debate. Your position is beneath contempt. Here's Brianna Wu. She's like the biggest Zio shill on the fucking planet. So anyways, where the fuck is this principle that you say that I've held that I'm betraying? Don't associate with people with bad behaviors who have different principles than you. Where the fuck was this ever the case? Please tell me. Where the fuck did I ever live or ever indicate that this is how I was going to operate within Twitch and YouTube politics? Please fucking tell me. So no, I don't agree with you. Fuck your perspective.
And who's traveled the world a lot. I will say this. Countries like mine, the UK, and much of Europe have been wrecked by weak borders and liberal globalist policies. And America is somewhat of the last frontier as I see it. If Trump succeeds, he actually sets an example that the Western world desperately needs. So I don't think he's a dictator in the making. I think he's doing what the left has been doing and has done for themselves. And the only difference is this time it's not on their terms. So with that, I'll get on to the next one.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And then also, Corbin, double check your mic. I'm not positive that you're on the wrong mic, but you might be. And then Vince, go ahead. 2 minutes, sir.
Be on the right one.
Yes, sir. All right. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? Let's keep focused.
Sorry, real quick. I'm going to listen to Doghouse and I'm going to give him my undivided attention in a moment. Gen X says, did you see Dan's tweet yesterday from Cuomo? Wouldn't it be hilarious if Mandami lost because of Hassan Piker? Unironically, I wanted to post that meme where it's like, please God, make this happen because it would be so fucking funny. But then I got busy with something else. If the Republican and if Eric Adams, is that the current mayor who's running as an independent? If Eric Adams and the Republican were like, oh shit, Mandami's actually a massive piece of shit for hanging out with Hassan Piker, we're going to drop out and endorse Cuomo, and then Cuomo won, I would laugh so hard, I would cry. I would laugh so hard. I don't think that Eric Adams will. I don't think that the Republican will. I think they have their own interests for why they're going to stay in the race. but I would cry from laughing so hard.
Focus on this. This is at the core of the debate right now, not whether or not necessarily Donald Trump is in fact an authoritarian, whether or not he is a fascist. That is the topic of the debate. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? The answer is absolutely yes, through emergency powers, lawsuits.
I also like this assertion, and one of the perfect things, Doghouse just said it too. The emergency powers, the use of the Aliens and Seditions Act improperly in order to declare Tren de Aragua like a invading military. That's obviously an abuse of the intent of the original law.
Even threats of military force. Trump has pushed the boundaries of executive authority. His intentions were clear when he stated, I have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. Each time power shifts away from Congress and the courts, we inch closer to authoritarian rule. Notice what I said, inch closer to authoritarian rule. A system where one man makes the laws and is accountable to no one but himself. That's it.
All right.
Closer to authoritarian rule. A system where one man makes the laws and is accountable to no one but himself.
I would be okay with this if he specifically cited the 2022 tweet where we can ignore the Constitution because of the massive electoral voter fraud that still hasn't been proven. And also if he paired it with he who saves his nation breaks no law. I would be okay with this statement. But I do think that if you're going to debate fascism, you need to understand political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism.
That's it.
All right.
Sorry, is my mic okay now? Or
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah. Okay.
all right. Yeah, sorry, I'm on my mobile mic. It's kind of crappy. I don't have my regular one with me right now.
No problem. So yeah, for the most part, I'll let you guys lead the conversation. If there's parts that I want to clarify, please allow me to jump in for a minute and just clarify things. Sometimes for you guys, sometimes for the audience, sometimes just for myself because I'm not all that right. But with you guys having the claim, I will let Vince go ahead and jump us off.
Sure. Andrew, you said that Trump did not defy the Supreme Court. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what higher court rulings have been issued by the Supreme Court, which he's defying?
Well, I'm asking you. You said he did not defy the Supreme Court. So what do you mean by he has not defied the Supreme Court? What are you saying by that?
To my knowledge, the Supreme Court has not issued any rulings in which he is not complying with.
Okay, that's fundamentally incorrect. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they ordered that they facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia in an expedient manner, and a court was on the verge of holding them in contempt for violating the court order. So that's inaccurate right there. Okay.
Right. So what about Abrego Garcia when I believe
Boom! Thank you, Doghouse. Go for it.
On April 10th, the Supreme Court ruled they needed to facilitate the return of the administration, facilitate the return, and then the administration then dragged their feet, ignoring Judge Paul Zinnes to return them. And
True, Doghouse. True. All right. I'm liking this so far. I need to use the restroom, and like I said, I was literally in the hospital last week with an intestinal issue, so I am not ignoring my body when it tells me I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. ChairPoints is going to lovingly react. I need to get like a face for like ChairPoints. Like I need to get something that I need to like decorate this pillow, this like magnetic pillow. I need to decorate the magnetic pillow with a face so it can react in my absence. But I'll be right back.
it was not until June 6th, months later, that they ended up returning Abrego Garcia after they said that they had tried and dragged their feet saying they would. It took Judge Zinnes multiple times telling them they needed to facilitate the return, and they did not facilitate the return. So would you agree then on that case that he defied Supreme Court?
I'm really confused. Hang on, I'm really confused. It sounded like you just said the guy was returned.
Oh, so wait, but the original claim was that he did not defy the Supreme Court, right?
I'm confused how he defied the Supreme Court when he returned the guy.
Gotcha. So then he did not defy the Supreme Court initially, then is what you're saying then, right? So you would acknowledge that he.
All branches of government have various processes in which they go down, right? And there was a process which was involved with this. They went through the process and then they complied with the Supreme Court and returned him.
What was the process here? Judge Zinnes said to return him, and they did not. Did they not?
Yeah, it seems like it was after the fact.
They did, didn't they? Didn't they return him?
It was after the
Didn't they in fact return him? Didn't they in fact return him?
Didn't they defy the Supreme Court? Did they not
my
defy the Supreme
question.
Court?
Did they
Answer my question. Did they defy the? Did they? As soon as you answer mine, I'll answer yours. Did you defy? You can't answer my question. You said after I called you out on it. You said they didn't defy. Okay.
No.
So Andrew Wilson is redefining how we're talking about defying the Supreme Court. It was clearly defined.
Can you answer my question? Did they return him?
Them returning it does not change or negate the fact
yes or no. Remember how I said no? Yes or no, fucker.
Oh, it's not yes or no. Hey, it's not a yes or no answer.
My God,
I can go ahead and say
you stupid loser. Fuck. Answer my fucking question. Yes or no? Did they return him?
Well, he is trying to start with a yes or no and then give the
fucking question. I don't want it. Here's what I don't want in this debate. I don't want mealy mouth bullshit. Just answer the fucking questions and I'll answer yours. That's how a debate should work. Now answer my fucking question. Did they return the guy or not?
Yes.
Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. Yes, exactly. That's the problem here. And that Andrew, when he realized, because he sat here and said initially that we're not going to bring any examples. Once I brought an example, he got scared and realized, oh, I have to pivot to say, well, they eventually brought him back, but it doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. They initially defied it, and you were proven wrong immensely when I said that. You weren't prepared for Supreme facts, were you, Andrew?
So they went through the process and then they went.
You got me. They went through the process and then returned him. Oh my God! Constitutional crisis. Holy shit! What an authoritarian dictator! You got me.
It was Andrew.
Andrew.
It was
shit.
After.
Shit.
It was after the Supreme Court.
I quit this debate. Oh my God! I'm just fucking destroyed. Fucking idiot. They returned him. They went through a process. Yes, that's how it works.
This is hilarious. He's trying to redefine how define works. Do we need to pull up the definition of define, Andrew?
Well, I think at this point we would have to say that
define,
because it sounds like
definition for definition.
Vince, you're saying that they defied the courts for a time and then eventually abided by the court order. Correct, Vince?
Sure. But
okay.
The question was, Andrew asked,
sure, exactly. So you're saying that they
initially defied the Supreme Court.
You're saying for that period of time, what was it,
yes.
2-3 months you're saying they defied the courts for that period of time, and Andrew's saying, okay, they eventually got it. So Andrew, do you agree that they defied the courts?
Doesn't change the fact they defied the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think that when you have court rulings, especially and new court rulings, especially, there's usually a process for compliance. So this will happen on every level of government, whether or not this is executive branch or not. There's going to be a process in which to comply. And I think they went through a process for compliance with that ruling. They wanted to exhaust all of their avenues on it. I would do the same exact thing if I was an executive. When they couldn't exhaust anymore, they followed through with what the order was. This is how branches of government work. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. That's how they work.
Yeah, that's total evasion of the point. The point is that when the federal government, the federal judiciary gives you a ruling, you either appeal or comply. Don't delay. Like you can appeal it to a higher court, absolutely. But I don't even think they appealed it. I think they just delayed. Like the judge almost found them in contempt multiple times.
Yeah, the way it works is that when someone sits there and a judge says to bring them back and they drag their feet after numerous times of being told to bring them back. And by the way that they were arguing this was they were arguing on the case of saying that this is facilitate. And so they argued on that merit alone. But the problem is they continued to drag their feet. So again, you want to pivot off with it, that's fine. We can talk about the judicial injunctions if you like, about how they're defying those injunctions, namely the Harvard Research Grant funding, federal grant and loans frozen, tariffs under the International Emergency Economics Power Act. We can talk about that, which is a big theme of this administration.
You're just reading your talking points. Let me bring up the next point then. I'll bring up the next point since we gave you guys the first.
You're not going to engage on that, are you? Okay, let's go on to the next point.
Hang on. We'll get back to it. But don't you think it's fair that if you get a point to bring up, that we can bring up a point as well? And it was something which was mentioned in the.
I'd like you to address my point, but if you want to go.
Okay, so anyway, you brought up what happened in the LA riots as part of your point for authoritarianism. This is over to Corbin.
I did, or Corbin? Okay.
Corbin, whose name is not yours. So anyway, Corbin, you brought this up as though this was some authoritarian act by the Trump administration. Are you aware, like we watched those riots every single night on sometimes as many as 15, 20 cameras at a time, watching what was going on, watching the my
what a pivot.
I'm not
No,
allowed to
because
say
again,
anything.
I think this is hysterical.
No.
Andrew, I just called Andrew out
You
on
get-
3 other particular
Let him
issues,
ask his
and
question
Andrew
real
just
quick.
totally pivoted over to the LA
Well,
riot.
let him ask
This
his
is
question
hysterical.
first.
Let
Let him ask
Okay,
his
he
question
gets brought up
first.
in the
Let
opening
him,
statement.
let him
Andrew.
ask his question.
Real quick.
Mhm.
Just let me. Yeah, let Andrew.
I mean, are you sure? It seems that the Vince is very upset that we're allowed to have points and he's allowed to have points. I'm sorry about that, Vince. But
I
anyway,
asked you to
back
address
this.
my points that you are running
I
away
not-
from.
did I
You're running
not tell
away
you-
from them. Why are you running away from them?
Did I not tell you that we would come? Did I not tell you that we could come
Yeah.
right back to this?
Well-
You get a point, we get a point. Isn't that fair?
Can Andrew just ask
But
himself?
it works where you
Yeah,
address
isn't that
my
fair?
point. You're okay. That's
anyway,
fine. Run away, Andrew.
yeah.
Go.
This is where guys debates like kind of get away from me a little bit. I'm listening, but like I don't mind you trying to hold his feet to the fire, and I also don't mind you pointing out that he's being evasive, especially if he doesn't return after you point out that he's being evasive. However, I think that oftentimes with these we have like a dual responsibility when we're doing debates. The responsibility is to articulate our worldview, fight them as aggressively as possible, make the other person look like an asshole, make us look smart, et cetera, et cetera. Like do well within the debate. But the other responsibility, in my opinion, is making the conversation entertaining. And so for me, I would rather see at this point, I'm perfectly fine with you pointing out that he's being evasive. However, I would rather see Corbin and him fight about the LA riots. And then once they're done fighting with the LA riots, you come back in and say, hey, I made 3 points that you haven't addressed yet. Can you please address those? Because I feel like they're like fundamental to pointing out that Trump is an authoritarian dickbag. And maybe that'll happen. Let's see.
Go ahead. Run away, Andrew.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great.
Go ahead.
So yeah. Okay. Run away from this point, Vince. You're just running away. You're just filibustering, making sure that your partner can't ever respond because you're a fucking coward. Anyway,
You're running
Corbin,
away from addressing the
where I
point because you're
was-
afraid
I don't like meta conversations about debates.
of actually engaging with the
Before
facts of the
I
case
was
because you don't like
so
engaging with the facts.
rudely interrupted by your dork.
Oh,
debate
beefies.
partner.
Go ahead.
Juby says, just say R slurred. No, I can't. So Valor Media Network allows me to do schizo internet politics because let's face it, it brings in some cash. And, it's funny. It's funny to them that they have this almost 40-year-old man going into the world of online politics to debate schizophrenics. And frankly, I think it's a metric leader on the channel, truth be told, because they have a bunch of 40 to 60-year-old wholesome men and women trying to teach themselves and each other about how to be a decent person in the world. But the truth is that that's not as fun as schizophrenic online political content. But there are some members of the Valor Media Network who are R-slur negative. They do not enjoy the R-slur the way that I do. They have a different perspective on the R-slur. And so as a result, I have to minimize / try to avoid my addiction to the R-slur. So, no, sorry.
I would like to have you actually address this. So we were watching these on the cams each night, and we saw that the police were clearly standing down. They were not enforcing the order of law. We come to find out later that there was many NGOs which were funding these riots, many NGOs. In fact, the whole thing was funded by NGOs, especially their famous Day of Rage. Why is it that you think that Trump shouldn't have sent in the Marines in order to bring law and order back to Los Angeles when this was going on? Why?
Okay. Let me show you why. Okay. Because these are not existential threats to liberty the way that a central federal army is. Okay. And paint points. Paint points time. Painter points. So when it comes to the military, the way that I understand it is that we got the federal military, we got the National Guards, we got a bunch of those. And then we have local law enforcement. And there is a buttload more local law enforcement than there is the National Guard, right? The National Guard correlates with the states. They're effectively the army of each respective state. Bear in mind that we are a collection of states that originally was designed to be semi-sovereign and autonomous entities. So let's say that we have the federal military, and let's bring it down to 22. Let's make our box an appropriate size. And I'll keep talking while I'm drawing. But effectively, the federal military should absolutely be an item of last resort. And the reason why is because the chain of command for a city that's experiencing a civil disturbance is, first of all, the mayor, then the governor, then and then the governor controls the National Guard. And so because you don't want the federal military stomping down on civil unrest whenever it occurs, because effectively what you do is you incentivize local problems to not be handled at the local level. And then not only for them to not be handled at the local level, but for local leaders to know that if they fuck up, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because the federal government's going to come bail you out. So it actually like stops the responsiveness of local governments from dealing with the problems that they need to deal with. And the problem with that, of course, is that let's say that the mayor of LA lets LA burn to the ground. He's like a Nero figure. He just wants it to burn to the ground. And so as a result, local citizens are left to the wolves, kind of the way that they were during the Rodney King riots. Well, what's going to happen is a shitload of people are going to move out of LA, right? They're going to lose economically productive, socially productive people. They're going to say, fuck you. You didn't respond to this crisis in a timely manner that actually protected the good, law-abiding citizens of this community. Therefore, we're going to vote with our feet and we're going to leave. And so as a result, what ends up happening is people vote with their feet, or they vote democratically and they say the mayor's incompetent. He didn't respond to this crisis. Therefore, F him, right? When you send in the federal troops, you're preventing that process from occurring. You're also preventing the process of, you're also preventing the process of a governor being able to respond. A governor should be able to respond with the National Guard as well. And if he doesn't respond adequately, then maybe he should be deposed through an election. Deposed might be the wrong word. But the whole point of this is that law enforcement is at the mayoral level. Mayors are effectively the chief executive officers of law enforcement. So LAPD, counties, I think, are oftentimes run by commissions or county commissioners. But the point is that at the county level, if there's county property that's being burned, then the sheriff's office responds. If it's at the city level, the city responds. If the city can't handle it, they can call in the county. They can handle local events. And if it gets out of hand, then the governor, at the request of the mayor, can dispatch the National Guard. These are not threats to liberty within the United States of America, because these are the natural parts, in my opinion, of local governance. The National Guard is at the state level, the law enforcement agencies are at the municipal level, and the federal military is at the federal level. Now, the federal military can be deployed and was deployed to protect federal property. And the reason why Trump was allowed to get away with deploying the Marines was because he deployed them exclusively to protect federal property. But the whole point of this is that, in my opinion anyways, that you have these three brackets of things, because the federal military ultimately is a threat to liberty. That's the whole point. All you have to do is read the Founding Fathers. All you have to do is read like Federalist 29 and Federalist 46 for the way that they view the balance between the militia and a standing army. You can see the Founding Fathers having complete hostility to a standing army. And so right now, while Andrew can make this line of argumentation of like, well, what's the bad that really occurred? Well, the bad that's really occurred is that you've normalized dispatching the federal military for state level and city level crises. That's the problem. That's something that's been talked about not only by our founding fathers, but it's been talked about by nearly every president who dealt with a domestic disturbance in the first place. So realistically, like, Andrew Wilson should love Lincoln. He should love Lincoln. I don't know how he feels about Abraham Lincoln. Maybe he loves Lincoln. But Lincoln used the federal military when the states moved away from the Union. He used the federal military in order to squash the states, in order to bring about number one, an end to their rebellion against the United States of America, but also to end the institution of slavery. So I don't know how he feels about that. I would love the opportunity to ask him about it, but he should be like, based off of his current line of argumentation, he should fucking love Abraham Lincoln. He should be like, that's the best thing that ever happened. I hate slavery and I love federal power. So, so what is it? Abraham Lincoln burning the South and slash and burning all the way down the Mississippi and burning Atlanta was actually awesome. That'd be great. That'd be something I'd love to ask him.
Well, I think it's
Doesn't that seem like it's well within the purview? Hang on. Let me finish the question. I'm almost done.
Mhm.
Don't you think that's well within the purview of the executive under Article 2?
No, so specifically
What subsection? Article 2 is huge.
the reason that I said it was an example of an erosion between state and federal power is Trump was federalizing the National Guard at the behest of the head of the state,
That's only supposed to happen when the governors request it.
that being Governor Newsom, when he didn't have the authority to. It violated that.
He does have the
Statute-
authority to federalize.
Well,
the
Section
National Guard.
12406 that he cited in his executive order to try and federalize the National Guard states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state, that being Newsom. And Newsom felt like the National Guard wasn't needed in that instance.
The National Guard is they are
Yeah, Dewey says Connor fears righteous piracy. No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I would welcome the opportunity to go. If somebody was to walk up to me, Dewey's talking about the Red Sea crisis, where the country of Yemen is currently blockading. What is it? The Strait of Hormuz, something like that. They're blockading a 30-mile wide area, in the Red Sea in order to block commercial shipping. So for me, no, I would if I didn't have a family and some contractor was like, hey, we're gonna let you get on a commercial vessel. We're gonna give you drone jammers. We're gonna give you assault rifles, and we're gonna give you the ability to kill Somali pirates, and we're gonna give you the ability to use a shotgun to shoot down Houthi drones. If I didn't have a family, I'd be all about that shit. I think that would be an awesome job to sail through the Red Sea armed to the teeth, protecting international shipping and killing pirates. It would be awesome.
GIs. They are government issue. It is true that the state can deploy them, but ultimately they serve the behest of the president of the United States.
No, they're
Fuck that. He's saying National Guard is like naturally under the chain of command of the federal government. No, it's only supposed to be under the federal government during emergencies. What's the chain of command for the National Guard? Let's go ahead and verify this just so I'm not like chatting shit out of my ass. National Guard chain of command. National Guard chain of command has both state and federal aspects, with state governors commanding units for state missions and the President of the United States having the authority to federalize the Guard for national missions. At the federal level, the Chief of the National Guard Bureau is a senior advisor to the President, Secretary of Defense, and a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Okay. For state level operations, the state governor is the top authority and the state adjutant general. So let's do examples of federal. What are federal missions of the National Guard? Because they were actually, believe it or not, they were called into service and deployed in Iraq. The federal mission of the National Guard is to serve as a trained and ready reserve force for the U.S. military, providing units and personnel for national defense and overseas military operations as directed by the presidents. This includes deploying soldiers and airmen for combat, support roles, and specialized missions, as well as contributing to homeland security through operations like airspace security and counter-drug efforts. So Homeland Defense. The Guard also supports Homeland Defense through a range of missions, including counter-drug operations and providing specialized response capabilities for events involving weapons of mass destruction. When activated for federal missions, the President of the United States exercises command and control over the National Guard. So I want to know that there's obviously going to be a legalistic thing. It's probably here that's going to discuss when the National Guard can be activated for federal missions. The federal missions are not law enforcement. The National Guard, I don't think, is allowed to do law enforcement. Now, they're allowed to do like security. And what I mean by that is, let's say that there's a federal building that's under attack and it doesn't make sense to mobilize the Marines or other federal DoD personnel, Department of War personnel, in order to secure the building. National Guard is a hybrid of state and federal power. So you mobilize the National Guard in order to protect that resource. That, I think, would be like a federal mission. But if you were having National Guard troops patrolling American cities at the behest of the President of the United States in order to deter and or detain people committing crimes, I actually do not know if they've been vested with the authority to do that. I unironically do not know and think it's like antithetical to posse comitatus. Posse comitatus, let's go ahead and look that up real quick. Posse comitatus. This is how you lose a republic, by the way. Posse comitatus is Latin for power of the county and refers to both the historical concept of citizens being conscripted by a sheriff to enforce the law and a federal law prohibiting the use of U.S. military personnel for civilian law enforcement. The Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits the use of federal military personnel for domestic law enforcement purposes. Enacted, I just said that. The Posse Comitatus Act explained. The Posse Comitatus Act bars federal troops from participating in civilian law enforcement except when expressly authorized by law. This nearly 150-year-old law embodies an American tradition that sees military interference in civilian affairs as a threat to both democracy and personal liberty. However, recent events have revealed dangerous gaps in law's coverage that Congress must address. What does the term posse comitatus mean? In British and American law, a posse comitatus is a group of people who are mobilized by the sheriff to suppress lawlessness in the county. In any classic Western film, when a lawman gathers a posse to pursue the outlaws, they are forming a posse comitatus. The posse comitatus is so named because one of the things it prohibits is using soldiers rather than civilians as a posse comitatus. So you guys could read this, but the whole point is that you're supposed to separate law enforcement from the military explicitly so you don't become an authoritarian dictatorship. So the fact that Andrew Wilson is like, oh yeah, it's chill. Okay, well, you've just conceded that Trump is consolidating power and using the federal government to assert authority over local thing. I think that whether or not anybody realized it, he just conceded the debate. The debate should move to, okay, we understand that he centralized power. We understand that he's using federal troops against the Posse Comitatus Act in order to try to enforce civilian law, which he almost admits to through his line of argumentation, without declaring, what is it? There's like an Insurrection Act or something like that. You can declare the Insurrection Act. That's one of the exceptions of the Posse Comitatus law. So he should say, oh yeah, he's consolidating power, but it's a good thing. That's where the debate should move.
Police. They belong to the state. They're under the purview of the government.
Oh, okay. So the federal government can't mobilize the National Guard for the purpose of war, and neither can the president. Is that correct?
No, they can, but they have to do so. Specifically, there's a differentiation between state level and federal level missions. And then the state level, it looks like, I don't know, like drug interdiction or something was one of the exceptions. I'm interested.
Well, they can, but there has to be a process for it. There has to
Ooh, go Corbin, go.
I see.
Under section 12406, under section 12406 that Trump cited in his executive order as to why he had the ability to federalize the National Guard and deploy them to LA, states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state. And Gavin Newsom did not give Trump consent to federalize the National Guard.
He doesn't need consent. He's the commander in chief. He can send in the Marines if he wants.
Okay, but under that.
Well, so what you're saying is that
right here, dude, right here. If we were going to have an argument about you need like effectively, like I'm not saying Corbin's not going to do it, but you need to bring up posse comitatus now.
I'm actually going to grant this. So I'm actually going to grant that there was a process error here. Let's just grant it for the sake of it and say that you're right, that there's a process error. Trump is the commander. Trump is the commander. Hang on. Calm down, bro. Calm down. I'll grant the argument. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Well, I've let you speak a lot.
Go ahead.
The reason. Wait, fuck! I lost my train. Never mind. Do your thing. I lost my train of thought.
Are you sure? Okay, so you,
Yeah,
you
I
should
lost
just
my
let me
train of
finish.
Sacred Snow, thank you for renewing your membership. I parasocially love you. Quick shill before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Super chats and memberships if you got them.
Finish, bro. I would have let you have all the time in the world to talk. So anyway, the point here is that yes, Trump's a commander in chief.
It's missing the penis. I gotta go back. No way. No way. Okay. Let's make it reasonable, okay? You know, he's not hard right now. What's the You guys are so bad. Oh my god. Okay, so hold on. So testes are for what, like hormonal regulation? Dang, that's too much erasing. Okay, testes are for hormonal regulation, right? So what would hormonal regulation be? I guess it would be like training, right? Like law enforcement and military training, hormonal balance. Oh, we could make this progenitive. So the testes, I would say, are training academia in schools. That's what I would say. It's raising the next generation. It's regulating the culture. So training, education, academia are the testes. And then I guess the penis can be the pronatal pronatal structure through which society revives itself. Pronatal / cultural conservatism that propagates the society. Sorry. All right. So for those of you who have no idea what's going on because you're not looking at the screen, okay? So what happened is I did the political corporatism, which is conceptualizing the government and the nation state as a human body. And by the way, I'm a political corporatist. I think that you should look at systems as if the United States was a holistic being, and you should regulate is a weird word. Regulate, oftentimes people mean it in a legalistic sense, but there's also an interpretation of it that just means regulate means to like train or make normal or to keep a regular schedule, right? That's the way that I'm using regulate. So there's a degree to which I think that like culture can be toxic and destructive. And I think like culture should be regulated to be pro-social and pro-society. Now, of course, we should do this within a free framework. So if somebody wants to make some piece of artwork that's controversial, that's antisocial, that's weird, they should be allowed to do so, but they can be criticized within the pro-social cultural framework. Then same thing with skin. Somebody asked about like shingles. Shingles would obviously be like, let's say that was like the skin attacking itself or the skin being dysregulated in some way. That would just be like a shitty military, right? I'm trying to think of what else. But somebody brought up in chat, they were like, you didn't draw the third leg, of course, talking about somebody's phallus, somebody's testes. And so I would say since testes are a hormonal regulation, that they're effectively training, education, and academia. And then I would say that since the penis is the way in which humans propagate, then it's a pronatal cultural conservatism that propagates the society. So for instance, like half of you are degenerates who don't want kids, and so you're not going to be a part of the perpetuation and propagation and revivification of society. Whereas if you help mentor the next generation even if you don't have kids, if you help mentor the next generation, if you help raise them right, if you try to culturally educate them, et cetera, then that's going to be a perfectly valid way to do things. So yeah, I think that's how I would describe the penis. Now, it looks like we're a little bit lower than usual, and I appreciate you guys for hanging out. So I'm not like criticizing what's going on, but is there something happening right now that's hot? I see the United States Courts of Appeals. I don't think I lost viewers for that. I don't see Destiny live. I don't see Pisco live. I don't see Hutch live. Sometimes Lonerbox will take a chunk out of my audience, which is fine. Lonerbox is an excellent creator. I'm not complaining. Obviously, people vote with their feet, but I am curious if there's something else that's live, that's going on, that's hot, that I'm going to need to react to in the next 24 hours. Because it's just so hot that people are checking it out. So if somebody knows the hot thing that's going down, let me know. Anyways.
Chief. So when I look at Article 2, I mean, he can broadly do what he wants with the military. I mean, he can pretty broadly do that. Him sending in the National Guard, him sending in the Marine Corps, I think he did have executive authority to do. Not only that, I'm not even sure that if I were to grant to you that there was some process error here, how that would necessarily be an him accumulating power to himself. Even if there was a process error, that doesn't seem like an accumulation of centralizing authority. The president already is the commander in chief. Already.
Yeah, but you would say that if he ignores process in order to achieve results that the laws don't allow him to do, then yeah, like that's obviously him accumulating power with which he's not invested. So I think Corbin and Vince can press him right now if they wanted to.
I don't know if I would categorize it as a processing error. I would say it's a direct violation of the statute that he himself cited as to having power to deploy the National Guard.
Do you think that Trump himself sat down in an office and read through all of this? Or do you think that he was reliant on people around him to tell him what authorities he has and doesn't have?
I don't think Trump gives a shit.
Trump's administration, it's the same thing.
Okay, so you think that there's people around him who sat down with him and explained that he has the set authorities, right?
Okay.
No, I think Trump said that he wanted to do something and then he did it, and damn the consequences. It's the same thing with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It's the same thing with the National Guard. Christ, I should have been in this debate.
Can you answer my question? Yeah, sure. So that doesn't sound to me like the process of a person who's trying to accumulate maximum amounts of power to himself, but rather a person who's utilizing. Hang on, man. Let me make the point, and then he can respond. Okay.
So Trump isn't trying to accumulate power, but his administration is. Is that what you're talking?
Okay. So Doobie says, no, that's not a fair response in my opinion. The criticism isn't that you talk to him, it's that you're his friend. Okay, well, my friendship goes beyond bad behavior. Promote him. That's not necessarily happening. And are building a regular show with him, ? So let's write that down. Let's deal with it. Deal with it on its face. I trust Doobie to have a steel man. So let's do a new one. Sure, save levels of military authority. And we're going to let this fly for a little bit longer. Corbin and, I owe Corbin and Vince my breakdown. So we're going to let it fly for like another, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes or so. But we'll move into the next content shortly. I try to do about 2 hours on each content segment, and we're hitting about 2 hours right now. Not specifically on the content. We did spend 45 minutes just chatting shit, but still. Then let's write down what Doobie said, and let's contend with what he's actually saying. The criticism isn't that you talk to him. It's that you're his friend. It's that you promote him. It's that you're building a regular show with him. Okay. And then there's a second thing here. Doobie says, the issue is you're too honest. When you say things like, without him, it would take me an extra 5 years to get where I want to with my platform, it gives people the impression that's what drives the close connection. I mean, that's just like descriptively true, though. So let's do it without him. without him, it would take 5 years to get where I want to go, where I want to go. All right, so let's do this. So number one, with the friend thing, this is going to be like weird for some of you guys, but I have shitty friends. Okay. I won't get into too much detail, I guess. I'll accept this as a criticism. Let's accept this as a criticism. Check. I'm internet friends with Lauren Southern. I also think Lauren Southern, no offense, Lauren, is also an arsler. Okay. We don't talk that much anymore, but we used to talk a healthy chunk of the time. But with Lauren, what has she done? She was a queen of the dissident right. She's made 2 documentaries that I assisted with, by the way. And I felt like the parts that I had control over were pretty good, but I also didn't like the parts that I didn't have control over. There was some like race realist bullshit in there that I really didn't like, but that's okay. Then I think that she effectively played footsie with Nazis for like 5 years to 10 years. And that she ultimately was a part of the leopard eating faces party. And then she got her face eaten by leopards. There are 10,000 reasons to criticize Lauren Southern, and I'll admit to all of them. She probably had premarital sex. She's probably done drugs a few times. She had a child with like the first person that she met who, from her moral system, I think she's kind of a race realist. I think that person wasn't exactly a pure Aryan person. And so she had a child. She got divorced, which is obviously a big no-no in conservative circles. She hid her divorce for 3 or 4 years. She hooked up with Steven. She's done plenty of bad shit. But if Lauren was like, hey, are we friends? I'd be like, yeah, of course. And that's just like internet friends. You know, in real life, like I said, I have a friend who's pretty much a Christian nationalist Nazi. I have a couple of friends that I've known since high school that are communists that I still hang out with. One of them's unironically like a dirtbag leftist communist, and I hate his guts, but I've known him since high school, so I'm still his friend. I have a friend who used to be a coke dealer, but he quit the game and he moved into information technology. God bless him. I have a bunch of infantry friends who have killed people. I have a bunch of alcoholic friends. I have a bunch of drug addicted friends. So if you're saying like you're his friend, I agree that you can dislike that about me. I agree with that. That's fine. Then promote him. Okay. This one, I'm gonna half agree with the criticism. Okay. Where I'm gonna agree with the criticism, I'm gonna make it a small check, but I'm also gonna put like a red X. Is I want Steven to be better. Okay? I do. I want him to stop gooning. He says that he's stopped since 2023, but I don't know if that's true because realistically, he didn't even know he was in trouble until what? November 29th, 2024. He didn't even know he was in trouble until November 29th, 2024. So he might not have even known that he needed to modify his behavior until 2024. And he has a lot of self-destructive tendencies. I think him hanging out with food shops is fucking stupid. And so promote him. It's like, yeah, I'm pushing him to be a better person. I'll agree with that. Then building a regular show with him, I would put that in the half true criticism thing again, where I would say, yeah, if Steven was like, hey, once a month, I want to go shoot guns and I want to talk shit on stream, then I'd probably be like, yeah, okay. Unless you're like an actual pedophile, you know, unless you actually fuck kids. Sorry for being so vulgar about it. Then I would probably do that. So I would expect that would make that uncomfortable. But the whole point of the show isn't going to be going onto the show and then glazing him and then being like, oh, wow, Steven, you're so amazing. You're so perfect. You never do anything wrong. You know, you're just like the best guy. You're just like the best guy ever. It's like, no, it's going to be like the last show that we did together, where I effectively say like, hey, I think you hanging out with food shops is effing R-slurred. And I don't get it. I think it's stupid. I think it's counterproductive. I think it hurts your long-term goals. I think it's unnecessary. I think you're hurting people who don't need to be hurt, like Doobie. So, yeah. Then the without him, it would take 5 years to get there. That's just true. That's just true. If I go into my content mill, let's say that I go into my own Fortress arc, I'm normally at like 100 to 150 viewers, depending on what I'm covering. I don't know if the debate is too dry or something. I don't know if there's something else big going on right now, but I'm a little low today. So I don't know if there's like a big drama going on, but it's just true. I'm a 100 viewer Andy, right? I don't know if I have the streaming temperament. I don't know if this is an off day. I don't know if I'm talented enough. Truth be told, there's a lot of really not talented streamers. So I don't think it's a talent issue. I think it's like a longevity issue. You just need to be able to create content for super... Oh, sorry. This is a part of the same box. This is true. But I work with a ton of people that help me get where I want to go. I worked with PV. I don't align with them 100%. I worked with Brianna Wu. I don't agree with Brianna Wu 100%. I worked with who else? I worked with Lauren Southern. I don't agree with Lauren Southern 100%. So again, like I don't really agree with this, that like any one of these individually are necessarily bad. You can dislike me. Excuse me. You can dislike me. You can not engage with my content. You can think I'm an asshole. But this criticism, I think, is perfectly valid. You're friends with a bad person. Okay, I understand. Promote him, I feel like, is a mixed bag, because I'm trying to push him on the bullshit that I think that he's doing wrong. Building a regular show with him, I would, but it's to push him on the bullshit that I think he's doing wrong. Without him, it would take another 5 years to get. This is true of all. This is true of like a shitload of my relationships in the space. You know, I like Josiah. I like pondering politics. I am talking to him in the background about projects. Josiah figured out his niche and is kicking ass within his niche. So I'm going to work with Josiah, not just because I like him and I think he's a good dude. He's infinitely more wholesome than Steven is. But I think Josiah is going places, and I want to go places too. I don't think that's a sin. This might be like a sin within like a leftist framework where like you have to have, or like an American framework where you have to have this like rugged individualism where you can only care about poor people, where you can only care about working class people who make it on their own. That's not me. I don't care. I'm a capitalist. I'm a free market person. If I have friends that can help me get where I want to go, I want them to help me get where I want to go. And if I can help other people get where they want to go, Corbin Sales as an example, Vince Wilson as an example, I'll help them do whatever they want to do. Tiberius, Samantha Banana, Osiris, any of these other creators that I've worked with who are smaller, if they needed help from me, I'm going to help. So anyways,
Telling me?
Well, that wouldn't even that wouldn't logically follow. So let's walk it through logically. You're president of the United States and you want to send the military in order to enforce law and order. And you and your administration probably think that you have that authority and that you're complying with the Constitution when you do that. That would be the opposite of you trying to accumulate power. That would be you instead just enforcing your role as the commander in chief. Yeah.
No.
No. Oh, okay.
No,
then.
yeah.
Glad we cleared that up.
Hold on. If it's directly violating a statute that you yourself cited, or at least someone else in your administration cited, it means there are legal professionals who are either incompetent or directly maliciously forgetting or leaving out or being negligible towards that part of the statute.
So are you saying there's no
that doesn't
situation
follow
when
either? It could easily just be that they were wrong. Couldn't it just be they were wrong? Like, it doesn't logically follow that either means that they were a bunch of incompetent boobs or they were malicious.
It's a one-page statute.
They were wrong.
It's a one-page statute. If you're not legally competent enough to read and interpret a
get him, Corbin, get him.
One-page statute, you don't deserve to have a spot in office. No.
Well, hang on. Maybe I can even grant that if you're too incompetent to be able to interpret this law correctly, that still doesn't make your case that it's an accumulation of power, does it?
Yes, it does. If he's violating power in order to accumulate more power, in order to order federal troops to do something that they're not legally allowed to do, then of course it is.
Still doesn't
Okay,
make your
so-
case.
I just wanna ask
I could do this all day, man. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I just want to ask such a simple question. Do you think it's incompetence to read like a 5-letter sentence? The powers shall be granted through the governor of the state.
Yeah. So do you
Do you
understand
think that's
that?
incompetence or do you think that's
Yeah,
malice?
when it comes to legalese, legal terms have a different definition than normative terms and a different definition than philosophical terms.
Here we go
and
down the
those in
definition
turn-
round.
Those in turn have different definitions
Oh no, not
of
definitions.
yeah. I'm sorry that I'm not going to allow for equivocation. I'm
You don't even
sure
know what the
that you wish
statute
I
is.
would.
What is 12406?
I'm
Tell us
sure
what
that you would.
12406 is, buddy.
You tell us what it is.
Get him, dog
Yeah,
out.
it's
what
the
it
National
is.
Guard and Federal. It's the National Guard and Federal Service call, and it only allows for rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States.
Gotcha.
So again,
There's
so
a
let's
couple of
just-
other things, but those,
so let us
they have to
yeah.
Okay, so I think that Tom, I DM'd Tom and he was like, "Oh, I wish you were there. You would be able to jump them in the throat." Jumped Andrew Wilson in the throat. And the only reason why is because, like, I spurg, right? I spurg out, I freak out, I yell at people, all that kind of stuff, especially when they're being frustrating and annoying. And so I think that Vince just sharing my feedback off of what I've watched, and I know I haven't watched enough to get like a full vibe. So if my vibe is off, my apologies. But we're going to move into the next content just so I can keep the segments clean. It's not that you guys are wrong. Okay, that's not the problem here. It's not that you're descriptively wrong. It's not that you're not bringing out good information. It's not that you're not pushing Andrew Wilson. It's not that none of that. There's no technical issues with your game. The issue is an issue, I would say, of rhetoric and flair, where if you're effectively, you guys are describing, it's like the 6 and 9 meme, right? Somebody's looking at a 9 and they're like, this is a 9. And somebody's standing in the opposite direction and they're like a 6. Right here wouldn't be the time, in my opinion, to argue about the technocratic issues of the legalese in order to fall into like a, what do they call it? Like a forest for the trees scenario where you mistake like a forest for the trees. Like, don't get into the weeds on this topic. Just point out, it's very clear that Trump has taken a federal authority that is meant for the states. He has violated the rights of the states by overstepping local law enforcement, overstepping the mayor, overstepping the governor, and overstepping the state function of the National Guard. Therefore, this is a perfect example of him consolidating federal authority. Do you think it's good or bad? And then if Andrew Wilson says, oh, actually, this is good, though, this is base, then you can be like, okay, we've established that this is a consolidation of federal authority. We have another half dozen to a dozen examples. Let's argue about whether or not it's good or bad. And then, obviously, please reference, if you haven't seen it before, reference my political corporatism drawing with I'm going to bring it up, with not only, because this is like 50% of fascism. So reference my political corporatism drawing with a phallus involved. So, anyways. All right, I'm going to move into the next segment. I'm going to engage with chat for a minute, though, just because I feel like there is something off. I'm not trying to blame YouTube, but normally, typically. So back a month or two ago, and I hate to talk about numbers, but I'm going to anyways because it's on the top of my brain. So normally I have to post in Discord, in Twitter, and all that kind of stuff in order. Whoa, nearly got hit by my own light. Normally, Jesus Christ. He's trying to kill me. It's the Jews. So, normally what I have to do, or what I used to have to do, is I used to have to post to Discord and Twitter when I went live on Valor Media Network, because Valor Media Network wasn't as popular as Counterpoints Politics. And then therefore I would get a correlated, approximately the same size audience. And we started at 10 live viewers, then we got up to 50, then we got up to 70. Now we're bouncing between 100 and 150. But right now, I don't know if the topic was too dry, but on my end, I'm seeing between 80 and 90 people, which is a bit low. Now, that could just be content. Maybe, the people just didn't enjoy the panel. They didn't think it was a hot topic. They didn't enjoy it as much. That could be on my end. It also could be, I do know that both YouTube and Twitch have been attacking bots aggressively recently. Like I saw Steven go from 10K viewers to like 6 or 7. And then I also saw like Tectone and Asmongold and all of them take like a 25%, 30% viewership hit. So maybe YouTube is going after bots the same way that they went after bots on Twitch. I have no idea. I don't pay some Indian guy to put an extra 20 people in my chat. So if you're human, please like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you and thank you for being here. And we'll move into the next content. We'll move into the Tali Botz thing. Unless, like I want to do Tali Botz because somebody said it was a good schizo internet debate panel, and I like schizo internet debates. So, you know, if you're not into schizo internet debates, then I don't know what else to tell you. I don't want to be the pure Destiny dick riding, dick watching helicopter channel. I'll leave that to food shops. But anyways, engaging with chat for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and shout out the people that I've gotten super chats and donations from. Thank you, Turtle Wow Sucks. Thank you, eDreamcast. Thank you, Lawson Harrison. And thank you, Sacred Snow, for either renewing your memberships and or doing a super chat. Doobie says, I don't agree with the criticism, to be clear, but it's not just that you talk to him. Okay. I mean, I get that. God, I dislike Brianna so much. Brianna, I'm just going to say it. She goes with the political wind. So I do think that she's still ultimately a liberal. I still think ultimately she's a progressive. I think that she probably holds these values that align with who she is as a person. I do think that she's sympathetic to Jews, particularly since October 7, 2023. But I do think that she goes like hard in the paint on a topic that she thinks is going to reap some kind of, social reward. And truth be told, that's what a lot of political pundits do. But I do think that she goes a little bit too hard in the paint for topics that she hasn't, researched sufficiently. That's the maximal criticism I'll give. Destron says Connor needs to do a distractor call-in show once a month. This way we don't have to sit through these rants or imbecilic comments. Maybe. Hans Mayer says absolutely delusional and watch most likely Trump and Nick Fuentes and watch nihilists which to lie constantly. Interesting. Scrolling. DS Phantom says not to be a hater, but I just followed you on Twitter and you post so much. Yeah, I'm a Twitter shit poster. What do you want? Did you end up covering the Destiny versus Rob Noor the other day? It was in the title Monday, but I didn't see it. No, we didn't get to it. I kind of want to do Tali Botz because I heard that the Rob Noor thing was just a loop. I understand that Rob Noor versus Destiny is classic content, but I just don't want to loop, bro. Obunga says, bro, I searched up Talkomatic and found this instead. Interesting. Connor could have a map with 40K decorations. True. Here comes the debate pedophilia. True. What the Sigma? You guys are crazy. Dylan Thomas says, Andrew Wilson is single-handedly the most mentally ill person on the internet right now, maybe rivaled by Candace. Dang, you guys are just being mean. All right. Anyways, at least we got that political corporatist dick drawing out of the stream. Obunga says, bro, I just randomly clicked this video. I have no idea what's going on. Nod dog. Peace, dead, 100 prayer. Okay, good for you, Obunga. Thanks for liking the stream, Abunga. The male, the view. True. Debate ephebophilia. Oh, man. That's funny. Doobie says you can't say Arsler. I thought this was America. True. Kind of cucks, but you got to get that bread. Yeah. If they weren't paying me, if I was a totally independent artist, let's say. So right now I'm doing the Counterpoint Star Wars. I'm doing Counterpoint Sci-Fi. I have the Star Wars episode got released from copyright. The Sci-Fi episode has not been released from copyright yet. And then let's say that those take off, and then I'm making the same amount of money from them as I'm making on 40K, which isn't like. It's not like retirement money, but it's okay. It's definitely good money for the amount of effort put in. For 5 hours a week, it returns a decent amount of cash. So anyways, so let's say that 15 hours a week, Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint's Star Wars take off. And then let's say, Valor Media Network, which I love, by the way. I love Valor Media Network. But let's say they're like, hey, Connor, you're too edgy for us. You're too schizophrenic for us. We need to make wholesome Chungus videos. We're going to end the contract. Then I would say, let's say I'm financially independent. Let's just say slurs will be on the table. Slurs will be on the table. Lazy Hobbit says, it's the idea that when you're trying to handle a potential crime, you send the police code 1 at the bottom at IUDF continuum. It's like going code 3 with lethal force to all problems. Exactly. Lethal, Lazy Hobbit, not Lethal Hobbit. I think you should change your name to Lethal Hobbit, but this is absolutely true. So let's say that there's a shoplifting, okay, and you're a cop. You're going to respond to expedite. They're going to respond to a shoplifting fast so you can hopefully catch the shoplifter, but you're not going to be going lights and sirens, and you're not going to draw your gun the second you arrive on scene, right? Whereas if you're going to a battery, like a domestic violence battery, or you're going to a shooting or a stabbing or something like that, not only are you going lights and sirens is like literally 80 to 100 miles an hour to the scene, but you're jumping out of your car, throwing it in park, you're pulling your gun out, and you're seeing what's going on, and you're doing work, right? So when you're a cop, so when you're a cop, you have to have a proportional response to the call that you're going to, and the federal response to riots is not a proportional response. It is like going code 3, lights and sirens, guns out to a shoplifting. Now, I know riots are more hardcore than shoplifting, but yet that the whole point is that it's an analogy, not a one-to-one. Lethal Lance's Crisis, by the way, one car got set on fire. Yeah, I saw the same pictures of the same 3 Chinese automated self-driving cars on fire for like 2 or 3 days. And I saw the same picture of a Mexican guy on a dirt bike in front of the 3 burning cars. So, yeah. Back from a meeting, Newsom already deployed plenty of state law enforcement to deal with the riots. Well, right. So I think we all agree that it's not proportional. So I'd also damage global trade to stop the Holocaust. Yeah, Doobie, I think that's where we have an issue, because with the Holocaust, like, if I would agree with you. I would agree with you to the point that if I thought that 2.2 million people were being executed, I don't think that I would give a shit if the Red Sea crisis blockade was all Yemen could do, and so they missiled a few boats because everybody was ignoring the Holocaust. But I don't think the stats bear out a Holocaust. So we got 2.2 million people. We got 60,000 people estimate. This was like a 2-month-old estimate, so it could be updated by now. But we had 60,000 people dead from direct conflict. 20,000 of them were militants. 40,000 of them were civilians. And then we have an estimated 200,000 people who are going to die as a result of indirect causes. And then we have the allegations of the set-in of starvation with the food being cut off within the past month. But I haven't seen updated casualty stats. So if the updated casualty stats come out and they're like, oh yeah, we just killed 200,000 people through starvation within a month, then I'll be like, oh shit. Actually, not only is Israel trying to achieve a ethnic cleansing, they're trying to do genocide, where they don't care if these people live or die. They want them to die so they can ethnically cleanse the territory. And if they have to kill 2 million people, they're going to do it through starvation. Then I would jump on your team and be like, yeah, fuck it. Like the United States should actually like go into Gaza and militarily fight the IDF in order to restore humanitarian access. So 2 million Gazan civilians don't starve to death. Then I would say that, but I haven't seen those stats yet. So I'm not there yet. Doobie says, someday Jesus will ask you why you went out of your way to make it harder for the Houthis to slow the funding of a genocidal ethno-state, and I don't think he'll accept that it was technically illegal, or my Amazon packages might cost 2% more. I think they will. I think God will accept that if he's like, hey, why did you randomly murder half a dozen Philippine sailors that had nothing to do with the conflict? So, all right. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Apparently, Elon is no longer the richest person in the world anymore. Well, I think they were saying that there are Saudi trillionaires who have state assets that aren't even calculated. So I think Elon Musk was never technically the richest person on the planet because there were Saudi people who hide their assets. Calm down, he screams. Such an asshat. How the F are no one ripping him a new one? Yeah. If anything, I would encourage Vince Wilson and Corbin Sales to spurg out more. You need to freak out more. Did I talk about Russian drones being shot down in Poland yet? No, but I know Poland's itching for a fight. So let Russia attack Poland, and then that'll That war will shift real quick. Posse Comitatus was prevalent in Europe during the Dark Ages. Think Beowulf. The world vassal translates to the boys, as in me and the boys are going to come and kick your ass. Based? Yeah. Spiders for penises for legs? Jesus. All right, you guys are crazy. Poland versus Russia is the hot thing going on? Really? I lost 20 people because they want to find out the geopolitical situation between Poland and Russia? That's kind of crazy. All right. No way. Poland Article 4? Are you serious? Poland has invoked NATO's Article 4. What comes next? Article 4 allows member states to start a formal discussion within the alliance about threats to the security. It does not commit the alliance to military action. Okay. It really depends. Like, if Polish civilians were getting smoked or if Polish military installations were getting smoked, then I would be more freaked out. McDevin says, Hutch is live, but his title is, wait, what's happening? Connor, how much do you need for the current live chat extra monitor? I don't know. What's a monitor cost these days? Like $50? Oh, anything else test stream is also live. That's what it is. Steven fucking me in the ass. Metaphorically. Metaphorically, to be clear. That's fine. DGG is such a wildly loyal audience that I do understand that I am their second favorite streamer. So, Andrew is an alcoholic that claims to be religious but goes against many religious texts. It's laughable. I know. He doesn't exactly live like a pious life. Okay, no problem. We'll just move on with the content. If Steven's doing an anything else test stream and people are checking that out, I understand it. I get it. Some of you, 80 of you, 90 of you are beautiful souls who know where the quality content is. Around 20 of you are disloyal DGG fucks who I'll burn at the stake eventually. I'm joking. What is it? Raging Tomato. Is that how I pull her up? Unless somebody has better ideas for content, I think I want to Raging Tomato one. And I think it's because the title was good. Live last Thursday. Was Tali Botz live for this one? Does she produce content onto her own show? Tali Botz, Pisco's Hour, Wick TV. I'm going to scroll to the bottom of my own chat to see if you guys have a better link on it for me. Anything else is just Dan and Mr. Mooten now, Connor. Tony Cunnin says, I ride or die as a grill hottest. Thank you. Grassroots says, nah, bro, we're just in a cult. I know. Gen X says, I'm a disloyal DGG fuck. Perfect. You're going to fit right in. It's Mr. Mooten, the angel of DGG. I got it. That's fine. How do I get the Tali Botz debate? Somebody said that it was good because it was on Raging Tomato. But I didn't write down what the topic was, so I'm not sure what the topic was. Raging Tomato. They hate me for having consistent morals, to be honest. I mean, I guess. Mod Monday. This was 9:15. Today is 9:10. Oh, this is scheduled for 9:15. So it had to have been within the past week. I'll subscribe. Let me go to the live section. Throwdown Thursday, wokeness is a cheat code for life's losers. That was scheduled. Scheduled. Mod Monday, sexism is good for... Oh, there's Tali. I see her. Oh, this is going to be fun. Sexism is good for society? Nice. All right. I like that as a topic. Oh, and we got soy pill too. Nice. All right. I like it. I'm good with this. There we go. That's why I wanted to watch it, because it had Tali and Soy Pill debating two red pill bros on whether or not sexism is good. That's based. All right. let's get the intro going, and then we'll get cracking. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican, and a alternative media and online politics enjoyer. We have a interesting debate today. It's going to be Tali Botz and Soy Pill versus a couple of red pillars on whether or not sexism is based. So let's go ahead and get them onto the screen, and let's see what's going on.
With me, Speak Easy, David Cooley from No Fugazi podcast, Tali from Tali Botz, and of course, the Soy Pill. They are here this evening to debate the concept, the statement, sexism is good for society. Speak Easy, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
First off, thank you, Sarah, for moderating this, and my partner in opposition.
I need to get onto Raging Tomato. I know it's like a smaller show. Like I think they have a few thousand live. I think they got 20K subs. But if she is neutral enough to keep getting these kind of right-wing people to get with these kind of left-wing people, that's going to be a good space.
That joined. Thank you for that. And let's get right to it. Sexism, defined as discrimination based on sex, is not bad for society. It's good for society, and it's not just good, it's necessary. It's the whole reason civilization exists at all. If you all look around you, every single one of you on the panel, in the chat, lives in a world built on sex-based discriminations. Do you guys like women's bathrooms? That's sexism. You like women's sports? That's sexism. You like those nightclubs letting the women in for free on ladies' night? Sexism again. You like to rule women and children first when the ship sinks? The most extreme form of sexism. Yet nobody argues against it when lives are on the line. Why? Because sexism works. It makes society function. Socially, we accept all kinds of sex-based boundaries because they bring stability. That's why we keep bathrooms and locker rooms separate. That's why women-only gyms exist. And these aren't flaws in society. These are features that everyone wants. Legally, sexism has always been protective. Women are exempt from the draft while men are sent to die. The Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and a bunch of different protective labor laws barred women from heavy industrial jobs and specific chemical plants posed on reproductive health risks because they knew they had to protect the reproductive bottleneck of society. And this is all discrimination, and it's discrimination that society demanded and still demands today.
Nice. Now, I know that I shouldn't be, everybody's like, Connor, be a Democrat, be a Democrat, be a Democrat. I'm sorry, what was I supposed to disagree with this guy on? So obviously, like when we're talking about sexism, I think what most people interpret that as is like unfair sexism, where women have the talent or ability to be in certain fields or certain hobbies, and they are excluded from those hobbies and those fields just based on the fact that they have like a female reproductive genitalia. And so as a result, there's no real reason for women not to participate in the space. But I'm going to admit it, I'm kind of a chud in reference to this. Like, I'm perfectly okay with it. If I'm to have a game night with the boys, I actually did this in high school, by the way, super funny. So there was this girl who liked me, who was crushing on me, and we did date eventually. But before we dated, there was this friend group, and it all had dudes in it, and they all played Halo, and they all smoked pot. And so one of the first times that I hung out with this friend group, I had 2 Xboxes, I had a LAN Ethernet cable, and I said, bring all the boys over, we're going to get baked, and we're going to play video games, no girls allowed. And that girl who was crushing on me, she was furious because she thought that that was going to be the social pretext of me hanging out with the group, was going to be an opportunity for all of us to hang out. But the truth is, I was being sexist. I think women kind of bring down the vibe of hanging out with the boys. I think that I wanted to get baked and play Halo, Halo Combat Evolved, the original, and talk shit and say slurs and get wild. And so we had a game night with the boys, and it was awesome. And so if there was some woman who was going to walk around and be like, you can't do that, you have to invite women because you're discriminating them just because they have different social perspectives than you and they have different genitalia, then I would be like, I don't care, I still want game night with the boys, right? So I think there's healthy sexism and unhealthy sexism. And so I'm curious how the liberals are going to respond. And once again, I do have to use the restroom. My apologies. Chair react. I have to listen to my bodily functions because I was in the hospital last week. So I'll be right back. But Speakeasy chat, please tell me what I was supposed to disagree with.
Economically, sexism drives markets. Industries like fashion, cosmetics, entertainment, these are all billion-dollar empires built on sex-based discriminations. Even nightclubs use sexism to drive revenue. Entertainment thrives on it. From male heroes to damsels in distress to the women's sports leagues that nobody watches, these differences make culture compelling. Eliminate sexist archetypes and you erase most of culture. You put women's and men's sports leagues, women are vanished from sports overnight. The only reason women's sports exist at all is because of discrimination. And for survival, it's not even debatable. Societies that embrace sex-based roles thrived. Those that didn't collapsed. Men take on hardest, most dangerous jobs, and this frees women to manage homes and raise families. You send men to fight and die because women are the reproductive bottleneck. You protect them, and your society lives on. So here's the bottom line. Sexism isn't going anywhere. It's in our laws, our bathrooms, our sports, our survival strategies. And here's the biggest kicker. Even feminism agrees with me. And I'm not advocating for feminism, but let's be honest. The entire movement is built on the idea that women deserve some special treatment. That's sexism. By definition, feminism says sexism good. It's just selectively for women. Which means if the opposition...
All right, bro. I get it. Holy shit. It's not that it wasn't a good opening. I thought it was an excellent opening. However, just a little bit too long. I know I'm a verbose person, so this is the pot calling the kettle black, but still.
Enforcing rights for women, but for female sex, they cannot enforce their own rights. So it's inherently just sexist. So
oh no, it's the power doctrine. Shit.
if you believe in feminism and if you think that's good, then obviously you think that sexism is good, just like Speakeasy said. I also make another confident assumption that they are pro-abortion. I believe that these two have some type of view of...
Oh, Lazy Habit says, what's crazy is that these people don't even understand that you weren't the one to even orchestrate all this content you guys do. I'm the one who pushed for it, fully expecting it not to happen. Yeah, I don't know if Lazy Hobbit is my friend in Discord. I'm not going to send their Discord handle. But effectively what happened, I'll just go full screen for this. And for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about because you're watching this as a VOD, I'm getting some criticism. This is why I like Doobie, by the way. I understand that, like, some people in my chat, like Ved Sunil, for instance, Ved Sunil, like, hates Doobie. I get disliking people, but I think his passion is a little misplaced. So Doobie was articulating the strongest criticism of me continuing to associate with Stephen Bennell II, the streamer known as Destiny. But I think I addressed it relatively speaking. But yeah, this is the narrative, is that, like, everybody in the orbit effectively said, after the allegations came out, they said, I'm not working with Steven anymore, or they said, I'm not his friend anymore, or they said, I'm distancing myself until the legal stuff is resolved, or they said, whatever, right? And so for me, this is like Steven's chickens coming home to roost. If you actually watch the 2022 content that Steven was making, where he's talking to ABBA and he's talking to Melina, and he's saying, like, I'm living my best life. I'm totally healthy. I'm having fun. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Realize, meanwhile, at the same time, that he was still messaging Anna, that he was messaging Rose, that he was, hooking up with random people, et cetera, et cetera. ABBA was saying, like, dude, eventually this is going to blow up in your face. Well, to me, November 2024 was when this stuff finally blew up in Steven's face. And so I agreed with ABBA in 2022. I knew that this was going to blow up in Steven's face. So I wasn't surprised at all. And I was like, okay, hopefully he learns his lesson. And he's learned it in one regard, but he hasn't learned like 80%, 90% of what people want him to learn. And so the question is whether or not, like, Steven is such a stubborn asshole that, and by the way, I say that with love, but it's whether or not he's such a stubborn asshole that he's just going to ride the wagon until the wheels fall off, which is self-destructive behavior. And I think he's engaged in some self-destructive behavior right now, or whether or not he's going to learn his lesson. And I've watched alcoholic friends kill themselves. I've watched heavily drug addicted friends, destroy their lives. I've seen it happen, and it's sad. It's sad when you watch somebody like slowly destroy their life. Now, I think that Steven's habits are probably more healthy than alcohol or heroin. But at the same time, like when somebody's being self-destructive, you say, hey, I like you. Think you're a cool person, but I think you're fucking up. And this is how you're fucking up. And you're hurting other people and you're hurting yourself. Fucking stop. And then if they listen to you, awesome. And if they don't listen to you, then you just kind of have to watch them circle the drain. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But Lazy Hobbit, if I think it's the same person that I'm talking about in Discord, he was like, hey, Steven wants to go shooting. He wants to hang out. Would you be down? Well, I don't even know if he said that, but he said, would you be down to go shooting with Steven in South Florida and hang out and bullshit, and maybe you guys could do a podcast afterwards? And I was like, yes, absolutely. And then we had a good time, so we did it again. And then we had a good time, so we did it again. That, a lot of people, because Steven's being so digitally canceled right now, they can view that as an endorsement of his bad behavior. And I think that's most of the criticism that I've gotten, is that I'm endorsing Steven's bad behavior. But I think I've made hours of content criticizing Steven's behavior. But the one thing that I don't do is I just don't freak out on him. That's like the one thing that I'm not doing. I'm just not. I think I say probably 70% of what Queeman and J-Stock and Doobie's justified criticism is of Steven, but I don't freak out on him. And I think that's the difference. Doobie says, but he's a grown-ass man. It's his business. Yeah, and if I engage in bad behavior because of my association with Steven, then I think everybody who's criticizing me right now can say, hey, Connor, this is what you get for associating with a bad guy. But if I continue to live by my principles and my values and my morals and my virtues, and I push a friend who I think has an incorrect, principled moral value set to become a better person over time, that's just life. That's just life. So, I was a human being before I was a YouTuber. So that's why I'm not like constantly trying to backstab everyone I know for clout.
Anti-natalist view. An abortion is in itself sexist because it takes two to make a baby, but women hold all reproductive rights over men.
Oh man, what am I supposed to be disagreeing with again? Somebody please tell me. Gen X, save me. Say something liberal and progressive. Please say something liberal and progressive. I'm agreeing with the red pillars.
So I'll go ahead and make my opening very short there. Since Speak Easy, he broke it down perfectly for me. I have a lot to say, but you used a lot of what I was going to say, so I'll make it short and I'll bring it to the opposition.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Tally, to you.
Okay, thank you.
Save me, liberals. Save me, liberals and progressives. Please say something that refutes what they have said or steelmans your own position so I switch sides, because right now I'm siding with the red pillars.
Thank you, Sarah, for having us. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing us to this debate. Is sexism good for society? I'll start this off by saying that I am not someone who complains about sexism. I think that social animosity between the sexes goes both ways, and I don't concern myself with accusations of toxic masculinity, the gender pay gap, or female underrepresentation in the sciences. We are a sexually dimorphic species. We have evolved to be different.
Uh-oh, Tali Botz is saying red pill shit.
And to be able to recognize these differences within each other. Like our opponents, I believe that there are, on average, significant and meaningful differences between the sexes, both
No, Tali, no! And by the way, it's not that I don't agree with her. The thing is, I agree with her, but I'm waiting for the counter argument that isn't going to be a bunch of like conservative red pill concessions. Look at Raging Tomato, by the way. This might not be on purpose, but if you actually look at her face, she's sipping her coffee and staring at the screen, so it looks like she's shocked and terrified by what's being said.
biological and psychological. And that these differences are at the core of the discrepancies that we see between men and women, not discrimination or patriarchy. It is precisely for these reality-based reasons that I do not believe that sex discrimination is good for society. People tend to sort themselves on the basis of their skills, their interests, and their needs. These tend to fall on sex lines, but there will always be exceptions.
Yeah. Grassroots says Diorio was 4,500 yesterday. Now he's around 6K. We're creeping back up. We're creeping back up to 100. I think that there was probably, somebody was saying that there was an anything else test stream. So I'm sure that some people went and checked that out in order to see if there was actually a show going live, because let's face it, we have DGG crossover. But then also, I do think that there's a bot war. I think YouTube and Twitch is killing bots. So Steven was at 10K. He dropped down to like 6 or 7. Asmongold and Tectone had a 20%, 30% drop in their viewers as well when Twitch went after the bots. And then I would say I went from probably like 200, 150 to between 100 and 150, which isn't too bad. That's still, for me, you know, as a budding streamer, I think that's good numbers. What is that? That's like, I'm effectively entertaining 5 to 7 classrooms worth of people. That's cool. You know, I know a lot of people poop. They poop on 100 viewer Andes, but I mean, you're entertaining 5 classrooms worth of people. That's cool.
We should demand competence and retain high standards, but we should not deprive our society of advancement or success on the basis of an individual sex.
True.
The answer to the future is female feminism is not repeal the 19th red pillism. America
True. All right, go off, Tali, go off.
And our allies in the West are the greatest societies to ever emerge in history. We can promote healthier cultural messages to young men and to young women without approximating the repressive cultures of the shithole countries around the world.
True. Get him, Tali. Get him.
It sounds like our opponents are arguing in favor of sexism against men, but that's obviously not the topic of conversation here. I take it that the prompt was not designed to promote the WNBA, so I would ask our opponents, what really are their prescriptions? What sexist prescriptions are they calling for this country? Thank you.
Well, hold on. Doobie, I want to be a little bit more honest than every other streamer that you know, okay? There are growth reasons to stick with Steven, okay? Let's do this. New. I'll actually draw it. I'll be more transparent than everybody else in the space. So there is. Maybe it's because I do have like a conservative temperament. Okay, maybe it's a conservative temperament that Control Z, Pisco, Hutch, IRI, Soy Pill, and Josiah. This is the live and learn crew. I'm just going to be very transparent with who I am, what I'm about, who I care about, and why, and all that kind of stuff. So, and Josiah, if you see this segment, just know that I love you, even though I'm highlighting our our professional dynamic. Even though I'm highlighting our professional parasocial dynamic, I still love you. Soy Pill. What is it? Who's the other host? It's Hutch and IRI, right? Those are the other people. And by the way, they ended up doing what I said they should do. I think they might have lost a progressive somewhere. Like they lost Econo Boy, but I'm hoping that Josiah and Soy Pill. Soy Pill's the new progressive. So having IRI, it's so funny. My criticism was unironically, Josiah doesn't like to throw poop. He likes to kind of like moderate and be in the middle of the conversation and direct the conversation. And then he throws an elbow every now and then. But Josiah, Soy Pill, if Soy Pill and Pisco are the progressives and then Hutch and IRI are the normie libs and then they fight, this is like the perfect dynamic that I wanted them to engage in. But let's be real. I think Josiah is currently at, his live streams obviously aren't the biggest in the world, but I think he has like, what, 600K subs? Josiah's a monster. I say that with utmost like reverence and respect. You understand that Josiah Pondering Politics was a 30 to 100 view Andy at his peak as a streamer But as a YouTuber, you know, my criticism is that he delivers talking points, but he just found his formula and found his niche. And his niche is 10 to 20 minute videos of this thing is happening in politics right now. DC horse racing, alt media, big creator horse racing. And he just posts 10 to 20 minute videos talking about a hot topic 3 times a day. And he just gets decent views on every single one of them. Like 35K. This is a low video, right? But I guarantee you, formulaically, it's no different than anything else that is around here. It's just a question of the algorithm feeding it to the Trump bad, Democrats good audience. Like 15K, this is an underperforming video, but his consistency is so killer that he just destroys the algorithm. Look at this. 50, 200, 200, 40, 114, 50, 15. Underperformer. But maybe people just don't like the, what is it? Breaking Trump Exposed and Bombshell Report? I don't know. Maybe the thumbnail's too busy. I have no idea. But 60, 276, 67, 370. This guy has figured out the Trump bad, Democrats good formula, and he's fucking killing it. And I'm proud of him. I'm genuinely proud of him. I knew him. You can go check our conversations. We had conversations like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago now, and I've kept them up on the channel because I'm proud of him. I am proud to have been talking to him when I thought he was a smart, sensible, nice, wholesome, chungus young man when he was itty bitty patitty, when he was super tiny. It's somewhere down here. There's a conversation in here. It would probably be after Chud Logic, truth be told. But there's a conversation in here with Josiah that has like 100 views. Where is it? Right here. 2 conversations with Josiah. 2 years ago, I had a conversation with Ruminate, not even Josiah from Pondering Politics, right? Ruminate. And it got 300 views. Okay? I am so proud of Josiah. But let's say that I was a pure Machiavellian piece of shit, which I'm not. Josiah has 600K views. He's an ascending star in the Democratic Party. People are going to want to know him. They're going to like him. He's probably going to get invited to DC events. He's probably going to be invited as alt media, but he's a wholesome chungus. And what's Steven at? He's at like 800K subs or whatever. But Steven has all of it. And then what is it? 6K live, 7K live, something like that. So Steven, there's all the incentive in the world, in my opinion, if you were a pure Machiavellian piece of shit, to say, Destiny's bad. Fuck him. He's an evil piece of shit. And then just shift over to the Live and Learn crew. Because the truth is, while Pisco is smaller, 20K, he's going to succeed. Hutch is smaller, but he still does well. I think I've seen him between 700 and 1,000 live. IRI, I don't know, but I'm assuming that he's wildly successful. I think we've talked about it. And then Soy Pill is talented enough that he's going to be successful. You could totally say, oh, Steven fell off. He's had all his dramas. You know, he's kind of stale. You know, he does this, he does that. He's crazy. He's reckless. He does all this bullshit. I'm just going to go, you know, fuck him. I'm going to go cozy up to the Live and Learn crew. That way I can profit from their ascending clout algorithmic star. Because the truth is, Josiah is going to keep going. But you know what the truth is? I like both of these people. I love Josiah. I think he's a wholesome, chungus, nice creator who's found his lane, found his niche. And I'm so proud of his success. I think Pisco is going to kill it. I think Pisco is already killing it. He's going to continue to kill it. I think Hutch and IRI know their lane. I think Soy Pill has the talent to be successful. And so this clout orbit, you could flip over to it and then avoid all the drama and stink and toxicity of being associated with Destiny's dramas. But you know, the other thing is, I'm not a pussy. That's like the other part about it is like, people walk up and they're like, Connor's or Stephen's a bad guy, disavow. Stephen's a bad guy, disavow. You don't like it that people are criticizing you on the internet? Are you crazy? And it's like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's not going to be the reason why. If I ever disassociate from Stephen, it's not going to be because of the Machiavellian flip to a younger, more wholesome Chungus person. It's Josiah. Hold on. Josiah versus Stephen Machiavellian map. This would actually, truth be told, being like Josiah's best friend and sucking up to him at all times, that's probably like the smarter move. But that's not why I'm going to choose to associate with Josiah, and that's not why I'm going to choose to associate with Stephen. I will, if I ever disassociate with Stephen, I will front stab him to his face, preferably in person, and then it will be because of something like it'll be he's done something so criminal or so immoral and he's unrepentant that I just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why I can think of like Stephen could have no clout. I would still go shoot guns with him. Stephen could have infinite clout. I would still go shoot guns with him. But he's going to have to cross a line where I just can't see any redemption. That's what's going to have to happen. Or excuse me, that's what's going to have to happen. So, anyways, I just wanted to make that clear. Back to this though. Speakeasy, excellent intro. Cooley, thank you. Seriously, bro. Like, thank you for saying what you needed to say, which I didn't agree with, but then jumping off and saying Speakeasy said 70% of what I wanted to say, so I'm going to go ahead and jump off early. That's so considerate of the audience. I genuinely appreciate it. Tali, thank you for making descriptive concessions to reality that I feel are accurate, but I was worried that you were just going to concede the whole debate. And thank you for pushing back now where you said that everything descriptively accurate that you said and everything descriptively accurate that they said ignores actual toxic sexism, which is kind of what you're here to talk about. And I expect Soy Pill to spurg out. Please spurg out Soy Pill for my entertainment.
Thank you, Tali, and Soy Pill to you, sir.
Yeah, I agreed to this debate because I'm generally curious as to what the affirmative position is. I appreciate that both of my opponents have shown that they can be just as retarded as women can by assuming our positions without doing any amount of research, despite both of us having numerous takes that you can just look up, which I did for Fugazi. Speakeasy, sorry, I didn't do that, so I guess I'm also stupid. Speakeasy, you said a lot of things I actually might agree with. You said that using the sexism definition that isn't pejorative, so for example, having different categories of sports isn't so bad, and I think that's totally fine necessarily. If that's all you want to talk about, I think that's a very weak conversation. However, most people view sexism as something more egregious, keeping women out of jobs, from voting, or stuck in the house. Based on what I've seen of Fugazi, that's what he advocates for. They're going to do this by fallaciously blaming all of society's current problems on women's rights, completely ignoring all of the advantages.
Burnt Queso says, what's your thoughts on the church shooters supposedly having Brandon Herrera in their manifesto? And Brandon's response, I don't care, man. Lauren Southern was in the Christchurch shooter response, and it's messed up, okay? It's messed up that, what was it? It was like 3 dead, 5 dead, something like that, 24 injured. It's messed up. Honestly, I am happy, though. Happy is the wrong word. I am thankful that it wasn't more. I'm thankful that the shooter didn't get access to the church / school. I'm happy that they didn't get into a classroom. I'm happy it's not 20 to 30 kids instead of 3 to 5. And that sucks. Obviously, having somebody you love snatched away from you by random, reckless violence is repulsive. But that's part of the reason why I try to be a sane political commentator. Because if you look at the really popular ones, Candace Owens, she's making the world a worse place, more violent, more destructive, more terrible. Tucker Carlson, Andrew Wilson, Stephen to some degree, Vosh, Hassan Piker, all the alt media pundits, in my opinion, they make the political tribalism inherent in our society so much worse and so much more violent because they gin these psychos up. And 99.9% of these psychos are never going to do anything, which is why they excuse their own shitty rhetoric. but there will eventually be a DGG shooter. I'm half kidding. I'm kind of not. There will eventually be. I think they just said there's a Hassan Piker guy who just got arrested for terrorism. There'll be a Bosch terrorist. There'll be a DGG terrorist. There'll be a Nick Fuentes terrorist. Arguably, there's already been Nick Fuentes terrorists. There's already a Lauren Southern terrorist. I'm sure that there's going to be or has been a Sargon of Akkad terrorist. So yeah, that when you just constantly tell people that the world is falling apart, your political enemies want you dead, everything sucks, there's no hope, you know, the world is rigged against you, eventually those people are going to freak out and they're going to kill other people. And so for me, I just try not to do that. I'm trying to build a wholesome community of center left, center right people who know that the world is fucked up, but they're incremental about changing the world. So Brandon Herrera is guilty of the same sin as all of the other creators that I said, which is effectively he plays into the doomer propaganda of the world.
Advancements in technology, life expectancy, and general standard of living that we've seen since women entered the workforce. I do predict that they'll be completely unable to point to a single society in which their ideal is carried out that is better than ours, which is exhibited by the fact that they would never actually nut up and move to any of these places. Sexism is not just wrong, it's literally suicidal if you want to have anything above a third world shithole where half your population doesn't contribute meaningfully to progress.
I think that's one of the strongest arguments, by the way, and I actually like Soy Pill making this line of argumentation, is that if you genuinely believe this, if you thought that like patriarchy, giga-patriarchy was good, you should move to Pakistan. You should move to Saudi Arabia. You should move to Iran. You should move to Russia. All these places are infinitely more sexist and misogynist than the United States of America. So if you think that this is the underlying foundation of society is like pro-patriarchy and men should be effectively allowed to decide everything, why don't you move to a society where men decide everything? Go for it.
Perfect. Thank you, Soy Pill. I appreciate that. Thank you, all of you, for your opening statements. As a kind reminder to the audience, if you have not yet purchased your tickets to DebateCon, please do so now. That information is available over at Modern Day Debate's YouTube channel.
Oh, nice. That's cool. There was some other schizo blondie who was running a debate channel, but she had so many Nazis in her community and they super chatted so much that I think she eventually got nuked from YouTube and nuked from Discord. And I forget her name. So Raging Tomatoes aesthetic kind of reminds me of that girl who got her Discord and YouTube channel nuked. But if Raging Tomato is moderate enough in order to maintain their platform and they're partnering up with Modern Day Debates, that's actually super based.
Otherwise, we're going to get through our...
Oh, sorry. Quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I want to thank Sacred Snow for renewing their membership, Lawson Harrison for a super chat, Dreamcast for a super sticker, and Turtle Wow Sucks for a super sticker. Thank you kindly for your donations, memberships, super chats, etc.
Debate. We will do closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, we will move into open panel dumpster fire, everyone's favorite. Lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Best.
So I'm curious, like I said in my opening statement, what prescriptions you're calling for, because it seems like you focused a lot on sort of like interpersonal relations between men and women. So you gave the example of women and children, you know, getting off the sinking ship first. But that's not exactly what I would classify as sexism. I see that as just a furtherance of the acknowledgement of biological reality that women and small children are more vulnerable than the men. And so you try to get them to safety first. But if what you're calling for is people to treat people differently, you know, interpersonally on the basis of sex, that's one thing. Are you calling for legal changes? Are you calling for structural changes and discrimination on the basis of sex?
Do you not realize you're conceding when you say that I don't see putting women first on the boats as sexism? It's just reality. Sexism is reality.
What I mentioned in my opening.
Yeah, that was the
if you're
point.
saying that we treat people differently based on their ability to perform, and that women on average are going to be weaker in a lot of instances, then if you're saying, well, sexism is good because we have sexually dimorphic sports categories, or we have, you know, gendered bathrooms, like, yeah, congratulations, you won the debate. Sexism is having different bathrooms.
Yeah.
Now,
So how
you want to
do we
talk about
start off
like
with
what Fugazi's
what's your
probably gonna get into,
definition?
then we can
What's
talk
your
about that.
definition of sexism?
Yeah. So
I trust Soy Pill to have a good definition. Doobie asked, did you see that kid's Ja Nepal speech? No.
discrimination, but like in a like keeping women out of jobs or saying that they can't do things based on their abilities that isn't just based on some like inherent sexual dimorphism that's like acknowledgement of reality. So
Okay, give me
I
an
think saying
example.
that. So, for example, I wouldn't consider it sexist to say that women can't compete in men's sports. This is just a reality that most women just aren't as strong as men. It doesn't make any sense to not have different sports categories. Sexism might be, hey, you're not allowed to do this job, or you're not allowed to vote because you are a woman. Not because of your inability to do so, but because strictly based on the circumstances of your birth.
Wait, hold on. You guys have been saying this, but is it true? Deathly says anything else is just Dan and Mr. Mooten now, Connor. It did, for real. Did Dan replace Destiny with Mr. Mooten to be less controversial and get less hate? Like, no offense to Mr. Mooten, maybe that's enough in order for like DGG to support the show and all that kind of stuff. But no offense, maybe some offense meant. I don't think I've ever seen Dan or Mr. Mooten be as entertaining as Steven is. Maybe I'm biased.
We're going to bar you from that.
Got it. So you think that what sex is, and you would say that that's bad.
Yeah, I would say that's bad. Yeah.
And how do you define what's bad and what's good?
So like I said, if you want to talk about any of these standards of living, technological advancement, just how societies perform, like in general, now that we have given women more of these rights, it's much better off. That's one way to put it. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And do you utilize the harm principle? So as long as it's, so you don't utilize the harm principle?
Depending on how you're going to define it, but you might have to give me an example.
Well, you could define it for me. I'm asking you.
Well, what do you mean by utilize? What do you mean by utilize? Because if you're asking us to
determine
acknowledge
what is good or what is bad.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Somebody in chat said this already, that they're going to try to ape the Andrew Wilson argumentation, and it's just not going to go well. I hope that's not where this is going. I have a feeling it is, though.
So if you utilize the harm principle, meaning that, well, I see in society that this produces less harm for people or more harm, then it would be good or bad on your scale. That's how you would rate it on your scale. So
sorry, real quick, just getting distracted by chat real quick. So Doobie was fair. Okay. So Doobie and I have a debate relationship that goes back years. We've been, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I became like a heel on the Prime Kai panel scene. And I think I actually showed up to every Prime Kai show for between 6 months and a year. And Doobie and I would spar all the time. And I called him out one time because he was actually just describing fascism as his ideology. And I was like, bro, hold up. I've just been talking to fascists 24 hours ago. You are just describing fascism. And then he was like, yeah. Classic Doobie moment. And I think we were talking about like police or law enforcement abuse. And I repeatedly, Doobie was pissing me off. So I repeatedly said that I wanted to like sodomize Doobie with a broom. And I still want to make a t-shirt. I want to make like a merchandise idea where it's like Doobie's cleaning supplies. And then I want to have the frog. And I want to have like the frog with the dragon wings holding a broom. Like nobody would get it. Nobody would buy the t-shirt. I would buy the t-shirt. I would wear the t-shirt. But anyways, Doobie was quite fair where he's saying like, I saw him, there was just some chat. Like I've left a lot of Discords because I just realized that I was like creeping and I don't want to creep in other people's Discords. But I was creeping on a Discord after the drama and I was seeing Doobie and Doobie was like, oh, I think Connor has no principles. I think he's a piece of garbage. You know, I like the guy, but he's just selling his soul to the highest bidder, blah, 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 blah. And so he popped up in chat during the Destiny drama. And then I did a mind map. And then he was like, oh, shit. I understand. That's fair. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, fuck it. So that's where I don't think, at least that from my perspective, Doobie is able to articulate why he's critical of somebody or why he hates somebody. And then if the information isn't accurate, he updates his perspective, as far as I know. Right? So anyways, back to the content.
Utilize the harm principle or no?
That's not the exclusive way I determine whether or not something is good is bad. Obviously, less harm is good, but there are things that might be completely harmless to other people that would, promote societal discohesion. And depending on how you categorize that as well, this action in and of itself isn't harmful, but 10 years down the line, that's going to cause some big problems.
Yeah. It's true, like normalizing pedophilia through lolicon. I might not be able to describe a specific harm done to an individual lolicon consumer, but I can say normalizing this line of thinking is absolutely antisocial, degenerate, freak bullshit that should be excised from polite society. And it should be excised from impolite society as well.
The reason why I'm asking this question, because you already made the concession that, well, if you're going to say that, women being in men's sports, you would say that, well, if you're saying that that's sexist, then I would agree with you. And, the debate is basically over. So you would agree that women being in men's sports is not a good thing, that having this area be sexist, this would actually be a good thing, keeping women out of men's sports and keeping the sexes separated.
Yeah. Discrimination.
So therefore,
is used
I'm asking for you to define, like, what is the good? What do you perceive as good? Or are we just going to talk like over one another? You're going to say.
I think that we could easily rectify this conversation as unjustified discrimination. So Tali Botz and Soy Pill have already conceded something that a lot of liberals and progressives didn't concede 3 or 4 years ago, which was that there were biologically dimorphic species with descriptively different strength characteristics and like VO2 capacity and all that kind of stuff. So as a result, like sex discrimination in sports, nobody gives a shit about. Women and children first, nobody gives a shit about it because we view it as good, because we recognize that women, to some degree, are more procreatively necessary than men are, and that men are disposable. I accept this dynamic, and I don't care about it. Now, you can say autistically, like, okay, well, that's sexism because we're making discrimination between men and women. But I think that Tali and Soy Pill can make the conversation productive if the other side is willing to concede and just say justified discrimination. Is there a biological reason that women can't be CEOs? Is there a biological reason that women can't write scripts for movies? Is there a biological reason why women can't be in leadership positions over institutions that are administrative or don't involve like physical labor? Absolutely not. There's no reason. So if there's a anti-female sexist bias in fields that don't make sense, that's obviously something that should be rectified. There's also sexism that's just like cultural, where you just shit talk women because they're women, like FPS gaming, like first person shooting gaming. If a woman is a talented player, then she should be able to compete in the space without being sexually harassed just because she's female, right? Or a woman if she's a trans woman. That shouldn't be the reason why you harass them. You should harass them for justified reasons.
Tell me what
it's good. I'm going to say something. I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you the question.
I'm sure that at the end of the day, you're just going to point to religion, right? And you have a prescription from a bunch of different books that says, well, this is good and this is bad. And I'm going to say I use it based on my empirical association of who can enjoy life.
Your preferences.
Yeah, well, your preference for a religion is just as valid as my preference for
okay, fair enough. I'll go ahead and grant it. If you use it based off your preferences, if everything is preference based, right? And we're only using our preferences to determine is sexism good? Well, for you, it's good. Look, for you, it's bad. For me, it's good. It's preference-based. It doesn't matter.
When you say preference-based, when I say, well, all of society lives longer and has healthier lives, is that a preference, or is that just most people want to live longer and not die?
No, I mean, I do think that's kind of a preference, but yeah, I get what you guys are poking at.
Well, based off of what?
What is your question?
What is the good? What is the good? We are asking 3,000-year-old questions. And by the way, Aristotle already solved it, or at least solved it enough in a way that I don't give a shit to argue it. Talks about like the Nicomachean ethics. I got them here somewhere. Courage is good. Temperance is good. Liberality and magnificence, magnanimity, ambition. I would have to look up those three to figure out what the definitions of them are. Truthfulness, wittiness, friendliness, modesty, righteous indignation. This is a good start to what an ideal human should be. And what's interesting about 11 virtues of Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics is that he has both a negative and positive ethic. So, for instance, with courage, there's cowardice. And cowardice is like the negative part of courage. But then on the opposite side of courage is like bloodthirst, like zealous, like zealous, fearless, tombstone bravery, where you just assume that you're dead, so you just do fucked up shit in order to survive. That is an opposite virtue. And so while some people might describe tombstone bravery or not caring, like recklessness or bloodthirst, they might recognize that as a virtue in battle that helps you win battle. Aristotle would actually make the argument that that's not true courage, or that's not virtuous courage, because virtuous courage is feeling fear but acting appropriately in spite of your fear. That's true courage. So yeah, so I would effectively say, like, yeah, we should study virtues and vices, and we should make moral judgments about them. 100%.
Well, you said something. I'm asking you
Right.
based off
So
of what?
most people don't want to die. What is this based off of?
You are making the assertion that most people don't want to
That's
die.
an evolutionary drive.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
we are driven to
Yeah, it's natural observation. Absolutely.
procreate and further the furtherance of our species.
Yeah. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Essentially, what I'm
I am.
saying here is, if you are utilitarianism, then everything is based off basically your preferences. It's going to reduce down to your preferences. So you'll be utilizing your preferences. So I'll go ahead and grant the.
I like Soy Pill making the argument. I might fast forward a few minutes if they keep looping, but I like Soy Pill saying that while you can claim that your moral prescriptions come from God in a book, I would argue that you are still arguing preference, because your preference is still, I prefer, what I understand to be the creator of the universe speaking to me through this book, which is as valid or invalid a preference as natural observation.
Worldview, and I'll say, well, I'll utilize my own preferences. I think
All
that
right. Do you
I
prefer
think
to
that
die?
sexism is good based off of the separation of men and women for sports. I think that sexism is good because, when the ship is going down, women and children off the ship first. I think that I can make so many prescriptions how sexism is good for society.
Doobie says, I know you've been trained in Hassan bad. I get it. No, Hassan's a fucking piece of shit, Doobie. What are you talking about? He's actually like a terrorist apologizing piece of shit. Every time I watch a clip from Hassan and then I watch the additional 2 minutes of context, I'm like, yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. I'm not I know you're talking to another chatter, but like, I don't understand how you can say that Hassan isn't a piece of shit. It's actually shocking to me.
You would have to grant it because in your worldview, you believe in preferences.
Yeah. So again, when you dilute everything down to the vaguity of preference, this is literally everything ever.
It's not diluting it down.
No,
it's
it
not
is,
diluting it down.
You
It's
can
what
say,
you
well,
appeal to.
you don't want to die. You don't want to stab you. Well, you're just preferring not to die. Like, yeah, that's technically true. In the same way that the way that society exists now, as Speakeasy correctly pointed out, there's tons of ways that we're sexist that probably Tali and I and probably everyone on this panel is completely fine with. But if that's all you came here to argue with is, hey guys, I think we should keep having the bathroom separate. It's like, great, cool. Is that really?
I
what
think
you're
it's
here
really
say?
gay to
Or-
call that stuff sexist. Even like, come on, that's not what we're here to talk
It
about. Why don't we just
literally
get to the
Bro, yeah, if you want to add like toxic sexism or something, like add some kind of qualifier so you can differentiate. I'm with Tali. Tali's doing good.
meat and
Definition.
potatoes.
Discrimination
definition.
based
Okay,
on
but I
sex.
take it.
But
I
once
take it
again,
that's
speak
not-
easy. These
that
two,
doesn't encompass your
they make up
concern.
their own definitions. Like, think about it. You're a lesbian. You're sexist. You only like women. You discriminate. You don't talk to men. You only like chicks.
I talk
You're
to
a sexist. So
women.
obviously,
Well,
in your worldview, sexism has to be good. You like women over
hold
men.
on. Let's reset here. Discrimination defined as the unjust and prejudicial treatment of different categories.
Boom! There you go. Unjust. Thank you, Sarah the Raging Tomato. Thank you. Seriously. Otherwise, this conversation is still probably going nowhere, but thank you for giving an attempt to get this conversation to go somewhere. Unjust is the word that everybody needs to focus on right now.
Categories of people, especially the grounds of ethnicity, age, sex, or disability. For the bathrooms, I feel like it's like we have a male bathroom and we have a female bathroom, right? Like, I don't foresee sexism is built into that because we each have one. Now there's the other stuff going on, but I don't even know if that qualifies in this category necessarily.
Let me ask them a question.
Well, no, I think I can clear this up. I mean, Fugazi, you obviously are doing like
Jack Darko says, quick, someone clip Connor glazing Speakeasy so when he cringes later we can hold it against him. Based.
like what I think is a Mott and Bailey, which I don't think it's very easy to defend the idea of sex segregated sports or bathrooms, but I've watched your stuff. You advocate for women not being able to vote or being more in the work. Why don't you operate on the fact that you think that sexism is good? Because that's really what we're here to debate instead of doing some pedantic bullshit about like, oh, you
what
think
we're
bathrooms
debating,
are
man.
fine? Cool.
Once
Like,
again,
let's talk about that.
you
Hold
think
on,
that
hold on,
women
dude.
not voting is bad. That's what you think. So once again, if I just go into if I grant your worldview, then guess what? It's preference based. It's my preferences versus your preferences. Which determines?
Yeah, but that we're here to debate our preferences, bro. All right, let's not fall down this rabbit hole. If they circle it, I'm going to tell you why the Andrew Wilson line of argumentation of rooting in God in the Bible is a dumb argumentative tactic.
Listen, if it's my preference, stop it. Listen, if it's my preferences versus your preferences, it's going to reduce down to force. Who can enforce their own preferences?
Oh my God, he's such a fucking Andrew Wilson clone and not even a good one. Force doctrine is true, but one of the things that he doesn't understand, which a Greek philosopher, I think it was Plato. Plato discovered this 3,000 years ago. There was some dickhead Greek complaining about how all the pussification of Athens was a result of democracy and the weak voting for what they wanted and restraining the strong. And then it was Plato who pointed out, well, through governance, the weak have restrained the strong through their collective will. So is that not ultimately still the force doctrine? Now, that can be whether or not the strong care about the opinions of the weak, but in just societies, oftentimes the strong care about the opinions of the weak. And so when the weak appeal to strong people who sympathize, because we're not always strong. Any one of you could have walked into my hospital room last week and beaten the shit out of me. I had my intestine filled with infectious disease bullshit, blood, mucus, and shit. You could have walked into my hospital bed, punched me in the stomach, and laughed as I cried. Okay? We are not always strong. We are not always weak. So oftentimes the strong sympathize with the weak because they know one day they will be the weak. They were children at one time. Children are weak. They will be old at one time. The old are weak. They will be sick or infirm at some time. The sick are weak. And so the strong make concessions to the weak because they know that at one point they will share the same fate. This is like 3,000-year-old moral argumentation, and it fucking sucks, dude. It sucks. It sucks that we just don't know this already.
No, that's not what this is going to be about. What's preferences?
Okay, well then how do we know that your preferences are better than mine?
In which we are
how do we know your preferences are better than mine?
The two of you aren't going to get.
Okay,
yeah, the two of you aren't. Hold on.
I'm asking him questions. He's not answering any of them.
I get it.
Oh my God, I haven't even seen Doobie simp for Hassan yet. Okay. Relax. Quick shill while we continue the content. Please like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. I hope you're enjoying the content.
But we're running a little too far. Like I see what you're trying to get to in terms of you're just in the.
Oh shit! Is she actually a good moderator? That's interesting.
Concept of defining good, right? And in order to define
because
good,
the debate is sexism harm, good,
right? Like, but Soy Pill already said.
But the term is unjust. That's the term we need to focus in on. Unjust discrimination.
Preferences. He's already answered that. And
got it. Yep. So I'm asking him a question.
You already responded saying, okay, well, we're at preferences. My preference is this. So at that point, I feel like that's kind of closed, right? We've already established where
it's not closed. I'll tell you how it's not closed. So if he has a preference, his worldview reduces down to preferences, and I'll grant his worldview. This means that, well,
Melody says, bro, I think Melody's a little bit behind in chat. Bro, if my friend would kept criticizing me, smoking anytime we spoke to each other, I would no longer talk to that person at a point. Sure. That's perfectly possible. Okay. It's perfectly possible that I keep criticizing Steven's bad behavior, and he says, you know what? I'm sick of somebody I hang out with criticizing my bad behavior to my face. I don't need this. I'm a millionaire. I'm successful. I can do my own shit. I don't need Connor for anything. Fuck him. I'm never going to hang out with him ever again. Steven can say that at literally any time. But I think it is incumbent upon me to, when I see somebody who is struggling or failing in a certain moral aspect, to tell them to their fucking face. I think if you don't tell someone to their face when they're fucking up, then you're being a bad friend or a bad associate or a bad coworker.
How can we make a determination of who preferences are more valid? How do we make that determination?
Right. So, Fugazi, if you had preferences for certain types of sexism, like the voting thing or the women in the workforce thing, and I say those are bad, yeah, you can just say bad, good, bad, good. Show me then a society in which these sort of things are enacted that is somehow better, because I prefer to live in America, or I think Speakeasy, or what, from Toronto, Canada. I hope that's not a dox. I think that's public. These places
Why
are.
do I have to show you something if it's just my preferences? What do you mean?
You can say, I prefer to live in this place. I just will never move there because it's demonstrably worse in every way, and you look like a dumb hypocrite. But sure, if that's
no one said that. But why do I have
what
to
do you prefer then?
Why do I have to show you anything if it's just my preferences?
You don't have to. You don't have to show me.
But we're here for a debate, dumbass. Holy shit. All right, we got to mind map it because Cooley's actually too stupid to understand this. Somebody tag Cooley. Somebody get Cooley in chat. I'm gonna draw this, okay? So let's do 3 belief systems, okay? And we are all under a liberal democratic system. I don't give a shit if you're like, well, I'm gonna create a Christian fascist state where your belief system no longer I don't give a shit. We live in a liberal democracy. So let's put that there. We live in a liberal democracy, okay? Liberal democratic governance tolerates many ideologies as long as you pay your taxes, right? As long as you pay your taxes, liberal democratic governance does not give a shit what you individually believe. So let's say that I'm presuming that Cooley is making the God argument, okay? There's a God who is a creator who has revealed moral truth to humanity. And so it is incumbent upon humanity to obey these moral truths, which involve some level of, deference to scripture. As human beings, sorry, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. We must defer to scripture as moral truth and follow its prescriptions. Its prescriptions as the word of God, which is so funny because half of these people don't do half of the shit that's in the Bible, right? This is kind of silly. It's like scriptural literalism. I think it's very silly. Whereas I say, because I'm a deist, is that men trying to understand the universe made moral prescriptions that we should understand. And we should partner this with like natural observation. So for instance, if there's a prohibition against Jews wearing multi-clothed items, right? People always cite this from Leviticus, like don't eat shellfish, don't eat pork, don't wear multiple cloth things. There's a reason why they did that. It's ceremonial law. Shellfish kills people through allergic reactions. Pigs are dirty animals who are improperly cooked. But then based off of that information, we can make judgments. So make judgments of the flawed moral understanding of ancient humans, not even ancient, of historical humans, but also make natural observations in order to complete their understanding of the universe. And what I mean by that is, for instance, like there's the elements. The Greeks understood 5 elements in the world, and I think it was like fire, air, water, and earth. And if you look, now we're up to like 238 elements. We're up to some shitload more elements, right? Because we have oxygen and hydrogen and deuterium and name another element, right? And so clearly the Greeks had an incomplete understanding of the natural world. However, if you look at solid liquids and gases as classifications of elements, and then if you also look at fire being a transition of elements between heat states, then it's pretty clear that the Greeks were understanding real phenomena. They just had an incomplete understanding based off of the science and technology available to them at the time, right? And so the whole point that I'm making is like, we should, this would be soy pills perspective. There is no God. The only judgments we should make are based on verifiable reality. But then we get into like the postmodern conceptions of like anti-reality, where experiences are so subjective that they're all arbitrary, which is funny because effectively the deists, the Andrew Wilson Christian nationalists, they use postmodern anti-realism to argue for why you must lean not on your own understanding, right? You have to rely on scripture because it's ordained by God. And if you, we can only make natural observations, and the observations of ancient people are often stupid, cruel, and evil, and should be thrown out. I get into fights with my chat about this all the time, by the way. I'm right here. We should study the Greeks. We should study the Egyptians. We should study the Romans. We should study the Bible. We should study scripture. We should study moral understanding. We should study 19th century philosophers. We should study everything. And then we should pair that with our understanding of the current natural world based off of current technology in order to make moral prescriptions. This, relying on our Iron Age mystics in order to understand the world, and this, throwing out all ancient wisdom, in my opinion, are stupid ways to interact with reality. But the truth is, under a liberal democratic system, we're all tolerated. So, how do you understand reality? This is based in true. This is the official. You don't have to agree with it, but this is the official position of the COG community. Okay, understand and study scripture. Understand and study Greek philosophy. Understand and study history, but pair that with your own personal experience and natural observations. Okay, this is fucking liberal and progressive cringe. This is traditionalist bullshit. Thank you. Let's quick chill, like, share, subscribe, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here.
I gave you
How
really
would it validate anything to you if I'm just appealing to my preferences? So based off of in your worldview, everything is subjective. It's subjective morality, basically. You derive what's good and what's bad
Fuck you. You don't even understand these concepts.
Subjectively based off your own preferences. So in your worldview, how can you criticize me if I'm going to say, well, I think this thing is bad?
You don't exhibit
because you're wrong.
Your preferences. You say, I want to live in a society that this is this kind of sexist, and you won't go live in
that enforces my preferences.
That society because you have all the benefits of a less sexist society. So you just look like a big hypocrite. But
no, not at all. Let's ask you a question. Do you believe that abortion is good? Women having
nothing to do with
depends on when, right? And depends on circumstance, right? So I don't think abortion is good. I think abortion disproportionately is bad. However, if there was a fetus diagnosed with Tay-Sachs and it was going to be born with horrific suffering and pain for the entirety of its brief and short existence, I 100% would view abortion or euthanasia as preferable to continuing that life. Anybody who's suffered understands this. The oblivion, I of course hope that I reincarnate or meet God or go to paradise and get to see my dog again and get to see some of my relatives again and all, like I hope all that, heaven bullshit, right? But I don't expect it. What I expect is that I'll go into oblivion, and then maybe 36 billion years from now, if the universe is cyclical, we will reiterate as the same human beings that we were 36 billion years ago, and we'll be having these conversations again, but we'll all be free to make minute changes within our lives based off of the minute changes within cyclical reality. I think that's possible, but I won't have any memory of my previous lives, and therefore that's sad, and it sucks, and I don't like death or mortality. I forget what the fuck I was talking about. But if I was to for abortion. But I think that anybody who has physically suffered to the degree, like maximally, like if you've ever suffered pain between an 8 and 10, your body instinctively wants to shut down. Your body instinctively understands that the unconsciousness of oblivion is preferable to the suffering of consciousness. And so your body will shut down on you and you will not fight it because you will be in so much pain that oblivion is preferable to pain. So that's where whenever somebody's like, yeah, I'd bring a Tay-Sachs baby into the world. I would bring a kid with horrible genetic issues that effectively guarantee that every breath is agony. When they say that, I think they have a fundamental misunderstanding of human suffering.
What I said about whether or not you want to live in a sexist society.
So do you believe that abortion is good? Yes.
Why are you running from the question? What sexist
You didn't even ask
society
me
do
a
you want to live
question.
in? I did. I
believe
said,
in
what
pointing out that you want to live in
AK Badasoy says, what are your goals when it comes to Destiny? You want him to remain a popular streamer? No, I want him to be a better person. I don't give a fuck about his streaming career. I care about Steven's streaming career insofar as I think that he could be a vehicle for good. I might sound like erudite right now, but let's say that Steven, because we had that conversation in South Florida, where I was like, what if we took 10 or 20% of the money, time, and energy spent in Twitch and YouTube politics and we channeled it into real world action? I think that's the most important thing that we could do as a community. And he's like, I 100% agree. So let's presume that Steven stopped gooning and focused 100% on real world action. Let's say that he did canvassing events. Let's say that he did volunteer events. Let's say that he did disaster relief. Let's say that he did community engagement events. Let's say he did all that shit and he took tons of cash, money, energy, and infrastructure. He's infinitely more capable of realizing that dream than I am right now. As Doobie mentioned, if I do this alone, it will take me 5 years to build what I want to build at minimum. Okay. Whereas Steven already has a 10-year head start on me. So if I could change Steven's perspective to the point that he thought that disaster relief, canvassing operations, volunteer organizations, take all the passion, money, and energy that's in DGG and direct it towards that. If I can change his mind on that, I mean, that's the goal. If he needs to be popular in order to have the money, clout, and influence in order to do those things. So that's why I want Steven to remain relevant. But I don't want him to remain relevant as a rage personality that J-Stock and Queeman milk in perpetuity and hanging out with people who I think have terrible morals. That's not how I want him to remain popular. I want him to be a better person.
sexist
Question.
society.
I
What's
answered
more
the question.
sexist society? Which one?
I already answered the question.
What was the question? What was the answer?
Doobie's just hanging out because he's hanging out, bro. I don't even think I've seen him talk about fucking Destiny. All y'all motherfuckers are saying that he keeps attacking Destiny. I don't even think I've seen him fucking say that shit once, except for in response to y'all. Chill out. Everybody chill the fuck out.
I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm asking you a question.
None of us heard your answer.
Yeah.
No, you heard my answer. You heard
We
my
know
answer.
everybody's going at once.
Sarah, I
Sarah,
appeal to
did you
Which
hear his
country does
answer?
he want to live in
Yeah.
that's more sexist than America?
Yeah,
I'm
I
curious.
didn't hear that. I
didn't
didn't
hear
hear
it.
that. I
Yeah,
do
the
apologize if you
answer-
said it, but
Yeah,
everyone
the
did
answer
go at
to the
once.
question was, It's my preferences. It doesn't matter because it's based off of my preferences. I can say that America. I can say that Ukraine. I can say any country. I can say
name one that you actually want to live in.
Look, I can say any. I can say any country.
This motherfucker doesn't understand argumentation. I'm gonna skip 10 minutes. You're here to debate your preferences, dumbass. This is why I hate this bullshit. It's like, oh, all our preferences are arbitrary, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, well, then your preferences is arbitrary as mine. We're here to argue about whose preference is better and for what reasons. I hate this shit. Andrew Wilson has ruined this guy's brain.
Police officers anywhere in the country, but that doesn't mean that you need to make it illegal for women to join the academy. It means that you need to maintain rigorous standards, physical standards for
True. Go off, Tali Botz. Thank you for an actual argument. I parasocially love you.
Police officers, and that might result in no police officers that are women, but that shouldn't be the basis for the discrimination.
True. Thank you, Tali Botz. Unjust discrimination based.
Okay, so you could reply back to that, Speakeasy. Go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say, if you were gonna take a 100 random men and 100 random women, you're more likely out of the 100 random men get more men that are capable of the physical combat. Okay.
Totally.
Did you know?
Okay. Ooh, this is a trigger topic for me. Okay, motherfucker. Sorry. Ooh. We are understaffed for law enforcement. Thanks, liberals. Thanks, Democrats. Thanks, progressives. Police shortage. A widespread police officer shortage exists across the U.S. due to decreased recruitment, increasing retirements and resignations, and factors like negative public perception and burnout. The shortage leads to decreased police services, longer wait times for calls for service, and officers working overtime. Solutions include hiring more officers, implementing alternative response models, and some blah, 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 blah. So how about all these fucking men, okay, who are arguing about how females shouldn't be cops? I was a cop. I signed up. I did my 4 years. I got brain, blood, shit. I got all that shit on my uniform. I got piss, shit, blood, sweat on my uniform. How about you stop being fucking pussies and you go sign up? Because if there's 100 men who have the physical capacity to be law enforcement officers, but they don't sign up to be law enforcement officers, and then the option is a woman who's 60 or 70% as strong as a man, but she can do 99% of what it takes to be a law enforcement officer, I'm going to hire the women who want to be cops instead of the men who are on the sidelines arguing that they could be better cops, but they never sign up to be better cops. So fuck this talking point. Fuck this talking point. You're going to prohibit women who are ready and willing to serve their communities from serving, even though they can do 99% of the job. And they can still shoot people, by the way. They might not be able to fight as well as a male officer, but they can also just shoot a suspect. So you want to prohibit female law enforcement officers, but your pussy ass is fucking, pulling out Cheeto dust from your belly button at home? Fuck you, is my response.
So when this is your chance,
you said you should hold rigorous standards, and if women can meet those, they can do the role. And if they can't, which a majority of them can't, then they shouldn't.
Yes,
be able to do it, which is a completely
the liberals are correct.
Normal position to have that also isn't sexist. It's just completely based on whether or not the merits of the job are able to be done. But you just ignored that completely. Speaking of active listening.
Well, based
how
off
are you
of
listening?
Fashion 40 says we did that Monday, and I think Connor was not overly pleased. What did we do on Monday? Where's the, can we kick Doobie for the day? Yeah, listen, wrenches can do wrench shit. Like, I'm not going to freak out because I don't think Doobie's going to freak out either. You know what happens when you kick Doobie? Is he DMs me, and then I read his DM. He basically gets to super chat for free. So, there was somebody else in here who was like, hey, check your DMs. Doobie is DMing you. Doobie, whenever you kick Doobie, he basically gets free super chats. So you can kick Doobie if you want to make yourself feel better, but I haven't seen him behaving poorly. What has he done? Why are you kicking him? Are you kicking him because you don't like him? I don't think that's a good enough reason. There's plenty of people I don't like.
You just said on, well, based off of your worldview again, everything is preference based. So
Shut up about the worldview, koozie or doozy or whatever the fuck your name is. You don't know how to argue properly. The fact that you're a creator at all is blowing my mind.
Was based off of perception. So you may perceive something to be, good or bad, and he may perceive.
Yes, just or unjust, and we're here to argue about just and unjust sexism. You tool. This guy sucks.
It differently.
Right.
But
So I think that people getting killed because women can't do their jobs is bad, which was why I would prefer to have rigorous standards that everyone must meet regardless of their gender.
Once again, exceptions don't make.
No. Sorry, I'm still engaging with chat on Steven stuff because let's be real, people love that shit. So Doobie, we know Connor has grounded morals and he feels he can get Steven to be straight and away from the degen shit. Yeah, I've been holding Connor's balls to the fire due to him associating with Steven. No. I don't know if I can change Steven at all. I don't know if I can change Steven at all. Okay. Steven's a grown-ass man. He's almost 40. He's a multimillionaire. He doesn't need anybody for anything. He could settle the Pixie lawsuit for tomorrow. Like tomorrow. He could just pay $200,000 to Pixie. And then he could retire off of what he already has. He could literally just play video games all day if he wanted to. I have no leverage over Steven besides the criticism that he is willing to hear. So I can lead a horse to water. I cannot make him drink. And I am not making a bet whether or not the horse is going to drink the water. Okay. All I'm doing is saying, I like this horse. This horse and I have been friends for 5 years. This horse has lots of redeeming qualities mixed with some pretty bad qualities that I don't like. I'm going to criticize the horse and lead him to water. And if he dies of dehydration, that's kind of on him. But all I can do as this horse's friend is criticize his bad behavior and lead him to water. That's all I can do. And that's all I'm going to do. So no, I'm not Captain Save-A-Ho. I don't think I can save Steven's soul. Steven has to save his own soul. But in order for him to save his own soul, he has to believe he has one in the first place.
The rule. And I think he was clear about that.
No, actually, in this case, it very much does.
Vince Wilson said, sorry, real quick. Hey, just got caught up, was in a meeting. So your criticism that we didn't get into Trump usurping Gavin Newsom authority is not totally correct. We got into it shortly after you ended it. Well, Vince, I'm sure you did. And my advice, take it with a grain of salt. I just think that you need to spurg out a little bit more. I think you need to freak out a little bit more. I think that when you continue to argue the technocratic stuff, you're correct, right? I think I said that when I was reviewing the debate. I had no problems with what you said or with what Corbin said. I think you guys are correct on the issue. I think you described things well. I think you had a good technocratic analysis of the situation. What I think Andrew was doing, though, was he was like pushing you on endless technocratic bullshit and jargon so he could avoid having the fight. And so for me, I would say, let's cut the bullshit. Let's get to, you say that this isn't consolidating power. I think it's the perfect example of consolidating power. Let's fight about whether or not it's good or bad. And maybe you did it. But, we operate on limited time on a stream. So sorry.
If you're saying no women should be able to do this, you are by definition saying, hey, everyone who can do this, I'm going to just cut off a certain percentage of you for absolutely no good reason other than because I have a dumb sexist rule. In the same way, if you want to ban them from the military, you're going to throw out like 20% of people that make us more effective. Now, if you say, hey, there's reasons we have...
Yeah, that's so stupid. If you dismissed all female law enforcement officers on virtue that they were female, that's so unbelievably stupid. 99%. I'm a former law enforcement officer. I know what law enforcement is, okay? 99% of the job is driving from place to place within the city and writing book reports on fucked up shit that happened. Women are perfectly capable of doing that. Then the 1% that are fights and gunfights and shootings and stabbings and all that crazy shit, out of that 1%, 0.5% of it is talking someone down who's about to do crazy shit. And women, weirdly enough, are super talented at that. They have this like weird maternal sympathetic energy and they can act like a mom and they can browbeat schizophrenics with mom energy into not doing crazy shit. Women in the 1% of law enforcement that is violence do have a necessary role that they fill where they can be good at it. Now, the other 0.5% where they actually have to fight someone, I'll admit it. Women are not as good in fucking fist fights and wrestling as men are. It's just true. But that's why they have a gun on their hip. So if a big dude starts beating the shit out of them, they can pull their gun and fucking blast them. So precluding female officers because they can't fight as well as men is a bullshit standard. I'm just telling you. I've served with one incompetent female who I did not like, and I served with 3 or 4 females that would make these dudes look like fucking pussies. So absolutely the fuck not. I fundamentally reject this line of argumentation.
Studies that they're not as good in combat roles and co-ed units, that's a perfectly valid argument.
Yeah,
But
so
to just
I think,
blindly cut them off.
In the infantry, but women can also serve in other jobs besides the infantry. We have doctors, we have nurses, we have supply admin people, we have EMTs, we have truck drivers, we have administrators, we have intel officers, we have translators. There's plenty of other things that women can do within the armed forces that is not related to physical combat.
From the military is just brain dead and stupid. And this is why I said this is shooting yourself in the foot if you want to just completely cut people who are effective at their jobs out because you have no other good reason than women.
Yes, dude. Liberals are correct. Red pillars are getting fucking owned.
Are bad on a whole in certain roles, but I'm not going to judge them based on an individual merit.
Based. Get it, soy pill. Get it.
Yeah, I would have a different view, though. I would think that it's okay. I'm for women being in supportive roles in the military, but not on, supportive.
Boom, and the concession to the reasonable take. Thank you.
For roles where they don't have to, where the military doesn't have to lower the physical standard for women to meet.
We agree.
So
Sure.
Yeah, but real quick, because I want to ask a question. So, would you say that abortion, women aborting 1 million babies per year,
Who's BTC? Gen X's BTC just, Brian Tyler Cohen said Josiah Altman or something like that is listed on it, waiting to see if it's our Josiah. I think it is. Somebody told me the other day that Josiah works with Chorus. So I don't know if that's true. I would let Josiah tell me whether or not he's working with Chorus. I don't give a shit. But I think Josiah works with Chorus. And if I remember correctly, Brian Tyler Cohen is one of the heads of Chorus.
Study came out that 28% of Gen Z was aborted. So you would say that that's...
Beef Supreme says, does this channel take a hard stance on Hassan and his community? Are we cultivating a space for Hassan fans to come and ruin chat? Dude, find me a doobie chat where he's simping for Hassan. I think the closest thing we got to that is that, you're trained to hate Hassan. That was the closest thing to a doobie. And by the way, you guys are getting one guy. Doobie's one guy in you. Why can't you talk amongst each other? I get it. You hate Doobie. You want to fucking white blood cell and attack him, but what the fuck?
A bad thing, right? Because we are below replacement level, correct?
Why do you care? It's a preference. I don't think it really matters, right? You prefer
Uno reverse card. Good job, Soy Pill.
not that to happen. I prefer maybe that it could happen. I mean, what does it matter, right? I thought we haven't defined anything other besides preferences. So why are we somehow able now to nail down what is good or bad?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I've been trying to do. What do you consider good?
I'm just doing your thing, buddy. Do I think it's good that abortion exists? Is that what you're asking?
Do you think it's good that women abort over 1 million babies per year? We are below replacement level. 28%, literally a third of Gen Z has been aborted. Do you think that women having all full reproductive rights over who is born and who is not born in America, do you think that that is good?
Are you asking because you would imply that any restrictions on abortion would be sexist, and that's how it's related to the debate? Because I've noticed you've tried to shoehorn out abortion twice now.
Is it good?
Is sexism good? Are you saying that abortion restrictions are sexist?
Do you consider it to be sexist?
Eric Dom says, I feel like your more right-wing traits are more accepted among the likes of Destiny. The others seem too clean and devoid of profile. I know you like them, but I find them boring. No, I'm with you too. I mean, Pisco and I fight all the time, but part of the reason why we fight is because of my chud takes, right? It's because if I say what I say, he's like, oh, you're just like me. You and I. We are same. We are liberal. We are same. And then I'm like, okay, this is what I think about the blacks. And he's like, whoa. And I'm like, this is what I think about the Jews. And he's like, what? He's like, this is what I think about women. And he's like, So yeah, like the safe play. Funnily enough, Eric Dom, I wonder if this is like a subconscious thing. I wonder if I'm too chud for Josiah, Pisco, Hutch, IRI, and Soy Pill, and I know that instinctively, whereas I know with Destiny, I could at least do it, partially as jokes, partially as descriptive fact, and he's not going to freak out because he does that shit at least as jokes, right? So maybe that's it. Maybe I don't want to go with like the sanitized corporate, progressive liberals who are, trying to be like they actively try to fight their sexism. They actively try to fight their racism. They actively try to fight their bigotry. Whereas I'm like, that's too soy. Like I want to have Jewish friends. I want to have black friends. I want to have Hispanic friends. I want to have gay and trans friends, but I also want to give them shit too. Right. And I want to stereotype them because guess what? That's how I treat my white, straight male friends. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the real division, maybe the real reason not making the Machiavelli, maybe it has nothing to do. Maybe it has nothing to do with money. Nothing to do even with more. It has to do with the fact that people are too soy and is the N-word. That's crazy.
I mean, because men can't have abortion restrictions,
is
but
abortion?
whether or not, I don't think aborting a baby is really good, but I would prefer to live in a world where I could choose. Yeah, you got me. Buddy.
Okay. Yeah, so sexism is good. They just conceded the debate for the third time. Like,
Hold on, can you point?
Because we're talking about justified versus unjustified, you ignorant dumbass. God, I hate this guy.
Out, can you just point out where specifically where is the sexism? Because again, as Soy Pill says, men have abortions, and I think that there's something inherently unfair about the fact that a woman gives birth and doesn't want to marry the man that he's on the hook for financial payments to this child. But if a woman decides that she to kill the baby of the man that she was sleeping with, she gets to do that without his consent. I think that there's clear unfairness there. I wish that less babies were being aborted. But can you highlight like what's the sexism angle here? What would you want to change?
Well, once again, I'm not, making descriptions here. I'm just asking a question.
Bruh, you suck at arguing.
Do you think that gynecologists are sexist?
I'm just asking a question. I'm not making any prescriptions here, but when you're
do you think gynecologists are sexist, Fugazi?
No, didn't you make? Oh, nice joke, by the way, and I like that he made Tali and Reggie. Good job, Soy. You're good. I believe in you. I have faith in you. I think you're going to go far, kid. Yeah, for those who don't know, IRI, I'm really important, was in Fly for a White Guy music video. And he did a comeback where he was dancing for Offspring on stage. Little known IRI lore. But this dude sucks at argumentation. And clearly the word that needs to be focused on is unjust. Soy Pill absolutely pointed this out, and he's dragging down the conversation. He doesn't even understand his own argumentation. Nice.
You said, do I think gynecologists are sexist?
Yeah.
Gynecologists are sexist? No, gynecologists have a specific job. And
but they won't see men.
Yeah, but they're doing sex discrimination, aren't they, Cooley, you dumbass?
That job itself, just like, men having a bathroom and women having another bathroom, the job itself would essentially be
so that's not sexist.
No, I'm saying that
and
it is.
Separate bathrooms also.
Yeah, Ali says you're doing great at coalition building. However, libs have been flopping hard. I know, dude. It's because they don't have a spine, bro. They need to develop a spine.
So isn't sexist?
No. What are you can't hear, man? Active.
Oh, well, I'm just look. You have a debate partner that was saying some stuff earlier, but if you guys want to move off of that, thanks for wasting 20 minutes. We could have.
No, I said yes, man, not no.
Okay, well, maybe you guys aren't fully on alignment of what should be done with sexism. I think you maybe should have coordinated a little before the debate.
I mean, this alignment was pretty good. We both brung up many examples. Like even in his opening, I said
he brought up bathrooms as an example, but you don't think that's sexist, so you guys disagree.
When did I ever say that it's not sexist?
Just now, 10 seconds ago?
You have bad active. You have the ears of a female.
Okay, well then I'll ask again. Do you think that gynecologists are sexist?
That's sexist.
Okay, so once again, I already answered the question. I'll go ahead and answer it for you again. So since gynecologists, it's a category of a medical field where doctors do a certain procedure or medical care for women. That in itself is inherently sexist, just like bathrooms and everything else, like I said.
So it is sexist now. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
We can play the tape back.
No, we could play the tape back. It's exactly what I said. But so, I mean, you know, I guess I got some time for the open.
That sucks, man. You guys are confirming the Dan versus Mr. Mutin thing where Destiny has been replaced on his own podcast. But dude, this is kind of what I'm saying, okay? Steven is reaping the consequences of his own actions. He was a gooner in 2023, I guess, 2023. He was dating Lauren Southern, married to Melina, sexting Anna Voir, and sexting Rose all at the same time. He had no limits to his sexual proclivities. He pissed off every single woman in that orbit one by one. Anna Voir always loved and hated him simultaneously. Melina probably loved and hated him simultaneously. Lauren Southern loved him at first, but then probably grew to hate him over his bullshit when they broke up. And yeah, so eventually, like, everything fucking imploded. So now that the Rose thing is leaked, where he sent a bunch of homemade pornography to a dumb 18-year-old or 17-and-a-half-year-old who he thought was 18 or 19, allegedly, yeah, he's reaping his consequences. And so the consequences are he's lost his orbit. A lot of people view him as politically toxic. A lot of people won't even talk to him. A lot of people, they'll debate him, but they won't talk to him, you know? So and now Dan, one of his best friends and one of his most stalwart allies, can't even do what one of his most stalwart allies can't even do a regular podcast with him because he's so internet toxic that people are swatting his best friend. Or I don't know if they swatted him, but they definitely doxed his best friend. And they're harassing his best friend's wife. So yeah. Chickens are coming home to roost. He can say that the punishment doesn't fit the crime, but you know, I don't even think that's relevant. That sucks. That sucks. I feel bad for Steven, but I also think that his chickens are coming home to roost. Doobie says, I was happy that Connor caught the fascism thing, by the way. Based. Connor wanted to send the goon squad after me. I really did. I really did want like half a dozen cops in riot armor to beat the shit out of Doobie. Yeah. Classic days. Feels like yesterday to me.
Panel, Sarah, because they just conceded the debate. Let's bring up some more people.
I just wonder why you're running away from your real positions. Like you're like,
exactly.
Well, so you think we should have separate bathrooms? Guess you concede, but I know what your real position is, which I think women shouldn't vote.
Sorry, real quick. Sacred Snow says, I can't wait for the day when my wife is making fun of me for my wardrobe being entirely consisting of polos and t-shirts with children's drawings on them. Counterpoints merchandise. True.
Force as much. Like I've watched your videos. Why don't you want to defend that at all?
What are your prescriptions?
Yeah,
what are your prescriptions? So your debate.
At least Speakeasy gave one, as much as it was something like, hey, maybe women shouldn't go places where their pregnancy is going to be threatened, which makes perfect sense. But do you have maybe some prescriptions on what sexism?
Well, he gave another prescription and then
okay,
walked it back.
The entire debate is just this. Okay, well, we hit 4 hours, so we'll wrap it up as a segment. If this is the entire thing of Cooley not understanding the argument, Soy Pill and Tali funnily describing reality and dunking on Cooley, and Speakeasy sitting in the background, I'm good. You know, we made it through 40 minutes of it. We probably skipped most of it. But I think this does highlight something, as much as we might have gotten distracted by chat and all that kind of stuff. Tali makes descriptive claims that I agree with. Soy is good at dunking, and I hope that he continues to be a debate bro in the space. I think he has the talent for it. Cooley No Fugazi is a cheap African-American copy of Andrew Wilson. Speakeasy had a strong argument, but right now that it's time to throw elbows, he's not doing anything. You know, I've let this thing play for probably 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. And after a strong opening, he hasn't defended a single position. He's just let Speakeasy ruin the conversation. So, you know what? Congratulations to Tali. Congratulations to Soy Pill. I'm going to engage with chat, and then we're going to wrap. Quick shill reminder. You guys were very generous on Monday. You were very generous on Tuesday. Today's been a little bit less generous, but that's okay. That's okay. I understand. Like, you donate 10 or 20 bucks or 50 bucks or 100 bucks on one day, and guess what? You got to wait until payday because that was your streamer donation thing. But I'm going to go ahead and thank Turtle Wow Sucks, eDream Cast, Lawson Harrison, and Sacred Snow for either doing super chats, super stickers, or memberships. Thank you. And let me scroll back up, and I'm just going to engage with chat until I feel like leaving. So let me find my last. There it is. Conservatism says one sees as justifiable becomes a tug of war between worldviews. There's no objective standard. Sure, but in appeal to nature, we can argue about why. We can argue about why our subjective standards are better or worse. So, for instance, if your subjective standard, I'll keep it really simple for you. If your subjective standard is that when presented with a razor blade or an apple, you should eat a razor blade, I can still articulate why eating a razor blade is not as preferable to your system. So I can say it's going to cut your mouth, it's going to cut your guts, you're going to have surgery, you could get severely injured and or die. There's no reason why you should eat the razor blade, whereas the apple has fructose, sucrose, sugar, vitamin B, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin whatever the fuck, right? And so you should eat the apple instead of a razor blade. And so the person advocating for a razor blade can say, well, we just have different opinions and it's all subjective anyway, so who cares? But I'm like, yeah, but clearly 99% of humans are going to agree with my prescription over yours because your prescription sucks for all the reasons that I just said. Kay says, this is why I said the resolution question for the debate was poorly worded or allowed it to devolve. Yes, but that's where Raging Tomato, after the third or fourth time that black gentleman, Cooley, whatever his name is, whenever he said like, oh, well, just, whenever you make any kind of decision that affects two sexes, that's actually sexism. It's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. It's unjust. Tali Botz says, hey, I know her. Good to see you, Tali. Fashion 40 says, contemplating if I want to enter into the mud. One search in the Destiny subreddit provided so much ammo. Also, Food Shorts Discord has way more info than I thought, but I'm trying to be a grill hottest, not a schizo. Well, I mean, go for it if you want. If you want to fight Doobie, go ahead. I just, I don't really care. Tali Botz says, I'm chunky, centrist, Aaron-based. Base. Hello, Mr. Hegemon. Hello, indeed. Doobie says, it might be fun to have that combo with Connor and invite the DGG Sims in to present their arguments or whatever. Yes, maybe we could do that. Matter of fact, Doobie, if you were down to do that tomorrow or the next day, I know we have open DMs. I need to check, whatever. Obviously, I was sick last week, but what would be fun is if you and I chatted for like 30 minutes to an hour, and then if we opened it up to the people who hate your guts. That could be fun. Thought all of you would feel like most of you wouldn't, to be honest. Well, it could be fun. Eric Thompson's Virtues of Aristotle remind me a lot of 7 Heavenly Virtues and 7 Deadly Sins in Catholicism. I wouldn't be surprised if they inspired each other. Beef Supreme says, there goes Doobie thinking people want to debate him and his bullshit. I wonder if there will be takers. That's totally fine if there are or aren't. Dude is trying to be Andrew Wilson. Absolutely. Absolutely. Rob says, not theism isn't equivalent to consequentialism. These dipshit apologists. I know. Hassan is as much of a piece of shit as any other streamer, in my opinion, but better than most. Okay, but I think his politics suck. That's the main thing that I care about. Beef Supreme says, thank you, Connor. And Doobie has said he likes Hassan. Are you getting it yet? Not really. I can absolutely defend the DGG Hassan talking points, Connor. Okay, well, we'll do that when you and I talk. Kay says, make an argument for your preferences. Convince us of your preferences. Exactly, Kay. I'm sorry that didn't happen. I was hoping that it would move there. Gen X says, Connor, spoiler alert, it's because Doobie is also a piece of garbage. We're just waiting for you to catch on. Okay, well, lots of people. Hold on. You almost got me there. You almost got me. Okay. If I can have grace for Steven engaged in bad behavior, why can't I have grace for Doobie engaged in less nefarious bad behavior? Nope. Christian Blair says, I feel like Connor's major hatred for Hassan is just because he's an anti-West terror supporter. It's because he's a complete dumb fuck. Well, I'd say both of those are reasons why I hate him. There's plenty of dumb fucks that I think are perfectly nice people. Tali Botz are the only bisexuals are free from sexism. Based off of that logic, true. Sociologic says, how did I just realize your beard is dyed? Don't know. It's been like this all day and yesterday and the day before. Doobie says that he's in his 30s. That's cool. Separate but in equal bathrooms. True. Women's bathrooms tend to be nicer. Tali Botz says, forced doctrine has literally nothing to do with the debate. Lol, it's a buzzword at this point. Yeah, that guy sucks. He's a bad Andrew Wilson. If I was to get into a debate with that guy, I wouldn't even try to debate him. I would try to show him how he's not even a good arguer for his own perspective. Lethal Lance says, you decide what preferences you share, then debate which preferences you disagree on are better for your shared preferences, R slur. Yes, Lethal Lance. Yes. Doobie says, Nick has openly advocated for kicking non-whites out of the U.S. He's way worse than Hassan, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, Nick Fuentes is obviously, and also because of the dissident right-wing sway over right-wing politics, is infinitely more dangerous than Hassan. But I still think Hassan is dangerous and a piece of shit. So, like two things can be true at once. Two people, as a matter of fact, most of the time, there are multiple things that are true at once. New user says, as for morality with no afterlife, if there is no afterlife, then this is the only opportunity to do good. Doing bad things would be wasting the only opportunity you have to do anything. Agreed. I think I instinctively understand that to some degree. Doobie says, oh God, preferences is such a bad way to argue. Yes, this guy unironically sucks at arguing. All right, I'm probably halfway through the chat catching up. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Am I 45 minutes behind? I'm not even close to you guys. All right, I'm going to scroll to the bottom then. I'm sorry if I missed a chat that you wanted me to read. If you're still here, type your chat now, okay? Just say, counterpoints, what do you think about this? Counterpoints, fuck you for this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Write that in because I'm gonna scroll to the bottom. Melody says, at Connor, I vote for Doobie DMing you, only you have to see that stuff. Did you nuke him? Oh. Sorry, hold on. Gen X. I thought she sent me a DM, but it was just at the top of my list, but then I don't see anything in there. Okay, anyways, whatever. Anyways, scrolling. I'm only going to answer at Connors or when I get back to the list. Lying is bad for you, okay? It unironically is bad for you. You will pay for your lies eventually. Connor is Hassan incrementalist or is he a full-on socialist? I think he's revolutionary. I think he's hiding his power levels. Melody, what are Connor's chud takes? We'll do that tomorrow. I will unironically describe my political prescriptions. That way we can decide how much we overlap on. No Nope says, oh, come on, dude. Destiny's anti-fan community doxing Dan's wife has nothing to do with promiscuity. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Why are they doxing his wife? Why are they doxing his wife? The reason why they're doxing his wife is because Stephen went on a red pill arc where he was talking about consent and the way that you should behave in sexual relationships. And he was the white knight of liberals and progressives for 2 years on debate podcasts. And then in November of 2024, it was revealed that he had created a bunch of homemade, allegedly, of course, that he had created a bunch of homemade pornography and spread it around without the consent of the original people within the videos, allegedly. And that one of the people that he spread it to, allegedly, was lied about their age. That's why people hate Stephen. Of course, it's a pretext to hate Stephen. They probably hate him for a dozen other reasons. They might hate him because he does the Muslim jokes. They might hate him because he did the dead kid jokes. They might hate him because he platformed and normalized Mr. Girl. They might hate him because he platformed and normalized Nick Fuentes. They might hate him because he dated a traitor, Lauren Southern. Like there's a billion reasons to hate Stephen. But the reason why they're able to go after Dan is because Stephen has given them ammunition with which to attack Dan and anybody who associates with Stephen. Of course it is. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Officer Nasty says, okay, I thought I remembered Dan's stream and was so confused why he was admitting to all of it. Lol. Yeah, I guess. Sorry if that doesn't seem like a sufficient answer, but I'm not quite sure what you're saying he's admitting to. Officer Nasty says it's not A-logging if Dan's bragged on stream multiple times about it. Oh, based. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, and Dan going out of his way to dox people too. I think that you're inviting good for the goose, good for the gander. AF Racing says, Connor, you're effing sick every week, bro. No. My wife threw out her neck 3 weeks ago. I traveled to DC probably a month ago. I traveled to Texas like a month and a week ago. And then I almost died last week. Gen X says he's like Ogre Boy, lol, hopefully without the tattoo. Jesus. Ogre Boy, that's a high bar for Hassan simp. Hassan, Ogre Boy is like otherworldly. Nasser Games says, did you lose a bet, with the beard? Nope. Just somebody did a massive super chat, and it was cool, and it's something that I would do. Okay, I think I'm caught up. I'm only 2 minutes behind now. So if you have something to say to me, say it to me now. Fashion 40 says, several of my Jewish associates in my last job I managed were harassed by radical peers of those now designs for New Balance, and she's a Hassan fan. That's crazy. Gen X says, I deleted DMs, lol. Gotcha. Jonazilla says he got nuked by I unnuked him. Okay, cool. Nasser Game says, did you lose a bet? Nope. Doobie says, if he were advocating for bigotry or genocide or whatever, I'd think he's a bad person. Well, he advocates for terrorism, and terrorism is bad. I don't know if you thought shooting civilians that are civilians is bad, but that's bad. Lethal Lance says, I would like to talk to you about the lack of accountability for Leos one of these days. I think, weirdly enough, Lawson Harrison wanted to talk about the same thing. So maybe we could do like a community panel with Lawson Harrison, Lethal Lance, and I think they said that they wanted to get another creator in there. So maybe we could do like a community panel. No Nope says they are doxing his wife because they're a bunch of jobless cunts. Well, I agree with that, but Dan, I would say that's true of Dan as well. And he invited that when somebody said that they were going to steal anything else content and move it onto a platform so it was available for free. And Dan went out of his way to contact that dude's wife. Yeah, you're opening up the floodgates, bro. Officer Nasty says, do you think Chud was beat up by his bull, or did he really fall into a doorknob? I think he got wasted and he fell into a doorknob. Real opinion? That's my real opinion. Now, if Chud had a gay lover or a trans girlfriend who beat the shit out of him, that would be funny. But I think he actually got wasted. He's English. Fire W says, can you check the Ordo Liberalism wiki page? I wonder if you would like it. I'll write it down. I think I'm wrapped up on consuming new information for today, but I can write it down next to Kamalism for things that I need to. Ordo liberalism. If it's ordered liberalism and they just used a Latin word and they're talking about ordered freedom, then yeah, that's based. I can tell you that's based already. Conservatism says the dead kid joke wasn't the problem. Sexualizing the dead kids was the sus part. He has a habit of sexualizing kids. Also, I care less about the 17-and-a-half-year-old line about the age and more about him gooning to then sharing photos of a 15-year-old. I don't know if he gooned to the 15-year-old, but that's okay. We don't need to fight about that. Lethal Lance says, well, that's based. I haven't heard much about his Leo takes, but it seems like he was more on the side than they are seen unfairly in the court of public opinion. Gotcha. I'm pretty pro-cop, but I think there's plenty of reforms that we can do. We'll get into it. These people don't need ammunition to go after Dan. The dude's name is Jew Stalker, for fuck's sake. No, it's not. No, it's not. You skipped my message where I said, didn't Dan dox somebody and call the job to threaten them? Yep. I think I just mentioned that. AF Racing says, I meant sick frosted tips, surfing big waves, you old fuck. Interesting. Fashion 40 says, I also don't think saying America deserves 9/11 is a net positive, and to have a mayoral candidate support him sucks, especially for someone who's heavily affected by it as a child. Yeah, dude, fuck Hassan. Hassan's a piece of shit. Definitely look at Doobie's terrorism is about a perspective message. I hate that shit. I think that's so cringe. I don't think Hassan supports the killing of civilians, though. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He does that whole thing where he's like, settlers... all settlers are valid military targets. And then Ethan Klein's like, well, there's women and children who are settlers. And he's like, well, it's bad to shoot women and children, but settlers are valid military targets. Like, he does that fucking dance. I hate that shit. So cringe. It's so easy to articulate. When it's so easy to say, Hamas should attack militias and IDF to defend their territory, but they should not mass murder and rape civilians. How easy is that? I just said it. It's a sentence. It's the easiest sentence in the world. The easiest sentence in the world is militaries and militias should attack other armed groups within armed conflict. They should try to minimize civilian death as maximally as possible. And that's it. Boom. End of sentence. So easy. Grassroots Touchabon says, I beat up Chad for not being gay enough. Based? Doobie says, I think that most of the time terrorism is just about perspective and gave the example of the founding fathers and other American revolutionaries. Yeah, I think that's so fucking stupid. Do you have any examples of the revolutionaries during the Revolutionary War murdering women and children intentionally? I don't think you do. I think the max you're going to find is them doing tar and feathering and like terrorist attacks. Yeah, this was his response to me saying Hassan is bad for glazing terrorists and supporting terrorism. I mostly just ignore him, but I do think he has ulterior motives. We shall see, lol. Yeah, okay, and then that's the terrorism quote. Yeah, so you could not find me. I very much doubt you could find me revolutionary soldiers intentionally finding the families that came across the ocean with British troops and or British supporters, and then storming the houses of the British supporters, and then executing the men, women, and children of the British supporters / soldiers. I very much doubt you would be able to find me anything equivalent to that. Now, they worked with Native Americans, and the Native Americans did butcher the fuck out of some Brits, I tell you that. But they were butchering the soldiers as far as I know. Ethan agreed with him about the settlers not being civilians, didn't he? Yeah, but Ethan's dumb as fuck. That's like saying, Doobie, what you just said, though, is Ethan agreed with him about the settlers not being civilians, didn't he? Yeah, but that's like saying like a fucking toddler agreed to something stupid. I don't view Ethan Klein as a moral agent. Soy Pill says, why are you ginger now? Somebody gave me a very large super chat, and I like it. Absolutely, they killed loyalists. You have an example of revolutionary soldiers shooting women and children in the fucking face because they were loyalists? I'll Google that in a second. I don't think you're fucking right at all. Doobie says there are many examples of American revolutionaries attacking and killing American British loyalists who were civilians. Where? Let's find it. Doobie is saying that our great founding fathers were finding men, women, and children who were loyalists and shooting them in the face because they thought it was dope. Revolutionary American attacks on civilians. Let's take a look. I'll share my screen. Maybe I'll learn something new. During the American Revolution, both American patriots and British forces engaged in actions that resulted in civilian casualties. That's not the same thing. Though these acts were often more frequent and widespread among the British, examples of American actions include the destruction of loyalist civilian property and some instances of violent retribution. That's what I want to find. While British actions such as burning of Newark and the Boston Massacre directly targeted or resulted in the deaths of civilians. Tarring and feathering, I already knew about that. I already said that. Targeting loyalist property. During raids, American forces sometimes destroyed property belonging to civilians who were loyal to the British Crown. The Boston Massacre was when they fired on civilians. The burning of Newark was the first burning of the village of Newark, New York, leaving its winter civilian population without shelter, which I guess went into death. Acts of reprisal. You have the Cherry Valley Massacre, November 11, 1778. A raid by British allied Iroquois warriors and loyalists on Cherry Valley, New York, resulted in the death of 30 civilians. This was a retaliatory strike following similar destructions of Native American villages by American troops. Context: the American Revolution involved a period of intense violence on the frontier, with both American Patriot and British forces participating in raids that targeted enemy settlements. The American use of force, like the Sullivan Expedition in 1779 against the Iroquois, also involved the destruction of villages, contributing to an ongoing cycle of violence. Where's the anti-British civilian massacres? If you want to say there were anti-Native American massacres, they didn't think they were fucking human, or they thought they were a separate category of human. So here's all the massacres. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Again, Doobie, what the fuck are you talking about? Where are the revolutionary soldiers finding British civilians and shooting men, women, and children in the face? Maybe we'll find it. Broadheel's Coston expedition was a military expedition carried about by American forces against the Lenape in Ohio County in 1781 during the American Revolutionary War, led by Daniel Broadhead. The Americans raided and burnt the neutral Christian Muncie village of Idahoacock before attacking the Lenape village of Goskachunk, massacring 16 prisoners before burning it as well. This sounds like Native Americans to me. They didn't even think they were human, bro. The Lenape are indigenous people. Okay, so they killed Native Americans. You're not going to find me denying that. Cherry Valley Massacre was attacked by British and Iroquois forces on a fort in town that resulted in civilian death. We already saw that one. The Gnadenhutten Massacre. The Gnadenhutten Massacre, also known as the Moravian Massacre, was the killing of 96 pacifist Moravian Christian Indians, primarily Lenape and Mohican, by U.S. militiamen from Pennsylvania under the command of David Williamson at the Moravian missionary village of Manhattan, Ohio during the American Revolutionary War. Due to their commitment to Christian pacifism, the Moravians did not take sides during the Revolutionary War, which caused them to be viewed with suspicion by both the British and the Americans. As the Moravians were collecting crops, Pennsylvania militia encountered them and falsely promised the Moravians that they would be relocated away from the warring parties. Once they were gathered together, however, the American militia rounded up the unarmed Moravians and said that they planned to execute them for being spies. Okay. Groton Heights. Okay, bro. Up until maybe you can find me something. Send me a link. I'm not going to read all of these. I'm not going to bore chat to death. But find me the Revolutionary Army knowingly targeting British civilians, and maybe I'll change my fucking tune. But number one, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 massacres in general, half of whom are British, half of whom are Native American. And what I mean by that is half of them were perpetuated by the British and the Native Americans. So for me, that's like, all right, okay. But that is not the picture you are painting. The picture you are painting is that the Paoli reprisals. Okay, Paoli reprisals. All right, let's get this back up here. This is the thing that Doobie told me to Google search, so I want to read it. Add stage. The Paoli reprisals were retributive acts carried out by American soldiers in the aftermath of the Paoli Massacre, a brutal British bayonet attack in September 1777. The Americans' battle cry, "Remember Paoli," became a rallying cry to take revenge on British forces. The Battle of Paoli. On the night of September 20th, 1777, British Major General Charles Greylegger led a surprise attack against an American encampment commanded by Brigadier General blah, 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 blah. To maximize surprise, Grey ordered his men to remove the flints from their muskets and rely solely on their bayonets, earning him the nickname No Flint Grey. That's hardcore. With the help of a loyalist informant, British forces infiltrated the American camp and attacked the sleeping soldiers, routing the entire division. American casualties included 53 dead from bayonet wounds, with another 200 wounded or taken prisoner. British losses were minimal. Allegations of a massacre. While the bayonet charge was legitimate, though brutal, military tactic, American accounts claimed that they had committed atrocities because they killed them while they were fucking sleeping. The reprisals and consequences. The ferocity of the attack, particularly against American soldiers of the Pennsylvania line, inflamed anti-British sentiment and led to subsequent attacks of revenge. Remember Paoli, this cry of vengeance, targeted attacks. A later engagement, including the Battle of Germantown and the Battle of Stony Point, American soldiers reportedly targeted their British foes with bayonets, shouting, "Remember Paoli." To show their contempt for the Americans' outcry, soldiers in the British 2nd Light Infantry dyed their hat feathers red so they could be identified by the Americans. This tradition is still commemorated today by successor regiments in the British Army. What the fuck was I supposed to read from that? Where were the civilians? What are you talking about? This is I'm sorry, Doobie. I'm not trying to be rude, but this is weak. That's super weak. That's crazy weak. So, anyways, DM me so I'm not boring people. Send me George Washington shooting a woman in the face. Send me that, because that's the equivalent. By the way, I'm not even gonna accept this. If you're talking about Pennsylvania militia massacring Native Americans, or if you're talking about a random revolutionary unit along with is attacking loyalists in reprisal for a fucked up thing that loyalists did, that's war, baby. That's not the same as Hamas endorsing and encouraging their jihadists to shoot women and children in the face. It's not the same. The fact that you try to conflate those things actually pisses me off. Doobie says also the killing and torture of loyalists in New York and Wyoming Valley Battle. Okay, I mean, I'll check that out, but dude, the way you described it, because this is what Hamas did. We all saw this, by the way. So this is where it feels like fucking gaslighting. We saw jihadists find men, women, and children cowering in fear, crying and begging for mercy, and then either machine gunning them or throwing grenades at them, therefore killing men, women, and children. That's what we saw. Okay. Then we saw them grab the corpses of men, women, and children and drag them back to Gaza and celebrate it. Yay, we achieved this. Not only did we shoot men, women, and children in the face, we're happy about it. Okay. Then Hamas has continued to encourage jihadist attacks against Israelis. And just yesterday, a jihadist went onto a bus of Israeli civilians and like shot like half a dozen of them and called his dad with the phone of a woman he murdered and said, Dad, I just killed 10 Jews. I just killed 10 Jews. I'm so proud. Praise be to God. That's what you're saying George Washington and the founding fathers and the Revolutionary Army did. And when I ask you for examples, you're like, oh yeah, there was this one thing where the British troops bayoneted a bunch of revolutionary troops while they slept. So the revolutionary troops got angry and then they killed a bunch of British prisoners of war. That's not the same, brother. It's not even close to the same. That's not even close to the same. Yeah. Politically motivated violence against civilians. Yeah, that's not even the same. Bro, you're reading the Google summary. Literally just Google Paoli reprisal civilian killings in Wyoming conflict. Okay. Well, let's try this one more time. What Google is hiding the fact that George Washington shot civilians in the face for fun. Paoli reprisal. I'm pretty sure I read the whole fucking Wikipedia, didn't I? Civilian killings. Paoli battle facts and summary. While only 53 Americans perished in the nighttime British surprise attack, Patriot propagandists, blah, blah, blah. The Battle of Paoli, also known as the Paoli Massacre. This is the one that we just read. Battle of Paoli. Okay. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can do civilian. Civilian. There's 0 results for the word civilian, brother. What do you want me to do with this? Wyoming. Wyoming attack on civilians. Battle of Wyoming. All right, hey, but at least we have the word civilians in here. Okay, the Seneca were angered by accusations of atrocities following the Battle of Wyoming, coupled with anger at militiamen who ignored their paroles. Such accusations led the Seneca to attack civilians at Cherry Valley in November 1778. So that's British-aligned troops attacking civilians. And that's the only time civilian appears in this page. Major Butler reported 1 Indian killed, 2 Rangers, and 8 Indians wounded. He claimed that his force had burned 1,000 houses and drove 1,000 cattle, as well as many sheep and hogs. Richard Cartwright, Major Butler's civilian secretary, recorded in his journal 7 wounded, 2 of who died of their wounds. Brother, you're gonna have to send me something. This is nothing. So I don't know what you want me to do. I can't make this shit pop up. This is Iroquois, or this is Seneca doing, this is Brit allied people. So I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what to do. Intentionally attacked and killed civilians. You think Hamas doesn't view what they did as reprisal? Yeah, they probably do. But the way that you made it sound, Doobie, intentionally or not, you made it sound like it was the policy of the Revolutionary Army and of George Washington to massacre British civilians. That's what I inferred from what you stated. Now, maybe that wasn't your intent, but that's what I inferred from what you stated. And this is why I don't like this like violence moral equivalence. You think when Nat Turner beat women and children to death with clubs, he didn't see it as a reprisal? I would have to look up fucking Nat Turner. Well, is that like Bloody Kansas or Bloody Arkansas or whatever? No, it's not, Doobie. No, it's not. Your argument is right now is essentially when Americans did it, it was revenge, but when Hamas did it, it's terrorism. No, you haven't even shown me that American soldiers did what Hamas did. You haven't even shown that. You have one Pennsylvania militia which massacred Native Americans, which they didn't even believe were human. And then you had Iroquois massacring not loyalists. You had fucking Native Americans slaughtering revolutionary forces. The fuck are you talking about? I don't. You're killing me with the surface skimming? Yeah, DM me. DM me. Nat Turner's rebellion was a revolt by slaves? Yeah, and fuck him too. If he wanted to kill military-aged militia members who were part of his oppression and persecution, I would view that as justification. But if you take a fucking club or a baseball bat and beat kids to death, I don't give a fuck what your cause is. You should be hung. You should be hung in the fucking public square. Well, I thought he was talking about, wasn't there the guy who stormed the armory? Civil War, was it Shays Rebellion? Civil War Shays Rebellion? Was it Shay or was it somebody else? Western Massachusetts led by farmers and Revolutionary War veterans protesting higher taxes. No, that's not it. Abolitionist rebellion. There was this guy, John Brown. John Brown killed civilians. But I'm pretty sure John Brown killed men. I don't think he killed women and children. So once again, like sorry, Doobie, you're making morally equivalent what is not morally equivalent. Beating the head in of a fucking child with a baseball bat, if you do that, I don't care what your cause is. You should be hung or shot. The child did not participate in your exploitation. They did not participate in your persecution. They might have been your oppressors when they became an adult, but they were not your oppressor when they are a child. Fuck that. That's crazy to me. That's actually crazy to me. Yeah, John Brown, Harper Ferry, thank you. Beef Supreme says, come on, Doobie. We committed most of our atrocities against Native American Indians. Come on, bro. Second group is slaves. Yeah. I'm not going to make that morally equivalent because it's not equivalent. Because we don't think of Native Americans as subhuman anymore. And while Jews might view Palestinian, or some Israelis might view Palestinians as subhuman, and Palestinians might view some Jews as subhuman, that doesn't mean they're right. They're obviously wrong. Bro, Hamas is acting morally because have you seen the actions of the Hun army 1,500 years ago? I mean, dude, that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, Nate Turner's rebellion in the Haitian Revolution. And by the way, I think that I would never excuse that. I would never excuse that. I would say, yeah, sure. If you want to kill the military-aged males, if you want to kill the slave drivers, that's fine. But you would take the women and children as prisoner and you would return them to their countrymen. You wouldn't massacre the women and children. And if you massacre the women and children, whoever actually does that, whoever actually slits the throats or bashes in the heads of civilian women and children, they should be killed. And they shouldn't be killed by the enemy. They should be killed by their allies. Do you understand that? That's the other thing that I don't think people understand. Hamas, let's say that this was true. Let's say Hamas let's say that Hamas conducted a military operation and 95% of it, let's say that we inverted the civilian death ratio, where 900 people were IDF soldiers and 300 of them were civilians. But let's say the 300 civilians were a mistake. They were caught in the crossfire, and there was one Hamas operative that went off leash, and he just massacred 12 civilians for fun. He was like, fuck the Yahud. They're subhuman. They're evil. I should be able to massacre them all, so I'm going to shoot men, women, and children. I don't think the IDF should be killing that guy. I think Hamas should be killing that guy. I think Hamas should say, no, that's fucking evil. Why are you killing women and children who have done nothing against you? What the fuck is your problem? And they should take their own soldier who massacred civilians and they should kill him or incarcerate him. That's what we did with Robert Bales. Robert Bales, one of my friends served with Robert Bales. Robert Bales is an American soldier who massacred Afghan civilians, and he's currently serving a life sentence in Fort Leavenworth because he massacred civilians. Doobie went from Hassan, not that bad, to founding fathers could be terrorists. Well, I understand like the definition, but I don't think that they're morally equivalent in the slightest. We, today's society, provide understanding, not justification for historical atrocities because they very common, unlike October 7th, 2024. Yeah, well, 2023, but yeah. Lock you up and adopt your kids to a nice family. Sure. Bud123 says, aren't the military-aged men civilians if they aren't a soldier? How is that justified to delete them? I was just saying in the Haitian Revolution, sometimes during conflict, all military-aged males between 17 and 45 are declared hostile. And so people just like, I think we even did that during the invasion. Like if you were running around during curfew, or if you were running around during the invasion and you were 17 to 45, and if you had a radio or a cell phone, I think we shot you. Officer Nasty says, off a quick search, 2,000 Japanese American citizens were killed inside internment camps during World War II in America. Thoughts on that as an example? I don't even know if that's true. I don't think they were shot. I think a lot of them died due to medical shit, where they didn't have a doctor in the camp, so they just died of like preventable illness. So I don't think they were killed in that they were shot. I think that they were killed in that they were not provided adequate medical treatment that resulted in their death. Fire W says, are you planning on doing a Valor research stream that you look into more history, geography, macroeconomy? Not really. I got to follow the metrics, but I got to watch debates and all that kind of shit. Yeah. It was mostly disease. Yeah. They weren't shot. They died of pneumonia. You know, they died of the cold. They died of influenza. They died of preventable disease. They didn't shoot 2,000 Japanese people. I'm pretty sure 15-year-olds would probably be the new minimum. Yeah. That would be their fault, bro. It would literally be killing them. No. I get that. You can actually hit me for an element of hypocrisy here. So the element of hypocrisy is I bitch about 14 million projected dead as a result of PEPFAR and USAID cuts. And I think those are foreseeable deaths. And you can make the argument that the 2,000 foreseeable deaths are the moral culpability and the moral horror of the actions of the United States government. And I'll agree with you. I will not agree that moving a few 100,000 people to internment camps and then 2,000 people dying from influenza is the same as lining them up and shooting them in the back of the fucking head. That's so stupid. You would never apply it in any other circumstance. If somebody, let's say your grandma lives alone, okay? Your grandma lives alone, and it's a foreseeable consequence that eventually she's going to get sick and die, but your parents don't do anything about it. Right? They just let her live alone. And then eventually she does die of a common cold because they didn't check on her sufficiently. Right? And then let's say your dad walks into your grandma's house and shoots her in the fucking face. Can we morally differentiate these two things? Can we, please? Can we not pretend that letting somebody die from a cold and shooting them in the fucking head is the same thing? Come on, guys. This chat used to be 3,000 IQ. I don't know what's happening. Holy shit. AF Racing says, yeah, it should have never happened, but the government of the U.S. has acknowledged it was wrong. Yeah. My parents are convinced that the camps will happen again when we go to war with China. I doubt it. Does starvation not count then? I don't think it was starvation. I think it was preventable disease. It's not the same. Is dying from starvation? I don't even think it's starvation. If you're talking about Israel-Palestine. If you're talking about right now, if you're talking about the IDF, yeah, obviously. But I condemn that too. I don't go, oh, the IDF are starving Palestinian civilians. Amazing. This is great. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Okay. All right. Anyways, we hit 4 hours, 42 minutes. So I think we're good. We'll argue tomorrow. It's fine. Yeah, or equating them to terrorism. Yeah, that's fucking mind-numbingly stupid. For how smart Doobie is. Honestly, this isn't the first time that he's pissed me off, so it's unsurprising that he was able to find a button that quick. But anyways. All right. I, parasocially, love you. Thank you for hanging out today, even after we wrapped up content. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for your generosity on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you to Turtle Wow, eDreamcast, Lawson Harrison, and Sacred Snow for your generosity today. I parasocially love you. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.